Okay, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome, everyone, to the first Tolkien Society seminar of 2021. Our theme today is the 21st century receptions of Tolkien. Now, just before we get started, I'd just like to remind you that if you are posting in the chat, please make sure that you select all panelists and attendees so that everyone can see your message. If you have all panelists, only myself and Sean will be able to see your message. Okay, so please make sure all panelists and attendees. Okay, so for today's seminar, like I said, our theme, 21st century reception of Tolkien, and the aim is to investigate how Tolkien has been received in the past 20 years. The professor's name erupted into the 21st century with Peter Jackson's adaptation of The Lord of the Rings between 2001 and 2003, bringing new waves of readers to the professor's world of Middle-earth. Since the turn of the millennium, the list of published works by Tolkien has substantially expanded, introducing the public to new material that has since been collected, consumed, and discussed. In an age of multimedia and social media where fan fiction, film, art, video games, YouTube personalities, celebrities, and academia draw Tolkien into the concerns of the 21st century, scholarship needs to address how Tolkien has been received over the last 20 years. As Tolkien stated in the letter that was provided with the call for papers, he did not write The Lord of the Rings for children, yet they read and appreciate it nonetheless. So this seminar hopes to investigate some pressing questions. How has our image of Tolkien and his works changed? How do new publications of Tolkien's work inform our understanding of him and his work? Do we currently conceive of Tolkien through an ideological lens? Who is reading and engaging with Tolkien in the 21st century? And how may their receptions and perceptions of his work deepen our understanding? Now, our first speaker, who is has a paper called Artists from Middle-earth, a 21st century dive into Tolkien's secondary world. And I would like to introduce Mary Bretagnon, who is a French doctoral student who is currently in her 4th year. Her work focuses on the illustrations created for British and American editions of Tolkien's Middle-earth texts. So, Mary, over to you. Thank you very much for starting us off.
Thank you, Will. I'm going to share my screen. So let me do that. Here it is. Can you see my PowerPoint?
We can indeed.
Perfect. So my paper is entitled Artists from Middle-earth, a 21st century dive into Tolkien's secondary world. It was partly inspired by an interview of Thomas Icho by the Tolkien Collector's Guide. In this interview, Icho explained, I quote, "I looked for a technique for portraying Middle-earth from inside. I didn't want to photograph Middle-earth, I wanted to recreate it like a hobbit from the Shire or a dwarf from Erebor would do. I wanted to do art from Middle-earth, not art about Middle-earth." Unquote. Icho's approach is inspired by Tolkien himself. It creates bridges between the primary world, our own, and the secondary world, Middle-earth. This paper explores what it means for an artist working in traditional mediums like paints, pencils, or a printing press to present their art as coming from Middle-earth, offering the viewers a dive in the secondary world, unlike what an illustration usually sets out to do. 4 artists are my focus here: Alan Lee, John Howe, Thomas Icho, and J. Johnstone. They all embody, in their own way, this approach that, as far as I know, was mostly explored since the beginning of the 21st century. Alan Lee and John Howe present themselves as travelers. Thomas Icho recreates artworks that could have been produced in Middle-earth. And last but not least, J. Johnstone draws analogies between art history from our world and representations of characters created by Tolkien. When John Howe published his Middle-earth Traveller in 2018, he subtitled it Sketches from Bag End to Mordor. He put emphasis on the idea of a journey made by the author and artist, pencil in hand, across Middle-earth and beyond. His book is a visual guide. It presents drawings and paintings alongside short explanatory paragraphs about the history of such or such location. His book is in the direct line of Alan Lee's Lord of the Rings sketchbook, published in 2005, but with a slightly different take on the theme of the sketchbook. Alan Lee, in his Lord of the Rings sketchbook and his Hobbit sketchbook from 2019, presents his creative process in the making of the illustrations and the movie trilogies, whereas John Howe lets his pictures hint at his thoughts and processes. Howe's writing in the book is mainly informational notices as you would find in a touristic guide. Despite these two different approaches in the texts, the books clearly work together. They offer similar layouts and an abundance of drawings on each spread. The choice of pencil drawings over color illustrations isn't innocent. Howe's and Lee's books are sketchbooks rather than art books presenting their finished color work. It means that to them, sketches and drawings are just as important as paintings. Pencils are the handiest tools to take with you on a trip and sketch along the way. You don't need water or thick paper, you can work from anywhere on any papery surface. There's an immediacy with drawings that you don't really get with paint because you have to wait for it to dry. Even though there are some color illustrations in each of the three books, the mere number of pencil studies crystallizes the feeling that the two artists have traveled across Middle-earth and sketched as much as they could to show the marvels they've encountered on their way. These sketchbooks are the visual testimony the artists brought back from their own foray into the secondary world. In Alan Lee's sketchbooks, there's a conflation of Middle-earth and New Zealand, as he presents sketches created both for the illustrated editions of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and for the movie adaptations. When the artist presents the reader with variations on the theme of the Hobbit dwelling, for instance, you can interpret it as his trial and error process while looking for the perfect entrance to Bag End. But you can also easily imagine Alan Lee walking around Hobbiton and taking notes in sketches of all the different dwellings he walked by. With John Howe, there's a similar blend between New Zealand and Middle-earth, but it's not an aspect he dwells on in his writing, since his sketchbook works as a travel guide to the secondary world. Alan Lee and John Howe present themselves in their books as travelers, bringing back sketches from a place that only they can access bodily. Their journey is shrouded in mystery, but thanks to the wealth of sketches they share with us readers, we have a proper feeling of immersion, as if we stood behind them while they worked and peeked at their drawings in the making. This feeling relies heavily on the realism of their drawings and the way they blend together different inspirations taken from the primary world to offer us vistas that feel both familiar and foreign. In their cases, sketches seem less like pencil explorations to find the one good way to depict their subject than notes on the variations they observe of a specific theme. In this respect, their sketches are quite different from Tolkien's. Tolkien often wanted to draw a specific landscape or building or city, and devoted several sketches to finding the correct depiction. For instance, he looked for the perfect angle and the right placement of elements in his sketches of Bag End. He didn't draw a variety of hobbit dwellings, but rather explored different ways to represent a specific one. Contrary to the artists as travelers coming back from the secondary world, other artists imagine themselves as inhabitants of Middle-earth, practicing their art with the techniques available to them in this imagined location and time. This is the case of Thomas Hijo. He is a Spanish artist whose piece entitled The Prancing Pony has received the 2016 Tolkien Society Award for Best Artwork. His Tolkien-related work is mainly composed of linocut prints. Hijo works first in pencil, and then he transfers his sketch onto a linoleum block to carve it before printing the design onto paper. The materials he uses are modern, but the technique of printing is centuries old. It could very well have been used in Middle-earth, either in the Victorianesque Shire or in medieval-inspired cities like Minas Tirith. His technical process is a long one, but it enables him to print several identical copies of the same image in black and white. There's also a raised effect on the paper because of the huge pressure applied to the piece. The paper has a slight relief where the lines of the blocks are printed, which isn't something you can achieve digitally. Though his technique is very different from both Alan Lee and John Howe, Thomas Hijo also achieves a high degree of immersion because of the level of details in his images. The pictures teem with dozens of small details that you can only see by getting close to the paper, so that the print fills your whole vision and you're transported into the secondary world. There are many scenes taking place at the same time, for instance, in the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, so that you can read in the book the different chapters depicting the battle illustrated here, and find elements of narration scattered across the surface of the print. From the Siege of Gondor, we can spot Denethor leading Faramir's bearers down the silent street. From the Ride of the Rohirrim, the actual charge is represented in the top of the composition. One can even spot Eowyn and Merry. Further in the background, the ships of Umbar from the chapter The Battle of the Pelennor Fields are approaching. In order to depict as many details as possible in one scene, Thomas Hijo opts for a bird's eye view. The viewer is standing above the scene and looking down on it. The impression that one is diving into the picture is reinforced by the many vertical and diagonal lines in the composition. For instance, you have the walls of Minas Tirith and the edge of the pier of rock dividing the city in half. The higher level of Minas Tirith is the one closest to the viewer, and the ground level is the furthest away. But the diagonal movement invites the eye to go down and discover all the vignettes of action. Last but not least, the eye is also guided by the color palette. The elements closest to the viewer, or the ones the artist wants to draw attention to, are painted in contrasted tones. For instance, the opaque light gray of the stone and the elephant contrasts with the deep red of the tiled roofs and the black lines. In comparison, the upper left-hand corner, where the colors are muted, attracts the eye less, so that the viewer's gaze travels to this area of the image in a second time, after considering the rest. With Thomas Hijo, immersion is twofold. It comes both from the technique used and from the way the artist composes his images. The overhead view he favors makes the viewer want to lean forward, not unlike a certain hobbit gazing into the mirror of Galadriel and seeing a quick succession of events out of chronological order. Frodo's vision blends together big and small events, just as the artist does in his depiction, in which a Nazgul is juxtaposed with a stray cat. Before Thomas Hiro, Tolkien also created examples of art from Middle-earth, for instance his Númenórean carpet. There would be much to say about Tolkien's designs from the secondary world and the importance of craftsmanship. It has been the subject of research papers in the past. Let us simply note here the common thread weaving through Hiro's prints and some of Tolkien's drawings, which give us an idea of art from Middle-earth. Hiro's prints achieve a very different type of immersion than Alan Lee and John Howe's sketches, but they all invite the viewers in. Hiro employs a technique that could have been used in the secondary world, whereas Lee and Howe take their contemporary tools to the fictional world. J. Johnstone, the fourth artist we are focusing on here, embodies a third way. He uses historical techniques and iconography to create art inspired by Middle-earth through a primary world's lens. Thomas Honegger, in his essay on J. Johnstone's Isildur's Bane, shows through the analysis of this painting how the artist imagined, I quote, the work of a Middle-earth painter of the 3rd or 4th ages. Johnstone uses a visual language that is familiar to us in order to translate modes of representation from the secondary world into the primary world. His pictures work as comments. They are not supposed to come exactly from Middle-earth. Johnstone is aware that artists from the secondary world would have different pictorial traditions steeped into their own culture. What he offers with his artworks are equivalents in a pictorial language more familiar to viewers from our world. Isildur's Bane and other pictures from this artist function as analogies. Through transposition and translation, Johnstone creates art that blends together various artistic traditions to evoke the sense of a painting from Middle-earth. Johnstone's portrait of the High King Elessar evokes official representations of rulers or nobility from the 14th to the 16th centuries. The inscription on the background wasn't a common feature at the time, but it appears, for instance, in the portrait of Jean de Le Bon, King of France, or in a portrait of King Richard III. In these historical portraits, the inscription is reduced to the minimum, the king's name and his function, which is even shortened in King Richard's portrait as Ang Rex for the Latin Rex Angliae or King of England. In Johnstone's portrait of King Elessar, the inscription details the subject's titles, his names, and ancestry. It forms an impressive list that becomes almost decorative as it forms a lace-like pattern around the king's head. This mirrors the way Aragorn is referred to in the text, whether by himself or by heralds. On his coronation day, for instance, Faramir presents him as such. Quote, "Here is Aragorn, son of Arathorn, chieftain of the Dunedain of Arnor, captain of the host of the West, bearer of the Star of the North, wielder of the sword reforged, victorious in battle, whose hands bring healing, the Elfstone, Elessar of the line of Elendil, Isildur's son, Elendil, son of Númenor." Unquote. It's a similar description that we find in calligraphy form in this painted portrait. In J. Johnstone's artworks, it looks as if characters from Middle-earth had escaped the pages and invaded our world at various periods of time. King Elessar here is depicted as a medieval king in an official portrait. Johnstone also studied illuminated manuscripts. To create his manuscripts page, The King of the Golden Hall, he studied carefully the layout, iconography, and techniques of manuscript artists from the Middle Ages. He then steeped Middle-earth iconography into these characteristics. Hence, we can recognize here characters from The Lord of the Rings. We have Gandalf, the Three Hunters, Theoden, Éowyn, and Grima, as well as cultural symbols that pervade the text, such as the white tree and the crown, the white horse on a green background, etc. The decorative frieze, shaped like a tree in full bloom, appears on both the historical page and Johnstone's recreation. Alan Lee also took inspiration from medieval manuscripts, as shows his illustration of Bilbo in Rivendell, which borrows its window frame from the Limbourg brothers' Very Rich Hours of the Duke of Berry. What I find particularly interesting in Alan Lee's picture is that it's hard to define whether the top part of the image is decorative or architectural. It borrows motifs and colors from the manuscript to inject a sense of history into the illustration. Medieval manuscripts find their way in different forms in pictures created by some of the artists we're considering here. This blend of the fictional with real-world inspirations adds another layer of history to an already historically rich world. It creates an interdependence between the two that was already suggested by the text, but is now reinforced in a visual way. Tolkien himself took inspiration from existing historical periods and iconography in his sketches. For instance, the crown he imagines for Gondor is inspired by Egyptian crowns. The author himself drew a parallel in his letter number 211. I quote, "I think the crown of Gondor, the south kingdom, was very tall, like that of Egypt, but with wings attached, not set straight back, but at an angle. The north kingdom had only a diadem. See the difference between the north and south kingdoms of Egypt." Unquote. This is also a reminder that even though the Middle Ages are the most common source of inspiration for visual artists illustrating Tolkien's Middle-earth, there are many other areas of influence to consider. All these artists echo Tolkien's often quoted letter 131 to Milton Waldman, in which the author wished for, I quote, "other minds and hands wielding paint and music and drama," unquote, to prolong his creation. Some of them have set out to offer us art from Middle-earth rather than art about Middle-earth, as Thomas Hijo explained in his interview. The four artists presented here offer viewers of the 21st century an unprecedented visual tour of an invented world and the artworks that may have been created there. I'm well aware of the lack of diversity in this corpus, so if you know of any other artists, women or people of color, who've created art from Middle-earth, I'd be grateful if you could put their names in the chat. Thank you for your attention.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mary. A fantastic opening to our seminar, just a very interesting look into four very different artists as well. That kind of consideration around whether the artwork is intended to come from Tolkien's Middle-earth or not. It kind of reminded me a little bit of the forged manuscripts that Thomas Chatterton did in the 18th century when he was creating his own illustrations, illuminated manuscripts as well. So really reminded me of some further research. Thank you very much. Now, as I've been posting in the chat, If you have questions, please do use the Q&A function as well. And they have been lighting up. So, Mary, I'm going to pose you a few questions that have been posted. So, first, this is a bit of a long one, but it looks quite juicy. So, thanks, Mary. If I have understood correctly, you mentioned how Tolkien's drawings view landscapes as if from outside, whereas Howe and Lee tend to detail figures from within the world. When comparing this to Tolkien's short story Leaf by Niggle, would it be sensible to say that Tolkien's art views his created world like how Niggle views his painting, whereas Howe and Lee embed themselves within the world, just as Niggle enters it in the story's conclusion?
Well, I think it's fair to say that Niggle was inspired by Tolkien himself. That's not a secret. But I think the idea of Tolkien and Tolkien sketches is that he didn't want to represent everything in his creation. He wanted to represent specific landscapes or locations, whereas Alan Lee and John Howe try to give us an overview of everything that is available in Middle Earth. I think that's the difference here.
Okay. Brilliant, thank you. And our second one has requested to see a picture of the prancing pony again, and wondered if you could maybe comment a little bit more about that picture as well.
Sure, let me find it. Here we are with the detail here. So yeah, I love this picture. I mean, it's very lively. You can feel the atmosphere of the inn. You have all these details. We have Frodo who's falling from the table. We have a piper entertaining some young guests. We have cats everywhere. We have Aragorn in a corner. I think I can't find him again, but he's there. It's really fascinating, and with this overhead view you really have a chance to see all the details, so I think it's really striking.
Yeah, certainly. It really gives that kind of crowded feel of what the prancing pony kind of comes across like as well. Thank you. Okay, and another one. We've got quite a few. Been very popular. Mary, do you think an artist wanting to manifest art from Middle-earth should study in depth the cultural art of the societies that inspired Tolkien, such as Norse/Viking influence in portraying Rohan, for example?
Well, that would be helpful, but I'm really eager to see art from Middle Earth that's, let's say, different. Simply put, I'm really looking forward to artists taking inspiration from Middle Earth and from what we can find in the text, but then making art that we haven't seen before.
Brilliant. Yeah, and I think you said as well at the end that kind of shout out that if anyone knew of any other illustrators and artists as well, please get in touch with you. So yeah, anyone in the chat, anyone watching on YouTube, please get in contact with Mary or share a link if you know any further artists. Okay, next question. What does the use of halos in the pictures say about the artist and how they view the figures and ourselves? Are we to view the Middle-earth figures as saints for our age?
That's a question that is answered in Jay Johnstone's book that you can see behind me. So I highly suggest you go and read Thomas Honegger's article because it's online, it's free, and it's an in-depth study of what it means for Jay Johnstone to create pictures like the ones he creates, taking inspiration from religious art. And I won't try to paraphrase what he very well said.
Okay, super. Thank you much. And you said that Thomas's article is free as well for people to access.
Yes,
Amazing.
absolutely.
Yeah, brilliant. Free academia. That's what we love. Okay. Okay, thank you for your very interesting paper, Marie. Do you have an illustration of a Black Rider by Tolkien himself? So are we aware of a
Oh,
Black Rider illustration by the professor?
that's a very interesting question. I can't find one on the top of my head, but that's something we can work on and search in the books. So I'll keep that in mind.
No,
But
I-
I can't remember seeing a picture like that from what I've read. He didn't draw many characters. We have a couple of Gandalfs, a few hobbits here and there, but I really can't remember seeing any Black Rider by Tolkien. I think he wanted to keep them away from the picture.
yeah, almost kind of like the obscurity itself. If you give that image, it kind of loses some of the impact, maybe.
Absolutely. That's why we don't see Sauron in the books. It's only a presence, an ominous presence in the background, but we never see him.
Yeah. One of the speakers later on, Nick Grimm, is going to be talking to us about the Nazgul. So maybe Nick will be able to expand a little bit on this, possibly. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay, how are we doing for time? Right, I think we could fit another question in. Okay, do you have a favorite Tolkien artist or illustrator?
Oh, that's the worst question. It would be unfair to pick a favorite from even the four I've presented here. But I see in the chat that someone comments that we see Sauron on the top of the Return of the King cover, and that's true. It's not a Black Rider, but at least we see a bit of Sauron. We see his upper body with his arms extended, so that's something to look at. But no, I'm sorry, I can't pick a favorite. It's too hard. I love them all.
It's like your favorite character. Sometimes it's just you can't answer those
It
questions.
changes all the time.
Yeah, I know exactly that feeling. Okay, Mary, I would like to thank you so much for opening our seminar with a fantastic paper. So thank you
Thank
very
you, Will.
much.
It's
Thank
been
you,
a pleasure.
as it is for us. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to our welcoming our second speaker with a paper entitled Middle Earth, Shadow of War as the New Shadow. Yelena Filipovich is a research assistant in the Department of English and American Studies at the Heinrich Heine University in Dusseldorf. Her current PhD project is titled Satanic Politics, Literary Sovereignty in Milton, Blake, and Tolkien. So please welcome me in welcoming Yelena. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that introduction. I'm very happy to be here and present my paper. Before I do, I just want to say that there are a lot of spoilers in here. So if you haven't played the game and you don't want to be spoiled, you have been warned. I do spoil pretty much everything there is to spoil. So I will just share my presentation with you and make sure the tone is enabled and we can start. Okay, so Middle Earth Shadow of War as the New Shadow. The video game Middle Earth Shadow of War takes place in an alternate story world that depicts events preceding The Lord of the Rings, and yet it does testimony to the very danger Tolkien had envisioned for a sequel to The Lord of the Rings, when he said, "It is inevitable that we should be concerned with the most regrettable feature of man's nature, their quick satiety with good." The game's prequel, Shadow of Mordor, tells the story of Talion, a non-canonical ranger who was sacrificed by Sauron's black captains in order to summon the wraith of Celebrimbor. The sacrifice backfires, and Celebrimbor's wraith merges with Talion, reviving Talion, and the two set out to save Middle-earth. Talion/Celebrimbor uses his powers to start a civil war among the orcs in an attempt to overthrow Sauron. In Shadow of War, it becomes clear that Celebrimbor's priority is to amass power rather than to save lives, which is what Talion struggles to do. Talion and Celebrimbor begin the second game on Mount Doom, where they have forged a new ring to challenge the One Ring. The game explores the idea of fighting Sauron from within Mordor, using his means, his creatures, and his weapons. This involves enslaving the orcs by magic, encouraging their worst impulses of warfare, competition, cutthroat violence, which Talion and Celebrimbor subvert to their own end. The game focuses heavily on the anti-villain trope, where the protagonist embodies virtuous, heroic traits and goals, but his means at attaining them are morally ambiguous. We know that Tolkien abandoned the new Shadow because it had the potential of repeating that which The Lord of the Rings had exhaustively illustrated in terms of plot, discovery, and overthrow. Yet beyond structure, there also lies another reason as to why he abandoned it. When Tolkien says his sequel proved both sinister and depressing, this is not only limited to the genre or theme of the story, but also in terms of morality. He speaks of Satanistic religion and dark cults. So peace, justice, and prosperity have become boring to the good people of Gondor. The few pages Tolkien did compose of the new Shadow already set the sinister atmosphere. The story begins as a dialogue between an old man, Borlas, contemplating the nature of evil, and a young man called Salon, who questions and counters Borlas's beliefs. The text is reminiscent of such philosophical conversations as the father-son dialogue between Elendil and Herendil in The Lost Road. In both cases, Tolkien stages generational discrepancies when profound topics are discussed, such as what is right, what is wrong, the past, and the current socio-political situation. Also, both dialogues contain a foreshadowing of some greater evil yet to come. However, the conversation between Borlas and Salon does not finish off on a reconciliating note. From the beginning, Salon is a sinister character who seems to have ulterior motives. The new Shadow, Tolkien's theme of the inevitable perpetuation of evil, gradually emerges through Salon's arguments. He has a deep resentment towards Borlas, he accuses people of being hypocrites, and he talks of conspiracy. What's more, the name Salon has an uncanny resemblance to Sauron, or even Satan, given Salon's inquisitive role as one who tempts and tests. This is not to say that he is Sauron in a new form, but rather that, quote, the roots of evil, unquote, are deeply embedded in the story world. But there is an element of mystery and supernatural about him nonetheless, when he says, quote, I have eyes and ears and other senses, master, unquote. Salon and his generation are bored with the idyllic state of their society. The restlessness is revealed through subtle remarks in a very shadowy way. In these early stages, the shadow gradually crystallizes through Salon's arguments and also in Borlas's worry and in the change of weather in the story. Salon and Berelac, who is Borlas's son, are both members of a younger generation which seems to be heedless of past events, and Borlas is set in contrast to them being an old man. Tolkien illustrates how the new Shadow arises within the new generation, and those who, quote, remembered the evil of old, unquote, are seen as a threat. The new Shadow opens a window into the problem concerning the fallible nature of humanity. No matter how blissful a state they find themselves in, there is always that Melkor ingredient that resurfaces sooner or later. Salon's serpentine arguments and discourse are the very Shadow itself in rhetorical form. Even in the heart of Borlas's own Eden-like garden where the conversation takes place. So the Shadow may be new in terms of time, space, context, but it is a shadow, or rather the Shadow nonetheless. Now, to illustrate the main problematic in the game, Shadow of War, I use René Girard's anthropological concept of mimetic rivalry. This is a paradox when antagonists confront each other so strongly that they begin to resemble one another more and more. The initial differences that separated them are now dissolved. One's model becomes an enemy, or vice versa. One's enemy becomes a model, which is the case in the game. Rivalries can be political, economic, athletic, sexual, artistic, intellectual, religious, and so on. Girard uses the word scandal to summarize the consequences of this problem. One party is always scandalized by the other because it sees this other as an obstacle. When rivals prevent each other from appropriating the object of desire, they actually reinforce their double desire to want what the other wants and to be the other. The object of desire isn't always necessarily the same thing. Celebrimbor wants peace for Middle-earth, Sauron wants dominion. But the game cleverly shows that there is a very thin line, or none at all, between peace and dominion. When one scandal occurs, it gives rise to another, resulting in many crises which proliferate and become all the more violent. This is known as a violent contagion. At first, the contagion divides, fragments, and decomposes communities, and then later it gathers all those who have been scandalized to act against one single victim who is the scapegoat. As rivals multiply, they create a war of all against all. This war would annihilate the entire community unless its violence is transformed into a war against one, which would then reestablish unity once that scapegoat is eliminated. So ironically, violence has to intensify in order to produce its own antidote. The antagonistic dualism between Celebrimbor and Sauron in Shadow of War highlights this contagion. The two characters begin as enemies, but the more violent their enmity, and this is not only physical violence, the more they lack difference, and the more Celebrimbor turns into an antagonist himself. By forging a new ring to help him take over Middle-earth, Celebrimbor imitates his enemy through this very act of creation. We can view Sauron's ring as the prototypical scandal. It can have a positive polarizing effect by distinguishing those who bow to its power, those who accept the ring, from those who do not. This is also related to Tolkien's statement that there is no inherent dualism in his legendarium. The good versus evil is always a, quote, conscious reaction, unquote, which comes about, and in this case, it comes about of the scandal. Yet the ring can have a negative effect too, obviously. It turns individuals against one another. They enter into mutual conflict and sometimes even self-conflict when we think of Gollum. This is where the contagion mechanism is triggered. The ring attracts all kinds of individuals, even ones completely indifferent to each other. Its hostility becomes so contagious that it spreads to the most diverse individuals. In a paradoxical way, the contagion divides and fragments, but also gathers and unites, which is exactly the nature of Sauron's ring when we think about it. The contagion lies in Celebrimbor's very act of having created another scandal, so the new ring, to oppose the original scandal, which was the One Ring. Of course, Celebrimbor had created rings of power before, but never really as a means to an end. They were more art for art's sake. The idea of this new ring being diabolical may be implied in the game. For example, we can mind control enemies, but it is never explicitly condemned as such. The problem with the adjective new is that it is just not that. It is in fact the same old diabolical power that is at work. Borlas was able to recognize this in the story when he smelt the old evil and knew it for what it was. Once the new ring is forged, it becomes an essential feature for the gameplay itself. The player is able to use the ring to dominate enemies, which is what we can see down here. And Talion or Celebrimbor subverts orcs, trolls, caragors, drakes to fight on his side by dominating their wills. And this is a very literal portrayal of the domination power that's ascribed to the ring in the books. Celebrimbor's silver ring emits a bluish light, which is opposed to the golden One Ring that emits a fiery red color. The aesthetic of the new ring is reflected in Celebrimbor's new title as Bright Lord, which he gives to himself. With this new title, he gains a new identity, but not in the positive sense, which Tolkien would call ennoblement. In the game, it is rather a degradation that further cements Celebrimbor in mimetic rivalry. He becomes a new Sauron, which in turn does nothing to weaken the original Sauron. Rather, it amplifies Sauron's diabolical presence through this act of mimesis. Ironically, though, the more confident and independent Celebrimbor becomes, the more this is a reflection of the illusions projected by his admiration for them. He becomes all the more enslaved to Sauron. In Unfinished Tales, it is mentioned that although Celebrimbor was not corrupted in heart or faith, he accepted Sauron as what he posed to be. It is Celebrimbor's love for craft that attracts him to Sauron in the first place. In fact, Sauron hardly needs to exercise any manipulation at all. He rather functions as a mirror in which Celebrimbor sees what he loves. So the Dark Lord does not actually use one's weaknesses against one. These are already his in a way, but rather one's strengths. And just to show you how diabolical Celebrimbor can be, I'm going to play this speech here, which he gives.
This fortress is once again under my command. An attempted rebellion has been put down. Its conspirators have been put to the sword. Its leader will soon suffer the same fate. You now hold this fortress for the Bright Lord! Here, my enemies will find no weakness, no mercy, only the unassailable strength of my army!
Right, so there you have it. Okay, moving on. So what role does the game's main protagonist, Talion, fulfill in this struggle? Is there an end to all this violence? Well, Gerard introduces the concept of the single victim. The ultimate goal of sacrificing or expelling a victim is to regain some kind of relief from the stress of conflict and violence within a group or community. That is why the biblical ritual of scapegoating involves transferring the sins of a people onto a male goat and then driving him into the wilderness. Talion, the male human being here, is caught in the violence between Elf and Maya. His story begins with loss. In the first game, he is tragically forced to witness the death of his family. The Black Hand of Sauron performs a real ritualistic sacrifice by killing Talion's family and Talion himself. In the Shadow of War, there is a continuation of this violence against poor Talion. When Talion realizes Celebrimbor had only used him, his role as his ring bearer and bodily vessel are taken over by Eltariel. She is an elf assassin sent by Galadriel to help us throughout the game. Having no ring of power to sustain his life, Talion is left to die. There is a collective violence of the two elves against the man Talion. He is once again sacrificed for a greater cause, yet unlike the first time, it's not through a ritual, but rather a betrayal. However, Talion's sacrifice is not finalized until the very end of the game. When Celebrimbor and Eltariel leave him to die, he takes one of the Nazgul rings and is able to survive. Eventually, he gives in to this ring's power and becomes himself one of the nine. It is in this ultimate conversion that Talion is victimized. He goes from being the main protagonist in the game to a major antagonist in the books, in The Lord of the Rings. He has been sacrificed by both Sauron and the elves. Although he chooses a so-called third way, by submitting neither to Sauron nor to Celebrimbor, I don't think the game portrays Talion's decision as a solution to contagious violence. Why should he turn into a Nazgul in the end? Is it a realistic consequence of having been under the influence of a ring of power for so long? Does it provide a heartfelt background story to one of Tolkien's Nazgul? I believe the answer to all the questions are affirmative, and there is nothing wrong with that per se. The problem is that the game does not allow Talion to break through the violence. By taking one of the 9 rings to sustain his life so that he could continue defending Minas Ithil and the people of Gondor, which is indeed a selfless and virtuous act, one begs the question whether he's really sacrificing himself or rather giving in, being seduced by the possibility which a Sauronic ring can offer. To have really made a difference, Talion would not have taken up the ring and instead died an honorable death, not one as a ring wraith. But that would have been a whole different story and different game altogether. One version of the game's ending does depict Talion as redeemed, yet this redemption lacks that inevitable sacrifice that Tolkien makes his characters undergo. In The Lord of the Rings, there's also no one hero who destroys the ring and saves Middle-earth. The ring's undoing comes about through sacrifice, in my opinion. Without this factor, the so-called third way is nothing but Sauron's way once again. It's just a new way, much like the new shadow. A final aspect worth considering here is the war itself. So the game hinges on this idea that it is necessary to keep Mordor in a constant state of war. The notion of perpetual war harks back to Thomas Hobbes' political theory in Leviathan, where Hobbes rebukes the idea that humans are naturally social creatures and says that without a common power to keep them in awe, men are in a state of war. It is a time of crisis, permanent fear and mistrust, where rules have broken down and there is no governing authority to keep people in check. This is very apparent when it comes to the orcs in the game and the use of the nemesis system, which is basically the rotation of rivals that players fight and defeat throughout the game. There is the military and social hierarchy among the orcs. Treachery distrust among all the orcs. Earth can be avoided. Some orcs go even so far as challenge Sauron himself. For example, Zog the necromancer, who wants to resurrect a Balrog and use him against Sauron. This practice of the dark arts among the orcs is clearly the game's portrayal of Tolkien's idea of orc cults. The game emphasizes the role of orcs both on a geopolitical scale and on the more personal level. The insight into their lives, their dynamic relationships, certainly criticism that orcs are passive, this demonized other. The games lend the orcs their own emotion, stories, and agency. I do see a latent danger in such a representation, as it downplays the real threat that Tolkien's evil possesses and allows the player to find it interesting and at some point even sympathize with that evil and violence. This is not to say that orcs must be automatically viewed and treated in an orcish manner, but it also does not imply that orcishness should be entirely deconstructed or endorsed. This is exactly the danger Tolkien envisioned. Endorse themselves in that evil, the likely is to accept it. Human beings begin to lose their humanity in imitating orcs eventually become them. Further enmity is pitted between elves and men. Talion and Celebrimbor's initial friendship represents the bond between the two races. In the Shadow of War, this bond is fractured. In the end, even Eltariel forsakes Talion. Interestingly, unlike Galadriel, who functions as a redeemer for herself and her people, Eltariel sees the new ring as a means to an end. So her character goes in the opposite direction. Basically, the game vilifies elves and turns them against men. You certainly have this enmity in the books too, but in the books it's always caused by but it springs rather from the narrative itself or from the protagonists themselves. All in all, Shadow of War encapsulates that flawed nature of humans and the inversion of good and evil which Tolkien had set out for his sequel. The sequel shows how versatile the shadow can be, and that to take shape or regenerate, it does not need to do so physically at first. In the game, the protagonists eventually all become bad or they die. And major antagonists, such as Shelob, are portrayed as good. Although the game does not always endorse this, but exposes these problems, it does not offer, morally speaking, a better alternative. The game's solution to violence and war is to keep good and evil in balance, and I do not see this as a palpable solution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Elena, for quite a fascinating, very different kind of talk as well from a game that's recently come out. What I found quite interesting around that was not only the mimesis element, but specifically the idea of kind of when you're talking about Talion and that idea of kind of ambiguity around, is it a choice, is it the seduction? And it kind of links back to some discussions that people have had about Round the One Ring itself. So thank you very much. Now, we do have some questions as well. So first question, if a new shadow or Melkor's part of the Song of the Ainur raises again in the Fourth Age, should we expect the Valar to send agents to Middle-earth to counter it?
To counter what exactly? Sorry, I didn't hear the first part of the question.
Sorry, I think there might be a little bit of glitching going on. There was one or two moments, I think, when we couldn't hear you for a couple of seconds in your paper as well. I'll read the question again. If a new shadow or Melkor's part of the Song of the Ainur rises again in the Fourth Age, should we expect the Valar to send agents to Middle-earth to counter it?
I mean, that's very speculative. You know, I could say that I feel that the Ainur could send some at that point in the fourth happened in the previous ages. So if this new age or time would be some kind of final kind of last stage or some kind of climax, then yeah, I would expect the Ainur and all these other powers then to pitch in. It's all or nothing then, yeah.
Yeah, good, thank you. And then we have another question asking, what do you think about Celebrimbor's portrayal in the games? How do you think it compares to his portrayal in the books?
It's very different to what we have in the books. First of all, it's much more expanded in the game. So we have his whole history with Sauron, and even Celebrimbor's family in the game is sacrificed, and we see all the pain that he goes through. And the games kind of justify that, all that pain then as the reason to why he kind of went crazy, you could say, like a megalomaniac. He wanted at first to have his revenge, to overthrow Sauron, to kind of defeat him. But as he progressed, then he just wanted to be more and more like Sauron, even though he was not aware of it. So he was convinced that he's doing something good, but that's that act of imitating your enemy even when you're not aware of it. So it's very interesting. I love the games. They're excellent, and I would play them over and over again. I find that it's really good that they kind of throw this danger in your face of what happens to Celebrimbor. But yeah, very different to the Celebrimbor in the books, much more expanded. And I guess the game kind of plays with these possibilities, even though the best of us with good intentions will eventually turn into a Sauron, perhaps.
Yeah, that idea of imitation, and then you become that as well. Brilliant, thank you. And our next question is saying, Yelena, thank you for your paper. In playing the game, I found Shelob as manipulator for her, perhaps to be the new Melkor as instigator to encourage Talion toward the new evil, perhaps so she could control him and ultimately Middle-earth. Is this perhaps something that you found as well?
I think, yeah, it was a little bit strange with Shelob. Of course, in the books, we know her to be this kind of epitome of evil, this great monster or the unknown something. And in the games, I didn't talk much about her in my presentation, but in the games, she's kind of ambiguous. We're not sure if she's really helping us or not. But in the end, it turns out that even after Sauron had betrayed her, they were also in some kind of relationship. It turns out that she just wanted, to get back at Sauron, or to say that, I care for Middle Earth. She cares for like the kind of like the mother of nature kind of way, that she just wants Middle Earth to be okay. It does not matter where she really stands in that. And she had foreseen Celebrimbor's fall and Talion's fall as well. So she asks him, how much are you willing to sacrifice? I think she is portrayed as a good character ultimately in the games. And that's that one thing that I find problematic, that inversion. It can be interesting, but I think it can be dangerous to see evil as good. And yeah.
Excellent, thank you. And we do have a few more questions as well that there's one here about the game's philosophy, and Tolkien's, does the game's philosophy mirror Tolkien's philosophy? That in itself, I can imagine that being a paper in itself. It's such a deep question. So we're going to move on to the next paper. I would like to thank you very much, Yelena, for coming and speaking to us today. It's been really fascinating, some great insights to some new ways that people have seen Tolkien in the 21st century. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Now, just before I introduce my next speaker, I would like to, for those people who are not familiar with him, I would like to introduce the chair of the Tolkien Society, Sean Gunner, who would just like to say a couple of words. So, Sean, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, thank you, Will, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the around 300 people we've got here right now. My name is Sean, and I am the chair of the Tolkien Society, and I'm pleased to welcome you all here today. We are expecting about 800 people to join us over the course of the day, representing at least 55 countries around the world. That includes, deep breath for this one, Egypt, Romania, Kazakhstan, Poland, Taiwan, Portugal, Mexico, Finland, Brazil, Belgium, Canada, Argentina, United States, Serbia, Australia, Russia, Italy, the Philippines, Croatia, Norway, Singapore, the United Kingdom, Chile, the Netherlands, Austria, Peru, Slovenia, Hungary, Georgia, France, Finland, India, Israel, Greece, Ukraine, Chile, Latvia, Kuwait, Sweden, El Salvador, Spain, Turkey, Luxembourg, Zimbabwe, Ireland, Pakistan, Germany, Armenia, Switzerland, Colombia, Denmark, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. We are pleased to welcome so many people from around the world and delighted that this demonstrates Tolkien's global appeal. The Society itself is a charity that seeks to educate the public in and promote research into the life and works of J.R.R. Tolkien. This seminar, held for free online, is an example of how we promote research into the life and works of J.R.R. Tolkien. But this event is not free for the Society to hold. COVID-19 has meant we are unable to hold our usual events, and we have borne unexpected costs as a result. Yet we continue to hold our seminar, as well as Oxenmoot last year. We continue our publications, Amon Hen, Malorn, and our Peter Rowe books, and we still maintain our archives, which provide a resource for scholars for future generations. So if you would like to support our work or show a token of your appreciation for this seminar, please give us a donation at tolkiensociety.org/donate, and you can see that here. So thank you very much, and I shall hand you back to Will now. Cheers.
Super, thank you very much, Sean. Loving that banner at the bottom as well. Okay, now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, whose paper is entitled Nazgul Taller Than Night, Tolkien and Speculative Realism. Nick Groom is Professor of Literature in English at the University of Alman, having previously held positions at the University of Exeter, Bristol, Chicago, and Stanford. He has extensively written on 18th century and Romantic literature and culture and on national identity, but best known for his environmental writing and for his work on the Gothic. He has published several essays on Tolkien and has recently analysed the cultural imagery of the pandemic in Corona Gothic, which was published in November last year. So welcome, Nick. I'm going to hand over to you.
Thanks very much, Will. You need to start my video, I believe. Lovely, thank you. And I shall bring up the screen. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yep, we can see your PowerPoint.
Lovely, thanks very much. Well, thank you, Will, and the Tolkien Society for giving me this opportunity. Originally, my title was In the Darkness, Bind Them, but in the process of writing, a less transparent title, Nazgul Tour of the Night, seemed to be more appropriate. So this paper is an introduction to recent developments in philosophy and critical theory that may offer new directions in Tolkien studies. My aim is fourfold. First, to provide an introduction to the area of speculative realism. Some of you will have heard of this, others will may not, but please bear with me. Secondly, to show how 21st century approaches such as these can provide startling new readings of Tolkien. Thirdly, to suggest how and why Tolkien's own writing has influenced these new critical approaches. And fourthly, to explain how Tolkien's writing might provide a perspective on the bigger conceptual and environmental concerns of the Anthropocene today. Now, I'll cover these areas by examining the representation and significance of darkness in the opening chapters of The Lord of the Rings. As I have already argued elsewhere, Tolkien's depiction of darkness draws on earlier literary and cultural representations. But from the perspective of the 21st century, the idea of darkness is also enmeshed with the weird and the eerie, terms that have become sort of touchstones, suggestive touchstones in recent philosophical and critical thinking. There's effectively a spectrum of philosophical darkness from the Neoplatonic writings of Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite in late antiquity to the medieval Christian theology of the cloud of unknowing to what Eugene Thacker today calls black illumination. Pseudo-Dionysius's treatise Mystical Theology, written in the 6th century, begins with the promise that it will lead us to make our way straight to the topmost peak beyond knowing and light of the mystical scriptures, there where the simple, absolute and unchangeable mysteries of God speaking lie wrapped in the darkness beyond light of secret, hidden silence. Over 800 years later, these ideas were taken up in the late 14th century of the Cloud of Unknowing. Tolkien had 2 editions of this book and also worked with Phyllis Hodgson, one of the editors. The Cloud of Unknowing draws heavily on Pseudo-Dionysius and quotes his advice that meek darkness be thy mirror. What is this darkness? It is the night of the intellect into which we are plunged when we attain a state of consciousness which is above thought, when we enter on a plane of spiritual experience with which the intellect cannot deal. This is the divine darkness, the cloud of unknowing or of ignorance, dark with excess of light. This is preached by Dionysius the Areopagite. It is a dark mist which seemeth to be between thee and the light thou aspirest to. So darkness is a positive state here, a condition of being beyond the known and knowable world. It is closer to God. But of course, through work such as John Milton's Paradise Lost and Edmund Burke's essay on the Sublime, darkness also has traditionally been terrifying and annihilating. And so the state simultaneously represents both the highest spiritual insight and also the most profound threat to one's humanity. Darkness is symbolic of opacity, the world opaque to us, beyond our comprehension. And this questions, well, what were you doing here at all? So it's a potentially nihilistic way of thinking.
Nick.
And yep.
Hi, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Do you mind sharing your slide on full screen, please?
Sorry. Is that better?
That should come through much better. Yes, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
My apologies. So I'm thinking about recent philosophy. It's fed into works such as Graham Harman's Weird Realism, Eugene Thacker's The Horror of Philosophy, and the late Mark Fisher's The Weird and the Eerie. These are all concerned with what cannot be explained or rationalized. Now, to explain speculative realism, also known as object-oriented ontology, in 4 minutes is rather ambitious, but I'll begin with 2 models suggested by Harman and add various comments by Thacker and Fisher. Harman suggests a thought experiment. Imagine a lump of plutonium in the desert. Pretty quickly, it kills off all plant and animal life nearby and makes the sand radioactive. But importantly, the plutonium also retains the potential to act, killing any living thing, including humans, that may approach it in the future. At the level of common sense, this is obvious. Plutonium is a dangerous material. But at a philosophical level, this is fascinating. How can plutonium be categorized? Interestingly, I had a similar experience homeschooling my 8-year-old daughter the other day, not with plutonium, but with the non-Newtonian fluid oobleck, which is, well, is it a liquid, is it a solid, is it both or neither? So according to Harman, in the plutonium, there is an additional reality to its current context. But it's too easy to explain this as simply as a potential to affect living things. And Harman says, well, what is weak about this approach, just calling it potential, is that the theme of potential allows us a sneaky way to evade the difficult question of what the actuality of the lethal quality is. So the plutonium's possible future effects are unknown, they are yet to be determined, but they are nevertheless real. They are undecided but actual. Now, the big conceptual leap here is that it remains unclear just what objects are, but it is already clear that they far exceed the human-centered. So this is a way to think about objects rather than humans as being at the center of reality. And what are objects? Harman claims that object can refer to trees, atoms and songs, also to armies, banks, sports franchises, and fictional characters. Donald Trump is no more or less an object than is a vampire or a pillar of salt or the internet. Now, I'm not saying that this is necessarily correct, but it's worth considering. There's a hint here of a world that is governed by objects which we as humans cannot understand or even define, but which nevertheless have continuous and profound effects on us. And now perhaps you are thinking of the One Ring, but I'm only speaking for a few minutes, so I've chosen a slightly more manageable example. But before I introduce that, here's Harman's second example from his book on the horror writer H.P. Lovecraft. I'm sure you are familiar with Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos, predicated on the idea that humans are incidental to the universe and that reality is organized around monstrous interdimensional creatures from outer space that occasionally appear on Earth. Now, for Graham Harman, no other writer is so perplexed by the gap between objects and the power of language to describe them, or between objects and the qualities they possess. And he argues that Lovecraft is essentially a cubist in literature. His major gift as a writer is his deliberate and skillful obstruction of all attempts to paraphrase him. He calls this weird realism, and Harman spends much of his book analyzing passages from Lovecraft to demonstrate and develop this idea. Rather than follow Harman, however, and despite Tolkien possessing an anthology that included a Lovecraft tale, I think there's a much better example of these issues of language in M.R. James, the English writer of ghost stories, not least because Tolkien possessed two of M.R. James's ghost story books, but also refers to him in a version of On Fairy Stories. Now, in Canon Alberic's scrapbook, James describes an illustration of a hideous figure. Imagine one of the awful bird-catching spiders of South America translated into human form and endowed with intelligence just less than human, and you will have some faint conception of the terror inspired by the appalling effigy. Now, it would plainly be preposterous to paraphrase this as, well, if you think of a dim-witted man crossed with a tarantula spider, that really won't frighten you as much as this picture would. So the effect of James's sentence is not simply the vocabulary that fluctuates between apparent precision and imprecision, but his reluctance or his inability to speak of the unutterable. In Harman's terms, such language fails because this reality eludes all literal speech. Now, at the same time that Harman was developing his ideas, another philosopher, the fashionable Eugene Thacker, so fashionable that his book covers appear on leather jackets, was on a similar track, comparing the language of darkness, mysticism, or negative theology of earlier eras, such as Pseudo-Dionysius or the Cloud of Unknowing, with sort of supernatural horror literature of the past 200 years. Now, this is an audacious move. For Thacker, horror is about the paradoxical thought of the unthinkable. And he makes these blind spots his central concern. The world is superlatively beyond human comprehension. And hence in his book, Tentacles Longer Than Night, great title, which I've obviously drawn upon, Thacker proposes misreading works of horror as if they were works of philosophy. He argues that Edgar Allan Poe, Lovecraft, and so forth are philosophers, and that their horror writing is essentially idea-driven rather than plot-driven. Now, we all know that Tolkien argued that his Middle-earth writings were in one sense simply the necessary background to his primary creation, the Elvish languages. But is it also possible to read or misread Tolkien as driven by philosophical ideas? Well, Thacker discusses both Pseudo-Dionysius and the occultist Cornelius Agrippa to develop the idea that the world is hidden or occulted. And the etymology of the word occult means hidden, concealed, surrounded by shadows. So this occulted world makes its presence known to us, and yet in doing so, it reveals the unknown. What is revealed is the hiddenness of the world. And in fact, this potentially leads to the anti-humanism and nihilism that for some commentators characterizes speculative realism, that the blank, anonymous world is indifferent to human knowledge and indifferent to our all too human wants and desires. But I also suggest it offers a radical way of thinking about our current environmental crisis, which I'll suggest in a moment. And what I think characterizes these philosophical approaches is an overwhelming sense of presence, which distinguishes it from the predominantly continental philosophy of a generation ago. There is what you might call a teeming attendance in speculative realism, in object-oriented ontology. There's loads of stuff everywhere all the time. And this is persistently exposing the limitations of human comprehension and perspectives. Now, finally, the late philosopher Mark Fisher moves this discussion into the weird and the eerie, again using Lovecraft. What the weird and the eerie have in common is a preoccupation with the strange, not the horrific, a fascination for the outside, for that which lies beyond standard perception, cognition, and experience. He defines the weird as constituted by a presence, whereas the eerie occurs either when there is something present where there should be nothing, or there is nothing present where there should be something. And both of these are distinct from the uncanny. And Fisher offers a particularly striking example of this in Stone Circles. Stone Circles, he says, confront us with a symbolic structure that has entirely rotted away, so that the deep past of humanity is revealed to be, in effect, an illegible alien civilization, its rituals and modes of subjectivity unknown to us. Now, I'd hoped to have time to discuss the Barrow Downs, but this is perhaps suggestive enough as it stands. The past is not simply a foreign country, it is an alien planet, and that's what the hobbits encounter when they engage with the White. Now, Tolkien certainly helped to shift popular perceptions of the human in the second half of the 20th century by sidelining human agency in his works. There are very few recognizably human characters in Middle-earth. Aragorn and Boromir are both descended from Númenóreans, so they're of a mightier stamp than everyday folk. And of course, Aragorn lives to the ripe old age of 210. I'd suggest that the most relatable human characters in The Lord of the Rings are perhaps Barlim and Butterbur, Beregond, the guardsman of Gondor who initiates Peregrine, the Haradrim who dies before Sam, as well as the Rohirrim more generally. And there are hardly any humans at all in The Hobbit, at least until we get to Lake Town. The focus in both books is, of course, on hobbits, with whom readers readily identify. Hobbits are certainly humane, and the original, now obsolete meaning of the word is civil, courteous, or obliging towards others. But Tolkien repeatedly stresses their physical differences, from their height to their stamina, their cultural differences. There's little high culture at all in the Shire, and popular culture is focused on food, gardening, singing and dancing, and oral storytelling. And the social and political differences. There's no internecine conflict, at least until we get to the scouring of the Shire, or technological progress, or colonial or commercial aspirations. Likewise, dwarves are not human, still less the immortal elves, and orcs, meanwhile, are comprehensively demonized by nearly everyone. Interestingly, it's only the hobbits who get a glimpse of orc culture and society. So Tolkien helped to normalize the non-anthropocentric, the non-human-centered narrative, which had already been developing in books such as Anna Sewell's Black Beauty or George Orwell's Animal Farm. But in The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien was neither writing a children's book nor a political allegory. And the range and complexity of non-anthropocentric characters, in addition to the somewhat restrained supernatural elements, such as the ring wraiths, the mysterious and unexplained figures, such as Tom Bombadil and Goldberry, and especially an emphasis on apparently inanimate objects and places that demonstrate agency and identity, such as the One Ring, the Palantiri, and the Old Forest, makes the novel particularly rewarding, I think, from a speculative realist perspective. As the elf Gildor observes to the hobbits, decentering them from their homeland, it is not your own Shire. Others dwelt here before hobbits were, and others will dwell here again when hobbits are no more. But in the last part of this paper, I'll address darkness. Darkness pervades Tolkien's writing. In The Lord of the Rings, the darkness is already gathering in the first chapter. Bilbo departs in the dark, Gandalf staring after him into the darkness and then sitting in the dark. In the chapter The Shadow of the Past, when Gandalf tells Frodo of the ring, inscribed with the words, "In the darkness bind them," within moments Frodo is aware that fear seemed to stretch out a vast hand like a dark cloud rising in the east and looming up to engulf him. And while at Buckland, Frodo dreams that he was on a dark heath. By the end of the novel, Frodo is haunted by a sense of menace that's actually articulated by Eugene Thacker. What if horror has less to do with the fear of death and more to do with the dread of life? It's with the arrival of the ring wraiths, however, that darkness acquires agency. The first Black Rider disrupts the conventional senses in a flicker of synesthesia, passing into the darkness like a rustle in the grasses. Things become more disturbing on the road. It looked like the black shade of a horse led by a smaller black shadow. The black shadow stood close to the point where they had left the path, and it swayed from side to side. Frodo thought he heard the sound of snuffling. The shadow bent to the ground and then began to crawl towards him. There is certainly something weird about this, a presence that is strangely wrong, what Eugene Thacker, writing on Lovecraft, calls blasphemous life. And similarly, as the hobbits crossed the Brandywine River on the Bucklebury Ferry, on the far stage under the distant lamps, they could just make out a figure. It looked like a dark bundle left behind, but as they looked, it seemed to move and sway this way and that, as if searching the ground. It then crawled, or went crouching, back into the gloom beyond the lamps. They're like inanimate shapes, but they snuffle and crawl or crouch. So what are they? Well, it's Strider, Aragorn, who explains the Black Riders as living in an occulted world. They themselves do not see the light, the world of light, as we do, but our shapes cast shadows in their minds, which only the noon sun destroys. And in the dark, they perceive many signs and forms that are hidden from us. And at all times, they smell the blood of living things, desiring and hating it. Senses, too, there are other than sight or smell. And of course, their horses can also see for them. When Frodo confronts the Nazgul on Weathertop, where the word shadow is persistently stressed, so black were they that they seemed like black holes in the deep shade behind them. But Frodo, wearing the ring, sees them in another way, beneath their black wrappings, and they are skeletal white and spectral grey, and their eyes are weaponized. These depictions of the ringwraith seem to me to draw not so much on Lovecraft's bizarre monsters as on the unnervingly undefined shapes of horror in the tales of M.R. James, which are both tangible and phantasmic, like the ghosts of medieval folklore. Tolkien owned and quoted from James's collection Ghost Stories of an Antiquary, which includes several such figures. In the Mezzotint, for example, in the middle of the lawn, in front of the unknown house, there was a figure. It was crawling on all fours towards the house, and it was muffled in a strange black garment with a cross on its back. There is a later glimpse of the figure, again a mix of accuracy, hesitancy, and the inexpressible. The moon was behind it, and the black drapery hung down over its face, so that only hints of that could be seen. And what was visible made the spectators profoundly thankful that they could see no more than a white dome-like forehead and a few straggling hairs. The legs of the appearance alone could be plainly discerned, and they were horribly thin. Most strikingly, perhaps, in O Whistle and I'll Come to You, My Lad, Professor Parkins is attacked in his bedroom in the inn in which he is staying, much as the hobbits risk being attacked at the Prancing Pony. It stood for the moment in a band of dark shadow, and he had not seen what its face was like. Now it began to move in a stooping posture, and all at once the spectator realized with some horror and some relief that it must be blind, for it seemed to feel about it with its muffled arms in a groping and random fashion. Admittedly, the being does move with supernatural speed, but when Parkins alerts the colonel, who rushes in, all there was before him on the floor lay a tumbled heap of bedclothes. The being's blindness and speed suggested it has other sensory powers. Now, these passages try to express an unspeakable reality through a haunted engraving and an accidental and inexplicable summoning. The language is not the vertiginous prose of Lovecraft, but it shifts between the weird and the eerie, between what is apparently there and what is apparently not there, between presences and absences, and all framed by doubt that any of this is really happening. It's an unsettling glimpse of hidden other realities, of occulted worlds that human language struggles to identify. So what is reality? What would you see beyond the phenomenal? Nothing, perhaps, or wonder, or something incomprehensibly terrifying? But unlike the cosmic pessimism of much speculative realism, Tolkien is able to suggest that all three are possible. Yes, the darkness is threatening. As Gandalf says in Rivendell, we are sitting in a fortress, outside it is getting dark. But darkness is also woven into Tinuviel's hair in the lay sung by Strider, her hair like shadow following. And the hobbits in particular use darkness to their advantage. Moreover, the darkness of the old forest is of a different order than that of the ringwraiths. It almost seems inimical to them, as is that of the Barrow Downs, where similarly mixed with mist and fog, it seems to generate a specifically linguistic bewilderment of incantations and chants. Now, in conclusion, speculative realism can, I think, be defined as realist in that it rejects earlier philosophy that is based on experiences and perceptions solely as they appear in the mind of human perceivers, because that ultimately separates us from what things really are. Speculative realists argue that this sort of philosophy has little interest in the inanimate world in which we live. Although philosophers in the earlier tradition can still die from exposure to plutonium, drown in the sea, fall from mountaintops and so forth. And the word speculative is used to indicate that beyond common sense apprehension, there is a darker form of weird realism, bearing little resemblance to the presuppositions of everyday life. That's all the hidden stuff. So hence the fascination for Cthulhu and horror in general, and perhaps a way to think about Tolkien. And yet, nevertheless, Tolkien offers a far more optimistic direction for speculative realism than that entangled with horror, as his figures of darkness can be reworked into forms of resistance and liberty and ascent. Strider is first encountered enveloped in shadow. That's his own hidden identity. And he walks the paths of the dead before succeeding to the throne as Elisar. Frodo feels his way through what in the cloud of unknowing is described as the dark mist of his mind. That's a recurring image, eluding capture as he and Sam hide in disguise among the shadows of Mordor. On the return journey, this new transcendent state of being is evident in the silent exchanges between Gandalf and the elves. Often they would sit together under the stars, recalling the ages that were gone and all their joys and labours in the world, or holding counsel concerning the days to come. If any wanderer had chanced to pass, little would he have seen or heard. And it would have seemed to him only that he saw grey figures carved in stone, memorials of forgotten things now lost in unpeopled lands. For they did not move or speak with mouth, looking from mind to mind, and only their shining eyes stirred and kindled, that their thoughts went to and fro. So this is the hidden silence expressed by Pseudo-Dionysius. It's not despair, it's fulfillment. How might any of this provide a perspective on the wider concerns of the Anthropocene, our current predicament of catastrophic human intervention in the environment that's caused climate change and global pandemic? And indeed, I await the COVID-19 readings of Tolkien with interest. Middle-earth itself is a mysterious and perilous realm, often inimical to sentient life and with secrets deeper than the dwarves delved in Moria. The Old Forest is a telling example of antagonistic ecology. It's aggressive to the point that the hobbits have burnt down many of its trees, and it still bears unfathomable arboreal grudges. It is not a sentimentalized pastoral for tree huggers. It's a hallucinatory, weird, and lethal landscape, like Harmon's thought experiment with plutonium. The Old Forest has an additional reality to that perceived by the hobbits. And yet it can nevertheless be navigated through song. The creative imagination, challenged by such very real threats, remains our best and perhaps ultimately our only hope through the current obscurity. And the Lord of the Rings both exemplifies and advocates such inspired artistry. Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much, Nick. What a way to blow Middle-earth up and really consider it in a different way. There's that kind of tendency, and when we look at Tolkien's letters, that way of thinking of Middle-earth as an older vision or extension of our own world. But one kind of idea I really took away from that was Middle-earth as a kind of an alien world in itself, and you've got these kind of alien pockets within it. So thank you very much for bringing speculative realism to us. Now, we just have one or two questions quickly to pose before. So let's have a look. So thanks, Nick. It's interesting that the Black Riders are presented as so eerie on their first arrival, given that this direction of sniffing etc., was originally to describe Gandalf. considering the History of Middle-earth, Volume 6. Could this suggest that the Eyrie could also be applied to light as well as darkness?
That's an absolutely lovely question. And yes, I think that the short answer is yes, it can. Because it becomes a way of getting through that darkness to the other side. One of the things that I think is really important, and I want to suggest this rather than sort of make it too explicit to the people watching and listening, is that remember that the novel ends at night. It ends in darkness. That when Frodo travels to the Grey Havens, and the word grey itself is suggestive, they are traveling through the night, and they set sail into the night, and it's only at the last minute that he gets to the other side. In other words, he gets to Valinor. So there is that sense of transit through that. And yes, certainly the qualities of the weird, the eerie, the strange, the unexplained can be shared with characters such as Gandalf. Certainly with a character such as Tom Bombadil, who, when I've been working on this paper over the past few weeks, has become increasingly fascinating for me. I know that he's a bit of a Marmite figure for many readers, but he seems absolutely to exemplify, a completely alternative way of existing within Middle-earth that isn't contained by the forms of belief and the structures and the societies that Tolkien explains and focuses on. And I think this is one of Tolkien's great strengths, that there are so many loose ends and so many other ways of actually looking at these figures. The fox talking to itself when the hobbits pass is another example of that. It just suggests that there are many other things. There are many other truths and perspectives and possibilities within this world.
Super, thank you. Now we have run over ever so slightly, so do you mind if I post some of the other questions in the chat for you maybe to answer in a written format, just so we can introduce our next speaker? But yes, again, thank you very much for your time today. Now, moving on to our next speaker, who is going to be talking about post-pop Tolkien. So Dr. Jem Bloomfield is the assistant professor of literature at the University of Nottingham. His research interests include Shakespeare, fantasy, detective fiction, and the Bible. His work has been published in journals including Shakespeare, English Literary History, Theology, Shakespeare Bulletin, and Christianity and Literature. He's currently developing online study units on the Inklings and the University of Nottingham's online MA programme. So without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage Dr. Jem Bloomfield. Yeah.
Thanks, Will. Thank you. If I can just share my screen there. There we are. Thanks very much, and indeed thanks to Sean and Will and everyone else at the Tolkien Society for arranging this this seminar. It's been great fun so far, and already, as always happens with conferences, the things that I've been hearing in the previous papers make me want to go back and rewrite and re-edit bits of my own paper. But enough time for that later, perhaps. So my paper is entitled Post-Pop Tolkien. From hippies to priests, from election badges to song cycles, Tolkien's works have had a very varied reception history. And in this paper, I'd like to sketch 4 categories for thinking about that reception history from the 1950s to the early 21st century, where we find ourselves now. I'm going to be talking about them in chronological order, if only because they, I think, are dominant in Tolkien's reception in that sequence. But that's not to suggest that they can't exist at the same time, or that they are not interrelated. Everyone just doesn't decide that they are now in a new phase of Tolkien reception, and we should all change the way we engage with the legendarium. So these categories are literary, cult, pop, and post-pop. And I'm going to be thinking about the ways in which they involve different modes of engagement with Tolkien, different ideas of what Tolkien's works are and are for, and how that leads us up to the present day and current engagements, appropriations, and receptions. Firstly then, what I've titled literary reception. This is a way of reading, discussing, and responding to Tolkien's works and Legendarium, which regards them as novels, as works of literary artistry. And I've chosen a couple of examples here. One is the review by Richard Hughes in The Spectator in 1954, where he describes The Lord of the Rings as something that has scarcely been attempted on this scale since Spenser's Fairy Queen. And that struck me as an interesting example, because obviously it's in a literary paper. It's regarding the works as fictional exercises in creative writing, and it's placing them within the literary canon. Spenser seemed to be a particularly interesting comparison, since he's definitely a classic, and I think possibly even more so a classic for readers in the 1950s than us, where he's I think often regarded as sort of a side road of early modern writing. Pardon me. And he's also a medievalist himself. You know, he's writing fiction about a medievalist world that certainly doesn't exist in his era, even if it did, which is dubious, in previous eras. So there's an attempt here to slot Tolkien into literary history and to find an analogue for him within the canon that also includes Wordsworth and Milton and Chaucer and people like that. Another example of this might be Naomi Mitchison's famous review, where she says it's quite extraordinary. One takes The Lord of the Rings as seriously as one takes Mallory. And again, another attempt to look at this stuff and to find a literary analogue, a way of slotting it into literary history. This might seem a really obvious point, but actually I think a lot of our instinctive engagement with Tolkien in the late 20th century, early 21st century, probably, certainly in my case, thinks about him as a sort of myth maker, as an inventor of speculative worlds, rather than as a Don who wrote a novel. Reframing him as a writer of fiction who, for his contemporaries, was a modern novelist of the mid-20th century, I think can open up some interesting readings of him. One can think of him as someone who engages with early medieval literature, with Norse and Viking material, with Middle English romance, but also as someone, after all, who was writing at the same time as Graham Greene, who, when the Fellowship of the Ring was published, I think was working on The End of the Affair. Evil in War is working on the Sword of Honor trilogy. 5 years after the Fellowship of the Ring comes out, David Lodge's first novel comes out, The Picturegoers, which is also, and you'd have noticed that I'm talking about 3 for their Catholic male novelists, also a novel that wrestles with the intrusions and problems of sort of industrialized and mediatized society in the Catholic mid-century. So that's a way that his contemporaries saw him that I think sometimes we don't always do so. I've noted that the year that Fellowship of the Ring came out, Lucky Jim by Kingsley Amis came out, Iris Murdoch's Under the Net, Nancy Mitford's Madame de Pompadour. So this first mode of engagement sees him as primarily a literary figure. And some of the most interesting scholarship, I think, over the last sort of 10 or so years has engaged with him in this way. I'm thinking particularly of Dimitra Feeney's Fairies to Hobbits, Tolkien, Race and Cultural History, Holly Ordway's Tolkien's Modern Reading, which I will put up my hands to. I haven't read yet. It's only just come out. But the way it's talked about online makes it sound fascinating. The second example of this literary kind of reception that I've chosen is the song cycle by Donald Swann, The Road Goes Ever On. So Swann's more famous for his collaborations with Michael Flanders as part of the songwriting duo Flanders and Swann, when he famously wrote the Ostrich Song, the Hippopotamus Song, Mud, Mud, Glorious Mud, but also wrote things like an opera based on Colin Wilson's The Outsider, an opera based on C.S. Lewis's Perelandra. There's a future product for members of the Tolkien Society staging something like that, staging that The Road Goes Ever On or something. And he also wrote songs about the cuts to the railways by Dr. Beeching, the habit of trippers of leaving litter in country ponds, 1950s interior decor in Design for Living. So all of this, I think, gives us a sense of this period of Tolkien's reception. He's seen as a novelist. His work is serious but accessible, like Donald Swan's music. It's within a classically influenced medium, and it's sort of third program rather than either very, very highbrow or sort of pop. The next category then is cult Tolkien. And I've defined this as reception which associates Tolkien with culture consciously at variance with the dominant or established culture and mores of the time. Hence the Gandalf for President badge, which, as a single image, provocatively interpolates Gandalf into the late 1970s American political system. It imagines how ridiculous it would be for the kind of leadership and the kind of moral authority that Gandalf wields for readers of the books to be placed alongside the machinations of the Chicago machine of the Democratic Party or the disagreements amongst the GOP. It interposes Tolkien against dominant and established culture and says, here's something else. Here's another way of thinking about the world. The reason I've put the other picture of Gandalf there with Frodo next to him is that I'm intrigued by the accent that Frodo has in the Ralph Bakshi 1978 animated version of The Lord of the Rings. It's a bit niche, this one, but I'm just fascinated. He speaks in this sort of half Cockney, half drawl London accent that actually I think picks up this idea of slightly countercultural Tolkien. He talks like someone in Carnaby Street, like David Bailey or one of the Rolling Stones. Oh, Keith. He has this slight air of when London was associated with counterculture, with slightly working class people made good, and that was sort of Britain's cultural reputation for rock and roll and stuff. So after that monstrous over-reading of a casual accent, my second example of cult Tolkien comes from the archives of the Tolkien Society itself. These are pages from Belladonna's broadsheet, an ancestor of Amon Hen, which is very kindly digitized and made available for scholars and readers in the Society's archives. And this very first issue contains a vignette in which the editor imagines Gandalf coming to see the editor in this little sort of nook or apartment they have, and they share a pipe and a glass of ale. And the editor says to Gandalf, "What do you think about Gandalf's garden? What do you think of this garden they've planted for you in London?" And Gandalf goes huff and fulminates and says, "There's something wrong with this garden. They've let wrong influences in." And this refers to an actual place in London, Gandalf's Garden, a sort of shop / commune / hangout. It's a sort of countercultural centre. I've put at the bottom there a quotation from its own publication, Gandalf's Garden. Gandalf's Garden is the magical garden of our inner worlds, overgrowing into the world of manifestation. Gandalf's Garden is soul flow from the pens of creators, mystics, writers, artists, diggers, delvers, and poets, a wellspring of love and anguish that those with searching thirsts may drink thereof. I'm not sure that thereof is grammatical, but it's deeply heartfelt, clearly, at the end of that sentence. And you can see here a new mode of Tolkien engagement, not unlike the Gandalf for President badge, I think. This sense that Tolkien offers a different vision of the world, not simply a piece of well-written creative writing or a literary work that might be related to previous artistic efforts and graded or evaluated. It's worth pointing out that people who reviewed Tolkien's work in the 50s and onwards often didn't like it. Early reviews call it donnish, boring, infantile, pretentious, but they slate it as a book. They slate it as an artistic artifact, a novel. Here we see a move away into thinking about Tolkien's work's value as opening up alternative worlds onto which countercultural or utopian or sort of dreaming values and hopes can be projected, not primarily as books, but as symbols of other alternative worlds. Not everyone is happy with this. As I've pointed out, the issue of Belladonna's broadsheet, Gandalf is imagined taking these people to task and saying, "Oh, we were for liberation and liberality, but not for this sort of psychedelic hodgepodge of Buddhism and Jainism and occultism and psychedelia. And he mentions the other wizard that they're talking about, the man who says that do what thou wilt was never part of any wizard's law, which is of course a quotation from Aleister Crowley. So it pits the two wizards against each other, saying, you know, that Tolkien's sort of fandom in this sense, although obviously this is a bit earlier than we can talk about fandom in the modern sense, but Tolkien's fandom is going down a wrong path. What strikes me as well is that Belladonna's broadsheet, in inventing this conversation between the editor and Gandalf, is doing the same sort of, or the same mode of reception and appropriation as the hippies at Gandalf's garden, because it's imagining Gandalf as a person whom you can sort of play act as. And actually, one of the correspondents of the magazine objected to this and wrote a letter that appears in the next issue saying, less of this playing at being Tolkien. You know, we should be doing literary readings of these texts. But even though Belladonna's broadsheet is worried about this hippie, cultish, in possibly more than one sense, direction that Tolkien reception is going in, it still engages in this kind of get inside Tolkien's world and pretend you can talk to the characters and they can talk back to you. So that's what I've called the cult engagement. The next is pop engagement. And I've chosen a couple of examples here from the films which Will mentioned at the beginning of our session that came to define what I've called pop Tolkien, and certainly brought Tolkien to a much wider audience. I've chosen a couple of examples that are somewhat lighthearted because they provoked very strong reactions, both pro and con, from watchers of the films. So this crucial moment at which Aragorn opens the doors of Helm's Deep, this has provoked a lot of responses. I don't know whether you've come across them. People online have feelings about this moment. They have strong and intricately expressed feelings, and some of the more polite feelings they have include this tweet that I've cited here, describing this as the exact moment a Legolas girl becomes an Aragorn woman. However heartfelt or whatever the emotional truth there is, this strikes me as fascinating because we see Tolkien being interpreted within a very specific framework, the framework of blockbuster action movies and the framework of coming-of-age fictions for young women. Tolkien read as YA, you know, Tolkien read as what would eventually become things like the Hunger Games and whatnot. This light-hearted tweet suggests that for a generation, Tolkien is readable in this moment as the same kind of coming-of-age tale in which one interpolates oneself and one realizes one's emotional development. That's much more familiar from other forms of fiction, specifically the growing popularity of young adult fiction. Legolas shield boarding, this ticked off the fans as well. Some people thought it was rad. Some people thought it was definitely not rad. This is a much more obvious moment, I think, and a moment in which there was a lot of resistance because it seemed so obviously to be taking Tolkien's Middle-earth material and interpolating it into a different frame of reference, a frame of reference that many watchers weren't comfortable with because it placed Tolkien alongside things like the X Games. Very popular in the culture at the time. By useful scholarly useful coincidence, the first year that the X Games held their World Championship series was the year that this film came out. So it's bringing Tolkien into a much more mass media arena and interpreting moments within other forms of entertainment framework. And this is what got some fans very angry, that they said this is a step too far. It's interesting to debate whether actually Aragorn becoming a YA hero or Legolas becoming an X Games contestant is the more significant movement in pop Tolkien. But I think in both these moments we can see the discourses of dominant Anglo-American popular culture being used to process, produce, appropriate, and disseminate Tolkien material, what I'm calling there pop Tolkien. And so after pop Tolkien comes post-pop Tolkien. I've got a couple of examples here, and I first noticed this mode during a conversation with a friend. inevitably, having proposed these categories, post-pop Tolkien is, I think, a bit more nebulous than the others, if only because it's easier to look back at historical literary history or cultural history and say, oh yes, that was the sphere when that happened, that was the time that that happened. And if we're currently in the post-pop Tolkien age, as I'm suggesting, then it's perhaps inevitable we don't find it as easy to say, oh yes, this is definitely what's going on. But there are a couple of kinds of engagement with Tolkien, which in a couple of spheres that strike me as distinct from what we've seen before, and share a kind of ethos, share a kind of approach to Tolkien, which I'm calling post-pop. And they appear in two spheres, Catholic Christianity and modern medieval studies. So as I say, I first noticed this tone, this ethos, this approach in a conversation with a friend who's a priest in rural ministry. And she said to me jokingly that she had to be a bit careful in her rural parish and wandering around the woods which of her clerical vestments she wore. Not because her parishioners disapproved of either dressing too simply or too finely, but she left her clerical cloak with the brooch that fastens at the throat behind in the vicarage. She didn't wear that when wandering around the woods and fields, because she was all too aware of her own tendency, her own risk to slip into imagining herself as a Tolkien character wandering around in a swishy cloak. And she told this story to me as a funny anecdote, but with no sense that it was a betrayal of her vocation, or that it trivialized her place as a priest in the community. She told it as a sort of funny story about two things in her life that were really intertwined: her faith in her ministry and her Tolkien fandom, and that actually you could accidentally spend a bit more focus on one at a moment when you should have focus on the other. It wasn't that they were inimical or hostile to each other; they were just intertwined things, and because they were so intertwined, you could accidentally, trip from one into the other and be going to take a service and actually be imagining yourself as an elf princess somewhere. And of course, there seems to be a common origin there. It seemed to me that her Tolkien fandom and her experience of ministry, their trappings drew on a common source. It's not a coincidence that the cloak worn by an Anglican priest in their parish looks like the cloaks worn by hobbits and elves. It's because they both took their fixed form in medieval England for very different reasons. And a similar impression was made on me by another acquaintance mentioning casually that they used the word Yarendil in their prayers as a title, their private prayers, their private devotions, as a title for Christ. And there on the screen is the opening lines of one of the O antiphons, which uses that word, Yara Arendil, Engla, etc., etc., etc. And I discovered, doing a bit of reading online, that other people use Elbereth as a title of reverence for the Virgin Mary. And again, this struck me as interesting, another intertwining of religious experience and devotion with Tolkien fandom and Tolkien's works. Since it seems undeniable that most people who come across the word Yarendil are coming across it from Tolkien. Very few people are reading the poetry of the Anglo-Saxon poets in the original. Most of us can only sort of hobble through it with a crib and a dictionary in hand. And yet some people seem to be able to use it as it was originally a title for Christ, or an address to Christ, in a devotional context, whilst also being aware of its Tolkien usage, and that those two things did get in the way. They could both use it as an image that illuminated early medieval devotion, and indeed their own spiritual life, whilst being aware that it was for them filtered through Tolkien. Tea with Tolkien in the corner there, a modern Catholic blog with a very contemporary aesthetic, seems to also, I think, balance or keep in dialogue these two forms of experience. The other kind of post-pop I've mentioned here is the modern medieval strand. So again, as was mentioned at the beginning of our session by Will, there's been an explosion of publications over the last 20 years or so, and the history of Middle-earth having been more or less complete by the end of the 20th century, the things that have been published tend to be and I use this with great respect, more minor works. I find them actually in many ways more interesting, but they are perhaps more minor to the grand scale of Tolkien's works. So things like The Fall of Arthur in 2015, Monsters and the Critics, reprinted in 2006, Beowulf and the Select Spell, 2014. The same year saw a republication of his translation of the Pearl Poets' works, The Legend of Sigurd and Gudrun in 2010. And this medieval focus material has, I think, produced a shift in his public profile and also in which the ways in which people engage with it. So the excellent blog A Clerk of Oxford by Eleanor Parker talks about Tolkien's fiction and Tolkien's medievalism in the context of history and poetry and religious devotion in ways that see them as largely coherent, don't see them as sometimes they were discussed in the past as the intriguingly flip sides of an enigmatic personality. How could he possibly both be this great fantasy novelist and this sort of dry and dusty philologist? And my own anecdotal experience of university departments suggests that in circles where medieval literature is either studied from a scholarly point of view or read for fun, people seem more comfortable with the idea that students not only came to medieval work via Tolkien, but that they are parallel and overlapping interests. That it's not something that you introduced you to the work and then you got to the real medieval stuff and you forgot all this silly Tolkien nonsense. They seem to be, like those religious experiences, religious devotions, able to engage with both Tolkien and the things standing behind Tolkien, if you like. And both examples struck me as Tolkien operating in a very long literary and religious tradition, and people being able to engage with him and the tradition he opened up without substituting one for the other. So Tolkien becomes a different kind of engagement with culture in the world than the pop Tolkien, the cult Tolkien, the anti-establishment Tolkien, or the literary Tolkien. So as I said, those can coexist. This is simply the most recent development that I've noticed in the reception, interpretation, and appropriation of his works. It's a bit more nebulous. It's, as you can hear, not totally theorized yet. I think if I had more time and space, we might theorize it in terms of a dialectic between fictional and real worlds that, again, some of the papers have touched on already. Farah Mendelssohn's work opened this up, Rhetorics of Fantasy, in terms of literary study, and I think it would repay thinking about Tolkien in that way. And these forms of engagement are chronological, as I said, but they can exist at the same time. They certainly can exist because we notice them, I think, most sharply when people disagree, when different claims or visions or tones, modes of Tolkien are argued as more authentic, more valuable, more inclusive, more true to the spirit, etc. And as soon as that happens, people start arguing, and so we see their positions more clearly. So it's perhaps at the moments of controversy when these modes are most visible to us. And as I say, they happen at the same time. So Belladonna's broadsheet has Gandalf complaining about hippie wizards at the same time when a letter to the broadsheets complain that they shouldn't put words in the wizard's mouth. Fans object to Legolas looking like a contestant at the X Games at the same time that Aragorn is being made part of the emotional journey of YA readers. Amazon advertises for actors happy to do nude scenes in their Lord of the Rings series at the same time that people are using words from Tolkien's Legendarium in their private devotions. And at the same time, an online seminar is being held on 21st century receptions of Tolkien. So with that, I will thank you for your time and answer any questions.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry. Thank you very much, Jem. A really different way of considering how Tolkien has actually entered our world and how we've developed and changed him into our own ways. But I like the reference as well to what you're saying about these minor works. Actually, they're more interesting at times because when they seem to give this a much grander, holistic picture of where he was coming from and what he was trying to do as well. So thank you very much. Right. Okay. Let's get to a couple of questions. Okay. So first question. Hi, Jem. Great presentation. I'm curious, which is your personal preference of Tolkien engagement? So literary, cult, pop, post-pop, and why?
Excellent question. Thank you. I probably tend towards literary or post-pop by by profession, I'm obviously a literary sort of critic and historian. So I'm as I said, I think some of the most interesting scholarship happening, not to scan other scholars, some of the most interesting scholarship is happening, reframing Tolkien as an author of his own period, engaging with his own culture in his own time, in a way that goes beyond, there was a big war, people were worried about nuclear bombs. That's, there's valuable readings. So I think I probably tend towards that, but I am intrigued by this post-pop engagement, because I think it enables an engagement with Tolkien's work and the things that stand behind it, that doesn't require us to choose one or the other, doesn't require us to use Tolkien as a means into it or as a way out of it, so to speak. Possibly I'm favouring it because it just seems fascinating. It's something I'm trying to grasp and trying to work on academically. But I really like the way in which I say from Tolkien can be discussed in religious communities without it becoming just a metaphor. Isn't Jesus a little bit like X? Like a spoon or a yogurt or a skateboard or Gandalf? That genuinely there is something more there than metaphor. There is actually analogy in the medieval sense, that it can enrich discussions via that. And I think the same is true in medieval work, rather than it being an arc that gets you to the good stuff. There's a continual dialectic where it enriches your reading of Tolkien and it enriches your understanding of the medieval material.
Yeah, super, thank you. And another question, do you think the majority of the pop Tolkien connections and trends are rooted to specific times, i.e. primarily in the 60s/70s, when Tolkien became very big in American culture, and in the early 2000s when the movies came out?
I think so. I mean, the short answer is yes. I reckon you're right. I think those modes are, and you'll whoever asked that question, you're quite right to point out, these are historically contingent things. They develop in dialogue with the culture of the time, and those moments when Tolkien attains a new kind of audience or attains a new sphere, I think we do see a new mode develop. So, I mean, the obvious comparison is someone like C.S. Lewis. At college, I ran into people who were American students who had a very specific notion of C.S. Lewis. Lewis was this very evangelical, sort of aggressively proselytizing guy who said some very specific things about grief and the atonement, and had also written some children's books. This was not my experience as a British person in the sort of 90s and 2000s, who saw Lewis as a fantasy novelist who at some point had done some preaching. And there's been some interesting scholarly work on that actually as well, the way the different Lewises developed. And I think we do have different Tolkiens, particularly in an era, picking up your point about the 60s and 70s, when the cultural spheres are much more separate. You couldn't buy a lot of American fantasy books in Britain in the 60s and 70s. There were specific publishers that were shipping them over. It was expensive. The net book agreement stopped you or held you back from doing that. There wasn't the kind of fluidity there would be today. So I think you're absolutely right there. Yeah, these modes are very much affected by the form of mediation that's going on and the period that happened in.
Excellent, very well put. Thank you. Now, with that, we have actually come to the end of the first part of today's seminar. So, Jem, once again, thank you very much for presenting to us and making us think a little bit more about that post-pop Tolkien within our own lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just before we go on a break, so we will reconvene at half 2. I would like to invite back the chair of the Tolkien Society, Sean Gunner, to say a couple of words. So, Sean, over to you.
Thanks again, Will, and hello again, everyone. So before we head off to breakfast, lunch, dinner, I guess even supper, I just want to let you know that Tolkien Society is a charity that you can join. Founded in 1969, we now have 3,000 members around the world. And without any employees, the members are our key volunteers who run our events, edit our publications, and manage our activities. Our members are our lifeblood who help the society to do its work. In return, members get 6 Amon Hens, or I guess probably Emin Hen, a year, which is our regular newsletter. They get our journal, Malorn, and have access to our entire back catalogue of publications going back to, as Jem said, our very first Belladonna's broadsheet in 1969. Members also get access to our member-only events and a discount for our paid-for events. And of course, members get the opportunity to meet each other. But most importantly, our members support our work with our publications, our activities, our awards, our education bursary and wider education resources, and our Tolkien and the World project, and our ultimate goal to set up a centre to Tolkien. Our members support all of these because they believe in our mission to educate the public in the life and works of J.R.R. Tolkien. You can become a member too. We have postal, online, student and family memberships, and we have members in 65 countries around the world, so we will ship to you. You can join the Society and support our work and receive our publications by going to www.tolkiensociety.org/join. So thank you for your time, and we'll see you in about 23 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, right. We have just got back well, we've just reached 2:30 GMT time. So we are going to hit off with the second section of our seminar today. So with this, we've got another 4 papers before we have another break. Now, we do have the hashtag Tolkien Society seminar that is running alongside this as well. So please do, if you are engaging on Facebook and other forms of social media such as Twitter and Instagram, please do use that hashtag. Share with us your thoughts, what papers you enjoyed best as well. Now, our next speaker has a paper called Peter Jackson's Fantasia, a Modernized Myth. Elise McKenna is a course director in creative writing in the creative writing department at Full Sail University. Her articles appear in How We Became Middle-earth, Lembas Extra, Mythlore, and conference proceedings from the Tolkien Society. As a recipient of local awards and grants, she teaches fantasy and science fiction, story development, and horror fiction. She guest lectures on different aspects of J.R.R. Tolkien, Joseph Campbell, and H.P. Lovecraft, locally and overseas. Having last presented at Co-New Zealand, her upcoming presentation on H.P. Lovecraft in Florida and the Gothic aesthetic in Tolkien's works are scheduled for the end of next year. So without any further ado, I'd like to welcome and introduce Elise. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Can everybody, sorry, Will, can you, everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. I shall share my screen and it should be here. And then, okay. So now let me just start my keynote and we'll go play. All right. Everything's a go. Hopefully everything looks good. Right. The mark of a good storyteller shows through their ability to tell a compelling story and suspend the audience's disbelief, transporting them into another world. On December 19th, 2001, the live film adaptation of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Fellowship of the Ring premiered worldwide and did just that. This would be the first of 3 directed by Peter Jackson. When I purchased my ticket several days later, the queue of people waiting to purchase theirs was long. The box office draw for the film meant that tickets had to be purchased hours in advance and even a day in advance for some showings. In my local theaters, every show sold out that weekend. The cinema in which I experienced Jackson's Fantasia was crowded and intense. People of all ages were eager to experience this epic film. Jackson had revived the world of Middle-earth for a new millennium. Jackson reached into the discovered past of Tolkien's world and drew forth jewels of Tolkien's mythology, rendering the world past relatable. It was Carl Jung's premise that humans share a collective unconscious filled with insubstantial images that rely on objects within the environment to provide substance. These objects define the image from the archetype. Jackson redefined the character archetypes found in Tolkien's story through the medium of film. He proved to be a sub-creator just like Tolkien himself. Jackson took Tolkien's words and the images they created in his mind's eye and crafted a fantasia. Philostratus was first put forth the idea that Fantasia is a more skilled craftsman than Mimesis, and the power of Fantasia, which is higher than that of Mimesis, creates what the eye has never seen, but the mind has conceived. Mimesis, in contrast, will only produce what she has seen. Mimesis is strictly mimicry. It does not create. Jackson shows a conscious decision to make a Fantasia of Tolkien's Fellowship, evidenced by the strategic changes made for the film. These changes, aside from adding dramatic tension, rendered Tolkien's world accessible for an audience that may not have read the book. For many, Jackson took the characters and settings of Middle-earth and expressed a visual representation of what his mind's eye conceived. From reading Tolkien's work early on and desiring to make a film of them, Jackson conceived a mental image of Middle-earth, its peoples, and their struggles. that he transformed from the insubstantial images in his mind to become the substantial object, and in this case, the film that premiered in 2001. While Jackson wanted to stay true to Middle-earth, he also wanted to create an epic film from the very beginning so that newcomers and fans alike would be hooked. Most certainly, he relied on pictures that had been drawn of setting, finding his native New Zealand able to complement the extremes in landscape from the book. Further, he employed Alan Lee, a well-known, respected Tolkien artist. One reason for accuracy in setting, Jackson states, is that by keeping to Tolkien's scenery, he felt that Tolkien fans would forgive the changes he made to the story. The second reason the director gives for not wandering too far from Tolkien is that whenever he did, the fantasia he was creating stopped working, and he found himself going back to the books to write things. Jackson's Fellowship of the Ring opens with this clip. These words with minor changes are actually reallocated from Treebeard and given to Galadriel to set the mood for the audience immediately. Instead of a sad farewell from Treebeard to the elves who are leaving Middle-earth, the words set the epic tone of a deep, rich history and give the audience their first sounds of spoken Elvish. Also, a female voice is heard before any male voice. This is a significant change. Jackson's Fellowship gives agency to females, not just Galadriel, but Arwen as well, as we see later in the film. Both are more than the beautiful elf maidens delineated by the female archetype, mother, maiden, and crone. Of interest is that Jackson also has the elves and dwarves speak their own languages. In the book, Tolkien has characters go off, and it's noted that they converse in their own tongue, but the reader's not privy to the actual words. The earliest place in Tolkien's book is The Shadow of the Past, where we see the Elvish script of the ring, but Gandalf translates that into the common tongue for us. The other is Farewell to Lorien, where Frodo hears Galadriel singing in Elvish as the company departs. Aside from that, there's a few smatterings at the gates of Moria, in A Journey in the Dark, and at the end of many meetings where Arwen sang. In the film, we are immediately immersed into Middle-earth so much more deeply through hearing the language. This had the effect of Veritas as well. One of the more notable changes comes in the portrayal of Arwen. Jackson opted for the daughter of Elrond instead of Tolkien's choice, Glorfindel, to rescue Frodo from the Nine Riders, the Nazgul. Arwen is at once a feminine beauty and a strong character. Her steed is reminiscent of Nahar, the great swift steed of Orome. The white steed has many symbolic references, but the strongest is that of virtue. By using Arwen in place of Glorfindel, Jackson gave a female a much larger role in the story than is previously devised by Tolkien. Again, this was a conscious choice, but a natural one, relying on the different view of people of Middle-earth than Tolkien had. However, this isn't the same, the change isn't the same as coloring a black and white film or placing guns with walkie-talkies. This change is a recognition that the female archetype, who is classically fractured, can be whole. Arwen can be the warrior who defends herself and those under her care without going the route of Atalanta. In other words, remaining chaste until being able to command the power traditionally associated with masculine. Arwen is the great-great-granddaughter of Luthien Tinuviel, told in the Quentis Silmarillion to be the most beautiful she-elf that ever lived and died. But Arwen's ancestry is not what makes her so fascinating in the Jackson film. What creates fascination is the agency that she's given. This shows clearly when she finds Aragorn in the woods. He is hunched over like an old woman, searching the scrub for Athelas to help Frodo's wound heal from the Morgul blade. Arwen stands over him, teasing, "What is this? A ranger caught off his guard?" The humorous flip in stereotypes is almost endearing. She is given further agency when she contradicts Aragorn, saying, "I'm the faster rider, I'll take him," taking control of the situation and yet retaining a romantic relationship. She does not allow Aragorn to take control while she remains subservient, or only as a foil for his animus. She also tells Aragorn, "I do not fear them," hinting at something beneath the surface in Aragorn. Patrick Grant, in his article, Tolkien, an Archetype and Word, claims the Arwen Aragorn as a royal couple are the Jungian complete self, or zizagy, the anima and animus making one by balancing each other. His evaluation is based on the two characters from the book. However, Jackson portrays an understanding that his audience has the 21st century view. Women are strong and capable and fiercely protective. Arwen uses her own shadow self qualities to defeat the Nine Riders. Therefore, she is more than just one side of Jung's anima and animus binary. Jackson shows that Arwen is a warrior and is not simply given into the animus, nor does she need someone to complete her strength. Arwen is a whole self. She is also a liminal figure that can be the image that Jackson has of her. This minor change in the story has major repercussions for the audience viewing the film. This was a good choice, but to use a liminal figure to save Frodo has stronger implications. To begin, it begins to complicate the theme that one cannot succeed alone. Arwen contains more inside than what other elves have. She's not fully elven, she's not fully the race of men. She marries the best of both worlds as she struggles to overcome evil. And this is an advantage. This is her liminality. Whereas for Elrond, the struggle is not his this time, nor is it the elves. The elves still care for Middle-earth, and they are in the twilight of their years. Elrond tells Gandalf, "My people are leaving these shores." They have no more ties to the land, although they're still sad because of its struggle. The elves cannot continue to fight the long defeat that Galadriel claims the fight against Morgoth is. Arwen does not share this vision. Jackson's Arwen can reconcile the need to nurture and the need to destroy, and she's all too aware of her limitations. She finds Frodo and tries to save him, but realizes that she needs the help of Elrond, reinforcing the theme that no one can do it alone. She rides swiftly to Ladris, to her father's house, all the while hunted down by the Nazgul. At the fort of Brunnen, she rears her horse up and issues the challenge, "If you want him, come and claim him." Then she calls upon the most feminine of symbols, the water, to stop the Nazgul from crossing. Arwen's strength comes from the use of the shadow self ability to destroy, where her natural instinct is to preserve. This, strictly speaking, is a departure from Tolkien proper, but it's appropriate for the cinematic treatment, which becomes quite clear in Jackson's theatrical release. In the book, it was Elrond and Gandalf who set the waters raging with the White Crest as horses to stop the Black Riders at the fort of Brunnen. Tolkien had Glorfindel save Frodo and then set him alone on the steed to race to the last homely house. Arwen does all of that and brings Frodo to safety. The archetype mother, maiden, and crone is fused into one complete Arwen. She is the elf maid, rushes in to defend her charge, and wisely understands her limitations. Jackson's other films should stand as a testament that he's a nonconformist, and certainly with Meet the Feebles, he's not worried about being politically correct. His idea to strengthen Arwen was not political correctness, although it was partially driven by the literary formulas used in effective storytelling. Calwedi states, "Adventure stories, more often than not, contain a love interest. The Fellowship falls under this genre and thus this formula." Tolkien's Fellowship gave Jackson the perfect love interest to work with, Arwen and Aragorn. But to Jackson's credit, Arwen is not merely a formulaic love interest. Jackson gives her agency, creating a character, not a mimesis of the book Arwen, who sits at her father's table or sings an elvish tune while standing with Aragorn as a couple. In Jackson's film, she finds Aragorn and the hobbits in the wood, saves Frodo from the Nazgul, and takes him to Rivendell as she evades the Nine. What's special here is the underlying sentiment. Jackson subconsciously echoes Galadriel's words to Frodo, that even the smallest character, paraphrasing, can have a profound effect. Little of Arwen is in the book, but Arwen had a profound effect in the film. She saves the protagonist. Another dramatic departure from the film is Jackson's Galadriel. In the book, Galadriel laughs. She laughs before and after her 2-page speech of the will she, won't she take the ring. In the animated Bakshi film, Galadriel also laughs and twirls around like a little girl. This lightheartedness is actually a disservice. In the book, there seems no real struggle for her. She is not strongly tempted, and the laugh underlies this. It is all pontification in the chapter. However, Jackson's Galadriel speaks solemnly and in a lower register, which surprisingly was stated in the book. But her reaction to being offered the ring is far from lighthearted. She does not laugh, but seemingly comes under a spell as she struggles with the inner desire to wield the ring. Jackson's Galadriel whispers, "You offered it to me freely. I do not deny that my heart greatly desires this." In fact, a close-up of her outstretched hand for the ring sends chills. Then suddenly she transforms into a great and terrible sea witch. The same otherworldly green shades her body, and her clothing becomes smooth, glowing armor as her hair and shreds of material like seaweed undulate about her arms. Her voice becomes hard, distorted, and manifold. In place of a dark lord, you would have a queen, not dark, but beautiful and terrible as the dawn, treacherous as the sea, stronger than the foundations of the earth. All shall love me in despair. The antithesis of the feminine symbol of water, meant to nurture and heal, is shown transformed and violent. Once again, Jackson draws reference from the Silmarillion and the Maya Ossi, known for his delight in the violence of waters, who was also seduced by Melkor, but later repented and remained true to Omo. These parallels and images enhance the struggle of Galadriel for the viewer, driving home the fact that the ring will corrupt anyone who uses its power, turning good to evil. Galadriel truly faces the shadow self and becomes it for several terrifying moments and defeats it, as is the case in the original. This is one instance where Jackson kept true to Tolkien, so naturally it mimics the Jungian influences along the lines of the Christian view of the shadow. However, Galadriel defeats her shadow self, stating that she's passed the test. From a pagan standpoint, this struggle with the shadow self, Galadriel acknowledges that due to overcoming the shadow self, she'll now diminish and go into the west and remain Galadriel. But Jung tells us the shadow self is a necessary part of the whole. Where Arwen engages and incorporates it, Galadriel refuses and defeats it. And Jackson shows us the two sides of the same coin. Galadriel had kept her secret desire to possess the ring and thus gave her shadow self strength so that a final conflict had to take place. When Frodo offers her the ring, Galadriel must struggle with the force of her desire. But to destroy the shadow self is the ultimate destruction of the whole self. Through Galadriel stating, "I will now diminish and go the way of the setting sun," west, we can see that although she remains Galadriel, her power has diminished, and she can no longer remain the sorceress of Lothlorien any further. She's not in balance because she's destroyed the shadow self. Had she become the darker self, the shadow self that wished to rule and be desired, but she overcame the self and destroyed it, since it could not be incorporated. This destruction further makes it impossible for her to continue to exist as she has in Middle-earth for 3 ages. Jackson was aware that characters must struggle, and the more they struggle, the more invested in them the audience becomes. In this pivotal scene, not only do we experience Galadriel's struggle, we also begin to realize and feel the weight that Frodo carries around his neck. Jackson's main character, Frodo, is a synthesis of Tolkien's words and the director's vision, a character unto himself and quite apart from either. Frodo answers the call to adventure twice, once when it's clear the ring cannot stay in the Shire, and again at Elrond's council. Jackson's Frodo takes it upon himself the quest while not knowing how to complete it, but he's not the typical reluctant hero. He desires to live safely in his hobbit hole, but the pull to rid the world of evil is greater than one hobbit's desire. Also, he's 33 in the film. The other hobbits are his drinking buddies. The book actually sets him around 50. In Chapter 2, Shadows of the Past, Frodo has waited 9 years for Gandalf's return. It is in the bright daylight of the kitchen table where the reader learns about the ring and much of the hidden past. While Gandalf waited for the light of day to discuss these dark tidings, Jackson strategically takes the viewer into the dark to tell the scary story. The elicited reaction of Frodo to wish Bilbo had killed Gollum when he'd had the chance is the same as the viewers as we watch the Fellowship stalked by Gollum. It is here that Frodo says, "I wish the ring had never come to me," indicating his desire to be ridden of the burden. Jackson has this interchange with Gandalf and Frodo happen after they've been through a lot. Frodo has a reason for his emotion, as he has already had near deadly misses along the journey. Gandalf's lesson about dealing in death and judgment also carries more weight while they're waiting for enlightenment as to which direction will lead them out of the mines of Moria. What a wonderful thing to be a part of. These changes improve the dramatic tension. Through Frodo, the audience feels brave, suffers pain, misfortune, and self-doubt. However, it's with the protective figure, often that of an old man, Gandalf in this case, that Frodo can feel confident. This figure supplies the advice that the hero will require. In the extended version of Jackson's film, as the Fellowship leaves Imladris, Frodo whispers, "Mordor, Gandalf, is it left or right?" To which Gandalf replies, "Left." It is not until Gandalf allows the ring bearer to decide the fate of the Fellowship that they go under the mountain of Caradhras and into the mines of Moria, to Gandalf's doom. In the book, Aragorn warns Gandalf of his impending doom, but that actually blurs the role of the two characters. Jackson, on the other hand, has Gandalf fear the mines because of the rumors of the creature that the dwarves awoke in their digging. This helps keep Gandalf as the wise man and acknowledged leader of the Fellowship. Like Jackson's other characters, Gandalf is equal parts Tolkien's and the director's cinematic sensibilities. In a world where we are increasingly distancing ourselves from each other via the internet, the need to reach out from the self and connect with others, the basic realization of our existence, has suffered. Jackson's film shows that one person cannot survive alone. Jackson kept the spirit of Tolkien and enacts a battle between Gandalf and a Balrog. Both characters are Maiar, but they serve with different intents. Where Gandalf helps, the Balrog destroys. They engage in an archetypal battle from which neither is immediately victorious. Both Balrog and Wizard fall after the sundering of the bridge. Jackson gives us the image of Gandalf falling with his arms spread out and feet together, reminiscent of Christ on the cross. This metaphor can go further, which I won't do here. Gandalf is not the redemptive Christ figure, but he is a willing sacrifice. Unfortunately, he did not watch as the Balrog fell. He turned his back to it. This crucial mistake cost Gandalf his life, but he did not want it to cost the others as well. Thus, he let go of the cliff. He sacrificed himself because the others would not have left, and Gandalf knew the ring needed to get safely through Moria, and that was the ultimate goal. If there had been hope of rescue, then the company would have stayed at great risk to save Gandalf. The wise decision was to erase the hope, which he did by letting go. Jackson claims to have used Tolkien himself in the portrayal of Gandalf, but Jackson's Gandalf is more human than supernatural being, a greater distinction in a world of supernatural beings. Where in the original, Gandalf, laughing at his own folly, seeking a deeper meaning where none exists, solves what is now considered the riddle, rather than an entreaty or welcome, Jackson has Frodo answer the riddle of Durin's Gate. The riddles are a hobbit specialty. Gandalf's failure to open the gate through his immense experience and knowledge gives him a humanness with which we can identify. This is Jackson's greatest strength, to make remote characters familiar. Although Peter Jackson indicated a worry that his films would disappoint the avid Tolkien reader, he was true to the essence of the story that Tolkien wrote. He reinforced the creations that Tolkien painted in my mind several decades ago, transporting me into the incredible realm of Middle-earth. However, there are some whose first instinct upon hearing that Jackson changed Tolkien's story is to assume that these changes were made simply to suit a politically correct atmosphere, but they're building on a false premise. Jackson is not Tolkien. Jackson wasn't mimicking, he was creating. Jackson's film version of J.R. Tolkien's Fellowship of the Ring is a fantasia, but it cannot help but be both part and not part of the original. He created something that combines the best examples of Tolkien and then added or changed certain scenes to encompass the image in his mind's eye. By doing this, Jackson has updated the characters for a new millennium, rendering them relevant and accessible today. In the words of Galadriel, history became legend, legend became myth, and Jackson reimagined that myth, legitimizing the story for a new generation of moviegoers. Thank you.
Okay, super. Thank you very much, Elise. It's great to kind of think about that in relation to kind of the Jungian archetypes, because I know that there's been the individuated Hobbit, I think, was a study of the book and Tolkien's connection to Jung, but then to kind of apply that to the films and to kind of have that contrast just helps to identify those differences. So thank you very much. Okay, so on to a few questions. So our first one, I think that it's really important to remember that the writing isn't solely down to Jackson, but also his co-writers Fran Walsh and Philippa Boyens. Do you think that having women writers helped the writing of more developed roles for Arwen and others?
I would absolutely 100% agree with that. I did not have that in the paper you're right. I was sort of taking it strictly like, well, Jackson's film, so Jackson did this, but that is obviously to ignore the fact that he did have female companions who were writing as well. So yeah, I think that was it. You can't help but write something that is you. And it's one of the reasons that I looked at the Lord of the Rings the way I do, because I'm female. So I can see when things are being pointed out or when things are being marginalized, like any group can. So yeah, I would say that was probably reasonably strong. After listening to Extended and the author talking over the films, extended versions, I didn't hear anything where he was all like, oh, thanks Philippa for doing that one, or thanks so for telling me that stuff. They just had a conversation amongst themselves. Yeah, we changed this, yeah, we changed that. So they were all part of that. It wasn't delineated.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Second one, so we've got one or two big questions as well, so let's get into these. So hi Elise, great presentation. Do you feel that Arwen's usage in the later two films reduces her agency in the trilogy overall? Or does her, and relatedly Galadriel's, development in the first film reach its climax then, and is then appropriately reduced in the later films?
Wow, that is a huge question. Where of course the focus of the paper was just on the Fellowship. So now I'm reaching back into watching the other films and the extended versions. I wonder if I felt that because the first film identified them as something important to it, that gave the female first at all agency inside there, that once we got into the other films, let's say the Two Towers, and of course Return of the King, then we get Éowyn coming in as a very strong character, and so the other roles are sort of pushed back a little bit, I think, because that character is obviously a natural one. She still has to pretend to be a man in a man's world, where I don't see Galadriel doing that in Jackson's film, and I don't see Arwen doing that. Obviously that's keeping to what Tolkien did. She had to put on the Durn helm and she became that character, but Jackson didn't change that. So he didn't just give her agency because she's female. She already had it in Tolkien's work, and so I think that kind of pushed Arwen and Galadriel back a little bit, because in the end she's going to be the foil to kill the Witch King. Yeah, that's a good question. I think I'd look further into that before giving too much more of an answer, but I hope that addresses it.
Like you've kind of identified as well, your scope was the Fellowship of the Ring. As well, it's 25-minute talk. If you want to include all three.
I'd talk about all of it for an hour if you'd let me.
Future seminars. Okay, next question. Right, I need to scroll down. Okay, thanks, Elise. You mentioned that in the book, it is Gandalf and not Frodo who solves the Moria Gate riddle. However, Gandalf solves this only by listening to Merry, as he himself admits. So is it not still hobbits who solve riddles in the dark?
Ooh, look at you catching me up on that one. I was just looking at it strictly that Gandalf discovered. You're right though. That still brings the Hobbit in. I think with Jackson's film, what it did is it brought Frodo into the forefront, because Frodo had to say, Gandalf, what's the Elvish word for friend? And so that really put him in the forefront, where Gandalf had already tried everything and just sat down and was like, oof. But you're right in the book. You're right, because he does mention that. I wonder if that's where Jackson might have pulled in and said, well, it doesn't work for Merry, let's give it to Frodo. That's a good thought. Thanks for bringing that up.
There we go. And then one final question as well. You use the term sea witch in describing Galadriel. What connection do you see in Galadriel to the sea, and how does that connect to female agency?
Ooh, nice. Well, looking at female symbols, water is a big one. And I mean, even when ships are the water, they have a female mast in front of the water because the water is female, the ship is supposed to be female, and they would have the ship be fought instead of the waves killing the men on board. So they were putting female against female kind of deal to kind of distract. So I saw it as, although she has her basin, and so that's the mirror of Galadriel, and she brings water into it immediately. Even in the Bakshi film, she's got that vat. That vat goes back to me with Telperion and Laurelin and the dripping waters that come down from it as light. And it's one of those things that I think Tolkien does, where it's not just the creation of the world, but it's creation through sound. It's not just light, but it's light through water. So these mixing amalgams of symbols, I suppose, being symbolic, to me, reminded me back of that being a feminine thing. So her being the sea witch, I thought was perfect because that would be the easiest thing to whip up. Not considered female. Water is. That's the biggest. Fire is not considered female. Earth is, and so is water as symbols. And so water does whip up into a rage. And when you look at the images and what I saw Jackson do, and to me, it just looked to me like she was some sort of sea witch out of like the Franzetti picture. I've got a picture of the sea witch who's doing this thing and the waves are up around her, and just that image caught to me. But I would say that with Galadriel, it's not, because obviously she's the Lady of Lothlorien, she's of forest, she's of trees. But that feminine symbol is still there. She still has that water, she still has that vat, and it's reaching back into a more archaic past with that, I think. I hope I didn't just talk around, but I hope I answered your question.
It's a meaty question. So yeah, thank you.
Good question, thank you.
Well, Elise, thank you very much for coming and talking to us about Jung and agency within Jackson's adaptation of Fellowship of the Ring. Thank you very much. Okay, right. So moving on to our next paper. The next one is entitled "Thrice Welcome: How the Hobbit Teaches Hospitality." I'd like to introduce Catherine Olson and Lorraine Schwenk, who are the co-hosts of A Sacred Fellowship, a weekly chapter-by-chapter exploration of the works of Tolkien as sacred texts. While each comes from a different background, the newcomer is Episcopalian and the lifelong fan is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They approach the books through universal philosophies to make the study a universal experience. So, Catherine and Lorraine, over to you.
Are we up? I don't see
Lorraine?
us yet. Okay, it's actually Lorianne.
Apologies, sorry, Lorianne.
I thought in the Tolkien Society my name would be the easiest.
That's okay. I've only been recorded. I'm so sorry. Is Catherine joining? Are you
Yes.
delivering?
Okay, so Catherine is screen sharing. Is it possible to have two speakers?
It should be possible.
Okay. Well, I see her screen. I don't see me yet.
We can see you.
Okay. All right. Well, Catherine, shall I begin?
Yes. Over to you.
All right. Thank you. An unexpected community. During difficult times, it is often the practice of individuals to seek out new ways of making connections and building communities. One such community formed during this ongoing pandemic, led by Catherine and myself, Lorianne. Inspired by the studies and discussions led by Vanessa Zoltan and Casper ter Kuile, the hosts of the Harry Potter and the Sacred Text podcast, this community was formed with the intent to imply a similar practice to the works of J.R.R. Tolkien's world of Middle-earth. One of the most fundamental tools in reading a work as a sacred text is to study each chapter through a different theme. For chapter 1 of The Hobbit, An Unexpected Party, we used the lens of hospitality. It quickly became evident that while each chapter covered a new theme, this initial focus serves throughout the book. This paper will further expound on that premise while analyzing ways in which that same trait can be used for community building in the wider world. By way of introducing ourselves and our method, we would like to share 2 thoughts on what we call the hospitable practice of sacred reading, which helps us to feel at home in the story as we look beyond authorial intent or context to personal connections to the text. We can identify with Bilbo's despair in the gathering of the clouds, while Gollum's grief at losing his precious helps us to examine where our treasure really lies. We can be hospitable to our myriad selves as we see them mirrored in the characters and offer hospitality to growth and changes that we need to make. Second,
Lorian, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Sorry, Catherine, if you're sharing your screen, could you go on SlideShare and just click on SlideShare and then share your entire PowerPoint. Sorry. If you go on SlideShare. Slideshow, sorry, and then from present slide. Yep. From current slide, just on the left. Yep. Apologies, sorry.
Okay. Continuing, a second act of hospitality via sacred reading is that it does not require the reader to start with any familiarity with the text to study it in community. Lorianne is the beginner and Catherine is the experienced Tolkien reader. Studying one specific theme per chapter and pairing the text with the sacred practice offer a common ground for us, as well as those who listen to our podcast. These instruments ensure that anyone at any stage of reading may participate and contribute. New and longtime readers alike can build community while sharing reflections on the text, and sharing understanding allows bonds of friendship to be tightened. This kind of hospitality also comes from sacred reading when we raise up and listen to voices that are not always heard. We can hear the women, the diverse, or the queer characters who are not necessarily depicted. Catherine, are you there? Is Catherine muted?
It keeps unmuting me. I'm not sure why.
All right, there you are.
I have done nothing. I apologize. Diving deeper into the text itself, reading The Hobbit is an experience of hospitality. It was originally written for children, and many children entered Tolkien's world via this work. Short chapters, frequent addresses to the reader by the narrator, and of course the concurrences of catastrophic events make it a pleasant read. One is never scared too long. By the end of each chapter, the right path or door is found, eagles appear, or the Battle of the Five Armies is summarized in the text to explain what happened while Bilbo was unconscious. Certainly, for Lorianne as a new reader, the first reading is all that was needed to make her feel at home. Catherine heard about Gandalf and Thorin first as bedtime stories in childhood, and as an adult can see that, as Neil Gaiman says, fairy tales are more than true because they tell us that dragons can be beaten. For all the perils and travails of Bilbo Baggins, his saga teaches all readers that the most ordinary person can overcome extraordinary obstacles, and people of all ages can derive inspiration from that. And I mean it. Let us first consider examples of good guest-host relations in the text. Right away in the opening pages, we learn that a hobbit hole is a comfortable, not dirty or nasty. While to the bee hospital demands a generous and cordial welcome, it is incumbent upon both guest and host to create a pleasant or sustaining environment. All of these things are in Bilbo's home and in Bilbo's first words in the book, "Good morning." Later, he invites Gandalf to tea, and while they may mean it to be a polite dismissal, he ends up offering perfect hospitality to Gandalf and 12 dwarves. His larder is stocked, he has a variety of fermented and other beverages, and he apparently has plenty of chairs and space. Of course, he is welcoming to all, not just hobbits and specific family members. A wizard and a dozen dwarves are not turned away. While Bilbo is rattled and surprised by this unexpected party, he does rise to the occasion. By the end of his adventure, Bilbo tells all the dwarves, "If ever you are passing my way, don't wait to knock. Tea is at 4, but any of you are welcome at any time." This instance shows his deepened sense of graciousness towards visitors after his journeys, and it shows that he is a true member of the company. At Bag End, the dwarves in turn mirror his hospitality by being good guests. Order is restored without a single blunted knife or chipped plate. Traveling items are left by the door, and the dwarves contribute music and storytelling to the evening's activities. Throughout the book, they are forgiving of his missteps, showing hospitality to the burgeoning burglar. They might not have liked riding the river in closed barrels, yet they thank Bilbo because they are all still alive and free. Lastly, 2 of the company take him up on his invitation to come to see him in the Shire. The dwarves play the complimentary part of hospitality by being both good guests both before and after their adventures. A subsequent stage of the journey to the Lonely Mountain is at Rivendell, in the House of Elrond. Their host is noble and fair, but Tolkien takes time to note the perfection of the house, whether you liked food, or sleep, or work, or storytelling, or singing, or just sitting and thinking best, or a pleasant mixture of them all. Elrond does not reap benefits by welcoming the dwarves in, but they depart with clothes and bruises mended, and while their bags are filled with provisions, their plans are enhanced by the knowledge and wisdom imparted by the Lord of the last homely house.
As Thorin and company reach Queer Lodgings, we find an echo of the unexpected party when Bilbo, Gandalf, and the dwarves impose on the hospitality of Beorn. The skin changer, who is not expecting any guest, much less a mixed company of 14, is imposing and imperious. Gandalf has already prepped the party by describing Beorn as a very great person and warned them that they must all be polite when they meet him. One wonders if Gandalf gave the dwarves any such preparation before the gathering at Bag End. Even with Gandalf's staggered introductions, Beorn is unsettled and surprised. Similar to Bilbo, Beorn ends up responding with hospitality beyond the wildest hopes of the travelers. The group are fed, given rest, and outfitted for the next stage of their travels. What is most fascinating is that Gandalf appeals to Beorn's hospitality with humility, not springing everyone on him at once, and beginning the parade of dwarves with Thorin's good manners. By the time Bombur arrives, Beorn is both interested in their tales and delighted to host them. Such magic is not the sole provenance of wizards. In a chapter entitled A Warm Welcome, we come to see a contrast in good hospitality, tempered by self-serving motives. The master of Laketown hesitates to welcome the dwarves because of his fraternization with the elves, but Thorin has scarcely announced his return when the people remember the old allegiances and the matter was settled without the master. Amid the excitement, the dwarves and their hobbit are doctored and fed and housed and pampered. The songs concerning riches and prosperity are sung with gusto, but Tolkien recounts that new songs speak of the coming victory of Thorin over Smaug and the benefits to come. The people of Laketown seem to make the company so warmly welcomed because they hope for a return to the mutually beneficial state of things that existed before the coming of the fire drake known as Smaug. It is certainly a form of geniality that the dwarves are expected to remember once they have reclaimed their mountain home, and the betrayal of that by Thorin is grounds for the conflict that ensues.
Take him away and keep him safe. While the miserable lake men create a pleasant environment with questionable motives, the elven king of Mirkwood is the first example of an adversary who treats his guests well. We are told that if the elves have a fault, it is a distrust of strangers, and this explains why the company of Thorin are never quite able to reach the feast they see in the forest. But their king sees the starving dwarves' desperation as a blatant attack. Thorin is well fed in the captivity, but there comes a time when he got over his thankfulness for bread and meat and water. Bilbo, who is never detected as a guest of or an intruder, is promised to be honored and thrice welcome after he barters the Arkenstone to sue for peace and serves the interests of the elves. It is when Bilbo repays him for the unwitting hospitality he enjoyed during the dwarves' captivity that Thranduil names him elf friend. There is a friendship forged in this example that carries on to Bilbo's heir, but it is hard won. A turning point into his career. The events so far illustrate admirable behaviors on a limited scope. There are other examples in which there are malevolent hosts with malicious intentions. The Great Goblin is the most obvious figure to fill this role. In spite of Thorin attempting to show him more courtesy than he did to Bilbo Baggins, he and his company are treated as thieves, murderers, and friends of elves. Thorin even refers to the Misty Mountains, in which they are now prisoners, as hospitable in an attempt to establish a rapport between the rightful heir to the kingdom under the Lonely Mountain and this deadly foe who is another leader. That it quickly devolves into chaos and a fight for survival cannot be entirely blamed on the dwarf, because the aggression of the other party was on the part of a bloodthirsty murderer. Next, we are introduced to an insidious yet less obvious villain. In Riddles in the Dark, Bilbo meets Gollum in his underground home, and the course of Arda's history is set along a specific path. This does not seem to be the case, of course. Tolkien informs the readers that it was a turning point in Bilbo's career, but he did not know it, and tells Frodo in The Lord of the Rings that Bilbo was meant to find the ring and not by its maker. The turning point creates a fateful strife between the Baggins of Bag End and a previous ring bearer, but also ensures that it passes into the hands of those who would not wish to possess it or use it for the gaining of power. Tolkien identifies Gollum as quite alien to a hobbit. He is a small, slimy creature. I don't know where he came from, nor who he or what he was. Tolkien says in The Hobbit, though Gandalf identifies him as hobbit-kind in the Fellowship of the Ring and postulates that his people were akin to the fathers of the Stores. This sort of encyclopedic knowledge is not readily available to a nervous Baggins who has stumbled upon his fate without knowing it. It is a divinely appointed that it is not another member of the company who comes into contact with Gollum, and this truth is most plainly evident in the things they share. There is an unexpected and completely unintentional social contract between Gollum and his guest because of their distantly shared heritage. The slimy creature's likeness to hobbit folk is not evident in the social mores that are on display in this chapter. Gollum's opening address identifies Burglar Baggins as a choice feast, a tasty morsel. And while Bilbo has previously shown himself to be both an accommodating host and a grateful guest, he cannot be faulted for unsheathing his elvish blade to ward off his apparent adversary. It is Gollum himself who proposes the game that forms their common ground, since he recalls playing with other funny creatures sitting in their holes. He is anxious to appear friendly at any rate for the moment. This is soon belied when his clues prey on Bilbo's discomfort in the depths of the mountains and vulnerability in the dark, while relishing how nervous Bilbo is upon hearing the riddle that alludes to devouring and destruction. It is then with an act of unlikely grace and pity that Bilbo replies with riddles that remind Gollum of things from the life before the cave or his youth before the ring. He twice speaks of nourishment in the face of Smeagol's emaciation, and speaks into the gloom of Gollum's cave, a puzzle about flowers turning to the sunlight. It is perhaps an effort to appeal to the less alien side of his predator, but it also reminds this rapacious creature of a wholesome life.
I would take back my words and deeds. In both scenarios within the caverns and tunnels of the Misty Mountains, there is a catastrophic imbalance between guest and host. The enmity with the Great Goblin leads inexorably to bloodshed because the goblin's acts and attitudes make a pleasant and sustaining environment impossible. In a similar fashion, Bilbo and Gollum will never be able to coexist peacefully, and the corrupting influence of the ring can be identified as the culprit. Gollum's relationship to the One Ring transforms him into a predatory and suspicious creature, whereas Bilbo uses Gollum's precious to deceive and evade him because the Ring of Power has begun to ensnare him. With such clear-cut examples of constructive and destructive hospitality, the murkiest waters are where there is wrongdoing, but also restitution. Because of the wine and bread he pilfers while undetected in the halls of the Elven King, Bilbo gives Thranduil a necklace of silver and pearls from the treasure of the Lonely Mountain. It is then that the king, who admired him for his cunning, calls him elf friend and blessed. A thornier path to reconciliation is between Bilbo and Thorin. While the dwarves are bewitched by the hoards of treasure, Bilbo is a virtual prisoner, the 13th member of a party of 12, behind the barricade formed against elves and men. His desperate claiming of the Arkenstone is an act of service to a leader who has turned on his guest, while it is also a betrayal of his host's trust. It is Bilbo's most benevolent act of burglary, but Thorin finds it impossible to forgive. It is upon his deathbed, when he has come to himself once more, that Thorin tells Bilbo, the child of the kindly West, that there is some courage and some wisdom blended in measure. The message of the Hobbit is summarized in the assertion that if more of us valued food and cheer and song above hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world. Thorin departs his life in admiration for what he sees in burglar Baggins' values, and it is worth considering the influence of those things on Bilbo. Throughout The Hobbit, there is frequent mention of the struggle between Bilbo's Took and Baggins' sides. Within that trope of the hero's journey, the protagonist must go into the unknown in order to birth the hero within. And at the start of the story, his Tookishness is a relatively unexplored territory. He copes with the discomfort of yielding to his more adventurous impulses by imagining himself back in his nice hole by the fire with the kettle just beginning to sing. His Baggins nature offers comfort to the more inexperienced Took within. It is for this reason that Bilbo the Magnificent can be identified as someone who values those things that make a merrier world. And this is a form of self-caring hospitality in which he can make space for his inner Took. In conclusion, Tolkien has made a hospitable world in The Hobbit where all readers are welcome. Many, of course, stay and go deep into all the dimensions of Middle-earth that Tolkien wanted to share. This small gift, The Hobbit, can show people at any age that hospitality is a worthy gift in any situation. Welcome the stranger and kinship forms. Be gracious to a foe and an alliance may be born. Be curious and listen to people with more attention to their stories than your judgment of them. If the larders of our souls are well stocked with these, the world will be merrier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. It's interesting kind of putting each of the encounters in those different areas next to each other and kind of considering how they are different and similar and how that kind of reflects culture as well. So thank you. Okay, so on to the questions. If I just open up, there we go. Okay, so one of the questions asks, do you think this theme of hospitality is mainly influenced by Old English mead hall culture or by Tolkien's own Christian hospitality? Beorn's house was likely mirrored on Heorot in Beowulf, for example, where the Lord welcomes his retainers and provides for them.
Florian, would you like to take this, or shall I start? I have a response on both. I think that there are certainly elements of that allusion to Beowulf in the idea that Bilbo and a number of the other hosts in this text are akin to Hrothgar. I apologize for that. It's very early here in the United States. But I feel as though Thorin is the one who is most expected to have the kind of hospitality that mirrors or is based on the mead hall cultural aspect of it. As for the Christian perspective, I believe that it does have some validity in considering that Christ in the New Testament expects us to welcome in the stranger, who is expecting us to clothe the naked and feed the hungry and that sort of thing, as it's mentioned in Matthew 25.
Super, thank you. And another question asks, what, and this was something I thought myself as well, was what connections or differences do you see between Bilbo's hospitality in The Hobbit and that we're presented with in The Lord of the Rings?
I think that's a vast topic that would certainly be beyond our time limits. But you see for example, Bilbo's party then at the beginning of Lord of the Rings, where he, I'll get it wrong and Catherine will correct me, but I like half of you, not nearly enough and not, so he's a grander host and a more welcoming host there. We are applying that theme to every first chapter, so viewing it as all 6 books, seeing hospitality as that first theme is very interesting. And I'm especially struck by the very start of course, the Two Towers, seeing hospitality in Aragorn as he struggles to decide whether to try to find Frodo or try to follow Merry and Pippin when they've been absconded. So he is trying still to be the host and leader of this fellowship, which has just fallen apart. So it is there in a grander theme, and I think it still runs through.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Right. I'd like to thank you both for your paper and what you've brought for us today as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, before we move on to our next paper, I would like to welcome back the chair of the Tolkien Society, Mr. Sean Gunner, to say a few words for us. Sean, over to you.
Thank you, Will. Hello again, everybody. I think you probably know where this is going. I just wanted to say a big thank you to you all who have joined or made a donation, of which there's several dozen of you so far. This event is streaming live on YouTube as well as on Zoom and is freely available. We are doing this because we want to continue to connect the Tolkien community during these difficult times. But it wasn't free for the Society to host this event, and we have borne extra costs during the coronavirus pandemic that has also hindered our work. So if you want to give us a token of your appreciation of this seminar, or you want to support our other work, including future seminars, please do visit tolkiensociety.org/donate. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Sean. Okay, now on to our next speaker. So the next paper is titled The Use of Storytelling Through J.R.R. Tolkien's Works in the Fantasy Genre for Young Learners. I'd like to introduce Priscilla Martinet, who is an English teacher at Universidade Federal de Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, who holds an MA in Inclusive Education, Postgraduation, and specializes in English Studies. She has been teaching and researching English as a second language for young learners, teenagers, and adults. Her research is focused on storytelling in fantasy genres, mainly J.R.R. Tolkien's novel, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and the short story, Leaf by Niggle. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce Priscilla. So over to you.
Hello, could you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you so much. So I'm facing a little bit problem here, but I'm gonna solve in a few minutes. So I'm from Brazil. I teach English, as you said. So here today to talk a little bit how I introduce some short stories and also the Lord of the Ring for my students in a private school here in Rio de Janeiro. And I would like to say that it has been a real pleasure to be here to learn a lot with other people. I think that my presentation would be a little bit different because I'm trying to introduce the idea of teaching students and children to be more interactive with literature, and that is how we are doing here in this project at the University of Federal in Rio de Janeiro. So another thing is that this is a project from a private school, so we tended to put this on the public as well, but at the moment we are dealing with the pandemic, and that's why we are doing all virtually. So I ask you just to hold on 1 minute that I will change it and put it my presentation. Okay, just 1 minute. Deixa eu ver aqui.
Priscilla, are you okay? Do you need some help at all? Priscilla?
Hello, sorry again.
Hello?
Now you can see me?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Over to
Oh,
you.
perfect. Sorry. So, can you see my slides as well?
We can indeed. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So this is project is used the storytelling was a project that we designed for teaching young learners, and the moment that we designed this project we was used to work with different authors, so it all the same the traditional ones offered to the schools, and we try to bring it up something totally different from the reality here in Brazil. Of course they know who was talking, but they never worked with the short stories, and that was the purpose that we select two parts of different writings from Tolkien. So the first one we decided to use the Lord of the Rings, the Three Birds, and the other one was the totally different was the Leaf by Neagles, and we could see that introducing them these realities totally different could cope them to understand and goes through the fantasy genre. So the group was these projects started to as a game-based learning projects, as you can see, last year in the second semester when we brought to a seventh grade in a private school here in Rio de Janeiro with a group of students, and it was about 20 students, and these students are two of them are special needs. That's why we trying to interact with them. The idea to use literature with language, it was because the all the material that we used with the Lord of the Rings and also the Live by Neagles bring it to the class the idea of dance and many vocabularies that could bring them, and also provide them more world knowledge about the story, and bring them the idea of creativity and curiosity. The first part of the project would be at school, but we faced this problem as everybody else with the pandemic, and we decided to do it in a virtual meeting like Zoom, Google Classroom, and this took all parts as in the lockdown. The idea about the storytelling, it was that we would brought to them parts of the chapter of the two towers, and select some parts that would use the idea of nature, the idea of elements of nature itself, for them to understand and bring it up their ideas about the structure of the stories. And after that, they will create, they use the creative work that did. We would like to use it in a game virtually. So that's why we introduce the use of a game, the Minecraft. They have been working with Minecraft for 2 years, so they are very what's flexible to bring it up an idea from the book to a virtual reality. And the part of these, we do not put it as in a different perspective about assessment. So what we would not give them like tests or exams, we would access them by the production of their creative writing. That was the purpose of this project. And why teaching talking? Because we want to engage them throughout the fantasy genre. So the other authors that we trying to use here in this school was totally different from the others, because it was a traditional ones, and all the same thing, the same content. We want to bring it to them ideas that would give the structure of the the imaginative, so they could use their creativity, their curiosity. And what we have to do, some of them didn't know about talking and about the things that would be these stories. So we have to introduce them by the things that we have on the internet, and also look it up from forums that would bring these ideas. And the purpose of this project come out because of the people that was discussing in the social media how to introduce talking to young learners or to young children. That was the purpose that I was reading a lot, and it was like a bubbling. How could it be? Because it's a book about uh, not for young learners, but it is about adults, young adults, and that with full of figures and full of things that you really have for them. So but we trying to readapt the test, and with this readaptation we create the idea to thinking about the how do you could you work with this test with it, with the idea that we would brought to it. So we use it because it was good about to enhance their vocabulary. So it would be better for them to use it and to challenge them every day. Every week we send them some information about vocabulary. They search for it, so it gets bigger and bigger, and their curiosity, and also us. So we exchanged a lot with our student, and this was something that we introduced into our curriculum. So we introduced
Priscilla, can you? Oh. Okay. Oh, that isn't.
Hi all, it looks like we've had a little bit of a technical challenge there. Priscilla has her connection must have fallen, so she's actually no longer in the Zoom meeting. We're seeing if we can try to reach out to her. So just bear with us a second while we try and resolve that. Thanks, guys. In the meantime, you know, you could always visit the donate page on the Tolkien Society website whilst we're just waiting around for a moment.
And remember as well, we have multiple membership options as well. So if you're not yet a member of this society and you're interested, then pop along to the link at the bottom of Sean's marvelous banner as well to check them out.
Cool.
We have nothing yet. Okay. Right. Unfortunately, we cannot get hold of Priscilla at all. I've just tried to contact her, but I'm not getting any reply. So what we're going to do is just shift things forward ever so slightly. So we're going to move on with our next paper, which is a little bit earlier than expected, but we have Eric ready to go as well. So our next paper is entitled The Ring Goes South, the Brazilian translations through time and the perceptions and receptions within fandom and scholarship. So Eric Carvalho de Melo graduated in history from the Universidade Federal Fluminense. He completed his studies in sociology with a master's and a PhD in cultural memory at the Universidade Federal do Estado de Rio de Janeiro. He has Thank you. He has researched Celtic societies, identity, art, history, and cultural memory. Currently, he is head of the Tolkien SMEAL in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So Eric, good to see you're there, ready to go. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I hope that Priscilla could come back. It was a very interesting paper, actually. But as Will said, I will share my screen first. Let's see. Everyone, it's okay for everyone, I think, I hope.
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you. All good.
Okay, thank you. Well, my name is Eric. Hello, everyone. I'm from Brazil. I'm from Rio de Janeiro. And I'm here to talk about Brazilian translations and the receptions of Brazilian translations through time, obviously focusing on nowadays translations. So the title of my presentation here is The Ring Goes South, the Brazilian translations through time, and the perceptions and receptions within fandom and scholarship. Well, usually I talk about Celtic elements and neo-medievalism on nowadays societies, but today I'm trying to make the same memory, cultural memory explanation with Tolkien translations. And I think it's quite the same, the process of understanding how memory culture try to use those elements. My job here is to make us think about the impact of translations in non-English communities like Brazil, and how this could show us the impact of Tolkien in our view of fantasy and literature and academic, or even the most pop understandings of it. So, Brazil is a Brazil is a large country with a huge and even ferocious groups of fans. We can find among Brazilians every single type of fan, actually. The scholar, the film fanboy, the curious reader, and of course, the pretentious pseudo-writer. Everyone living their lives within different groups, societies spread through universities, coffee shops, libraries, and the internet, of course. History and sociological memory from our Brazilian readers can be traced since the very first translation into our language in the 70s. And after that, with the new translations, societies, and of course, the impact of the films in the early 2000s. To understand the impact of the new translations, we must first look into the old translations and their social background, and try to understand how this Tolkien memory culture is structured in Brazil. But it could be any other country, another country in the world. So let's talk a bit of history here. The very first translation in Brazil appeared with The Lord of the Rings between 1974 and 1979, divided into 6 books published by Arte Nova publishers. Arte Nova means new art in Portuguese, just to know. A group with no official right to translate it, and therefore with no acquaintance of the guide to the names or any sort of direction to translate it. The result of this work and the translations of the 1976 The Hobbit as well, was a very hard group of books known by a few fantasy addicted people by the time and no more. And it's very interesting that these translations had no idea how to translate some places, names, and etc. For example, Sam Ganji was translated as Sam Pacolé, as Pacolé is a word related to some kind of cotton producers. And Gandalf, to be more Brazilian, is named as Gandalfo. So there's very interesting changes in this very first Brazilian translation. Now I have some of those books here with me. So it's important to notice that by the early 70s, Brazil was under the rule of a dictatorship, and our society lived in a regime with a large censorship system. It means that books to be published here must pass a government examination and must coadune with the government's conservative standards for our society. Fantasy books or medieval history books were seen as part of this imagination status and therefore seen as a minor form of knowledge and literature and treated as well. And now it's very interesting to understand how these extremists, the political extremists here in Brazil, use this kind of medieval, this kind of fantasy view of the past as a political flag. And it's very dangerous. I think you must face it. It's a problem you have here in Brazil about different groups trying to make appropriations of this in a political sense. And the more extremists here in Brazil try to use medieval or neo-medievalism, of course, and Tolkien as a political flag. Recently, for example, a politician tried to create a law project to create a Tolkien, some sort of Tolkien Day. So if you see the curriculum of the politician, there's no evidence of working with literature or fantasy literature or even Tolkien, of course. They try to capitalize this neo-medievalism with his political agenda. And it's very, very, very thorny subject. So that's why you need to face it. As a sociologist and historian, I think it's very important just to talk about it. So, continue. Unsurprisingly, by the 80s, the majority of Tolkien readers in Brazil were made not by Brazilian Portuguese, but by the Portuguese version of the books imported in a process of reopening politics with the rest of the world and the end of the hard dictatorship period. Sociologically speaking, there was a desire to be part of the world, and it explains the beginning of Tolkien's academic and fandom life in Brazil in the 80s. By the time, the first research was made within a university, using those books. O Senhor dos Anéis, Estrutura e Significado, in English, of course. The Lord of the Rings, Structure and Meaning, by Lucia Lima Polacchini in 1984. At the end of the decade, the now renowned translator Ronald Kirmes founded the Heren e Aermen, the Order of the South, the very first Tolkien Society affiliated SMEAL in Brazil and also in Latin America. And therefore, the Brazilian fans became more and more organized in groups. And it's interesting to point that Ronald Kirmes is the oldest Tolkien Society member in Brazil and holds now the responsibility for the newest translations of The Lord of the Rings in our country. Well, things become more organized by the 90s when the first official translations came to be published by Martins Fontes publishers, starting with the Humphrey Carter biography in 1992, before the Tolkien books, followed by The Lord of the Rings in 1994, The Hobbit in 1995, and The Silmarillion in 1999. Those translations were renewing the major interest for the Tolkien's books in Brazil, despite two major problems. The first problem is a question understanding in Brazilian perception of fantasy genre. It was a commonplace to put in a less important form of art, made for children, with no deeper thoughts or valid academic status. The second problem tells about the translations itself, made by non-scholarly specialists on the subject, and despite their technical expertise, they're very good translators, the translations lack of a broad understanding of Tolkien's mythology or even historical background. But besides that, those large printed editions consolidate the author among an entire generation and helped produce in 1997 the very first PhD thesis written by Rosa Silvia Lopes entitled O Narrar Ritualístico em O Senhor dos Anéis, de J.R.R. Tolkien, the ritualistic narrative in J.R.R. Tolkien, The Lord of the Rings, and, of course, a more broad fandom community at the end of the 90s. You can see some of those books on the slide. So, eventually, through the 2000s, those groups became more and more intertwined. And the explanation was, in fact, three distinct things. First, the advent of the internet helping the fans from different parts of Brazil start their own fight for representation, affiliation, and other minor stuff. Second, the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy, a huge box office success in Brazil that helped to change a little the way how Brazilians watched fantasy productions, not only as a child stuff, but as a more profound and adult entertainment, changing that pre-17th way of medieval history and even literature and fantasy books. And it's very important because from this year, from now on, more academics began to rise. And third, the professionalization of the fan, who started to publish academic books, to study Tolkien at universities, and to promote it with a Brazilian way of reading Tolkien. It's very important to say it's a Brazilian way to read Tolkien, because our form of represent those characters are more Latin America than, of course, people from English-speaking countries can assume. This professionalization has been responsible for organizing different academic events as symposiums, expos, and even open classes in large Brazilian universities in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. 2 years ago, we just organized a great event in our university, in Rio de Janeiro Federal University. And in São Paulo, lots of academic friends are working hard to try to make some lectures and try to put Tolkien inside our universities. But the biggest change was promoted since 2018, when HarperCollins Brazil bought the rights to publish Tolkien's books in Brazil from the former Martins Fontes editors. And publishers. The new editor's plans are very ambitious, with a commercial schedule to publish not only the new and unpublished works in our country, but also a whole new translation process of already translated classics as The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, and Silmarillion, as you can see on our panel here and slide, and PowerPoint here. And the first books with the new translations begin to appear on bookshop shelves. Part of the Tolkien community became divided with the new words, new sentences, and of course, with the new possibilities. And that's the main reason why this paper is called The Ring Goes South, because the new translations started a kind of division in our group. And I think it's a very interesting division because the arguing and the debate became more academic here. So let's go for some contemporary questions, of course. The new editions, okay, decided to use the professional fan type that appeared in the past decades in Brazil to make its new translations more accurate if you compared with the original English books. And it's very interesting that translators as Ronald Kirms, Reinaldo José Lopes, or Gabriel Brum, they are very professional and dedicated their whole life to understanding and made some translations of Tolkien. So they're part of what we can call a Tolkien memory culture in Brazil. Okay, the academic community of Tolkien scholars and Tolkien in general readers are, as I said, intertwined. And those new translators, not only the translators, but all the people involved in the revision and the art and etc. are very engaged with this Tolkien community, this Tolkien cultural memory, collectively memory in the past 2 decades, even more, if you see Ronald Kearns doing this work since the 80s. So for that reason, in an unprecedented way, they create a translation council with academics specialized in Tolkien to decide collectively the best way to translate a sentence or even a word or expression. And it's very unprecedented here in Brazil because we can hear about translations councils to translating works like James Joyce or Shakespeare. But for the first time, you have a translation council to translate Tolkien's works in Brazil. So the council, they organize with the internet, with groups of discussing in internal forums, and they choose to follow a foreignization form of translation. And starting with this option, they adapt, for example, some archaic sentences, as in the Silmarillion, for an equivalent in archaic Portuguese, creating a closer experience with the original text as possible. Another modification within the new translations is related to words like orcs, goblins, and dwarves. The translations argue that they are simply following the guide and the nomenclature of the Lord of the Rings, previously published in different books through time, like this. And doing so, they choose a more phonetic form of words like orc in our Portuguese, orque, goblin or goblin, and troll in Portuguese, troll, changing in some way for a more phonetic approach to our language, Portuguese. The same explanation was used to collective form for a dwarf, dwarves, anãos, different from dwarfs, anões in Brazilian Portuguese. We have this difference between the plural of dwarf. Dwarfs, dwarfs, anãos, anões. They try to use and choosing a more ancient and archaic form as well for the first time. All those explanations were largely spread through the fans communities, and it was equally accepted besides some groups more attached to the old translations decided to start a fandom crusade, arguing that those translations choices were not choices, but real mistakes and a large disrespect with Tolkien's memory. And this is based in a very interesting way in how communicative memory are divided in this within Tolkien cultural memory in Brazil. Because communicative memory is defined by two models: a generation exchange of ideas and a specific and contemporary witnesses within a proper group committed to a specific activity. When the new translations came, the new group divided from the ancient group, from the professional fans. And that's the debate about if you like the new translations or not. And it's very interesting because when these crusade groups try to say that these new translations was a disrespect with Tolkien's memory, what they try to say, sociologically speaking, is that the only memory attacked in this process was their own affective memory, linked within a sort of communicative memory passing through them among the past decades and totally built among the old 90s translations. The more ironical in this context is that those old translations were full of text omissions and modifications, differing largely from Tolkien's original writings. But besides those minor internet conflicts on collective memory perceptions, we can also see the development of a different form of social interaction galvanized by the new translations, the collections. After all, The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings editions came in different covers, some cheaper, other more expensive, and suddenly a real collection market arose, not only to negotiate those new editions, but also to discover old and lost editions from 90s and 70s as well. To connect those different ideas and hypotheses, we decided to elaborate a survey among Tolkien fans within the internet. Spread to in distant parts of Brazil, we gathered the opinions of more than 1,000 readers, to be more precise, 1,046 readers. And as a result, we discovered that the majority of the most active members of the online community started reading Tolkien with the Martin's Font publisher, and more than 70% consider themselves being a Tolkien book collector. The most interesting among those participants are the majority started their collection in the years 2000 or started from 2018. This piece of information can be related with two phenomena. First, the relevance of the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy, and more recently, the new translations. And if you keep that information in mind, it is not a surprise that part of this more effectively and affectively attached people with the old translations, more specifically the Martins Fontes translations, also had their first contact with those worlds at the movies, watching the movies, which by that time used the published text material for subtitles or dubbed material. So the more experience create part of this fandom, the same part that now tries to come back to an old affective memory crystallized in that specific past, creating a supergroup of segregationally communicative memory in conflict with the main Tolkien Brazilian memory culture that translated for the new groups. As you can see in the graphics here, okay? So, as I said previously, there is not a majority. After all, when we asked them if the new worlds as orcs, goblin, or anãos bothered them, 60% answered no. And those almost 40 who answered yes, more than a half just justifying, saying that they prefer the old translations just because they are more familiarized with the new, or that they remember the first time reading or even the movies. So, summarizing the subject, you can relate our hypothetical explanations here with some real material based on the survey, or more specific, with the interviews among the fandom. What we realized then, with a certain surprise, is that most of them tend to compare the different translations, even the Portuguese from Portugal and Europe, America ones, and to use the Tolkien's guide to the names in the Lord of the Rings as a parameter for quality among collectors, and the new rise of collections fed either by the old movies affection or the new HarperCollins translations within their textual and visual changes. But not only the collections are rising up with this new scenario, with the new books and translations, as we can verify old fan groups spreading their activities, promoting the new book launches with talks, quizzes, competitions, art, etc. We can see a very interesting social synergy between the editors and publishers and groups, the academic translators, and the fan base in general. And it all began in 2018 with the Fall of Gondolin translation, launched on the very same day as the English edition worldwide. After that, different groups in Brazil begins to promote activities among fans, and even the last year, with all the pandemic that took the world by assault, those groups continue to promote their activities at an online platform as well. The results are clear. For the editors and publishers, the large selling success of fantasy books reaching the top 10 in charts, a very unusual achievement in Brazil's book scenario. And for the fans, new groups internet profiles, new forms of interaction, podcasts, YouTube channels, and even heated debates between the defenders of the old translations and the ones who embrace the new text appeared in Brazil. Historically and sociologically, we are witnessing a gradual change in the perception of the Tolkien deal community here, and the new translations are part of this process. Different actors among the fans, the academics, and editors are moving in, and it seems that the straight road is on the horizon for sure. So that's all that I need to talk with you today. I'm waiting for the questions, and a great thank you for everyone here watching our presentation.
Thank you very much, Eric. Lots of energy and a really fascinating insight into how the Tolkien fan base has really grown as well, and that, like you said, there's that divide as well that's been in place. So thank you very much as well. And yes, we noticed your Lord of the Rings mug as well. So we just have one or two questions for you as well. So let's open those questions up. One person, yes, so our first question asks, who created the artwork and the cover for the Brazilian covers?
The new editions from Alex is a very competent artist, and the old ones are based on some previous works worldwide. So it's interesting because all the arts must pass through the Tolkien state as well. So there are large debates on how to produce it. But the new ones are made from Alex, and they try to use Tolkien's original drawings to promote it.
I might jump on that with my own question. Is there a reason why they went specifically for Tolkien's own drawings rather than request new art?
I think they tried to make an approach more close to original text. So when they choose to make a foreignization form of translation, they try to also to get close to the more English original forms of covers as well.
So more of an authentic text by
Tolkien. Kind of.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and next one. Do you think there are specific themes from Tolkien's work that particularly resonate with Brazilian culture, either today or when the translations were first introduced in historical context?
Yeah. I think there's different points of view here because the way Tolkien treats nature, for example, there's a great appeal here in Brazil. There's a lot of people engaged with biological studies and that like Tolkien here, and there's some major points here. Of course, we believe that the Tolkien's message is kind of universal. So besides that, the debates are more approached with our reality. But as I said, there's a very Brazilian way of reading Tolkien, not only with the nature, but also with the message of resilience, of trying to resist some problems that we have, even political ones, of course.
Thank you. And then a final one, perhaps less serious question, a more light-hearted question, just for us to end on. Is there a funny mistranslation in the Brazilian editions? So a funny mistranslation.
Mistranslations. I don't know if it's mistranslations, but there's some omissions, for example, as I said. And Martin Font's translations in the 90s, there's some omission on Saruman creating rings. So for an entire generation of people here in Brazil have no idea that Saruman tried to create rings, for example. because there's an omission. And there's some parts there is also omissions of thoughts, because some people try to translate the way people speak in the same way, so that hobbits and elves and man talks in a very plain the same way. So the new translations now trying to be more close to the English text, so they changing the way elves and hobbits talk with each other. So there's some kind of things that we can call it a different way of translations or something like that.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Okay, well, there's a range of other questions that I'd perhaps invite you to answer in the Q&A option as well. So at the moment, you'll be able to type your answer in. Okay, so yeah, if you, by all means, as much as your heart desires, please provide some answers for our audience. Okay, Eric, thank you very much for that. And you have ended the second part of today's seminar. So thank you as well. And for stepping in with the unfortunate situation that occurred earlier. So there we go.
Thank you very much.
Right. Just before we head off for our second break and our final break for today, I would like to invite back, you'll never guess who, the chair of the Tolkien Society, Sean. So Sean, I'll hand over to you once again.
Yeah, thank you, Will. And again, thank you to Eric for stepping in there at quite short notice. For those of you who are wondering, we've been in touch with Priscilla. Unfortunately, it is her internet connection, but she will be recording the presentation for us, and then we will upload it to YouTube, so you'll be able to still watch it and enjoy that one. So I suspect many of you may be guessing what I'm about to say, but I just want to encourage as many of you as possible to consider becoming members of the Tolkien Society. As I've said, we were founded in 1969, and our mission is to educate the public in and promote research into the life and works of J.R.R. Tolkien. I myself, I've been a member since 2005, and I have found it to be a life-changing experience. I've made some of my best friends and had some of my most wonderful experiences by being a member of the Tolkien Society, and I know that there are hundreds of other people that think the same thing. Membership is open to anyone in any country, and we have online membership, postal membership, student membership, and family membership. For those of you who may like membership as a present, you could even suggest that someone buys you a gift membership, which we also do. You can join the society by going to tolkiensociety.org/join. And as I mentioned, it is open to anyone throughout the world. We often get asked whether we post out to individual countries. We do. We mail out to about 60 countries around the world. So do please consider joining the Tolkien Society. You'll have access to our publications, Amon Hen and Malorn, and including the entire back catalogue going back to 1969. So please do join the Tolkien Society and support our work. We're going to be taking a short break now, and we'll be back at 5 o'clock UK time, which is in 42 minutes time. So grab yourself a little drink, and we'll see you soon. Cheers.
Okay, right, and welcome back. So we are heading into the final third of today's seminar. So far we've experienced a range of papers looking at the way that the 21st century has received Tolkien, how new fandoms have expanded and developed, how new texts by Tolkien also have been perceived and had an impact on his legacy with us as well. We have three final papers with us today, and I would like to introduce our third speaker and paper. So, the paper is entitled Talking Trauma with Tolkien in the 21st Century. Jordan Doyle was born in Birmingham and attended King Edward's VI 5 Ways. He acted professionally for the BBC and ITV, founded and chaired the academic society called the Coffee House Club at university. He's been published twice in the INK Creative Journal for Poetry in 2018 and 19, winning the Poetry Awards latterly. He's recently achieved a first-class BA Honours in English Literature from Nottingham Trent University, and with Tolkien being the study of his undergraduate dissertation. He adores all creative pursuits, near enough, and Tolkien is one of his greatest inspirations and fascinations. So, welcome, Jordan. I'll hand over to you for your paper.
Hi there, thanks very much. I have to, I'll just share my screen and make sure that's all working well. If we just go here. Is that visible?
Yep, we can see that.
Brilliant. Okay, I have to apologise. I decided to alter the paper as a homage to Tolkien a little bit because he loved puns. So I decided to change it to Tolkien, as in Tolkien trauma in the 21st century. Okay. Introduction. In the youth of the 21st century, the Western world has been host to multiple social movements responding to, sharing accounts of, and demanding witness to experiences of trauma. Examples include movements such as the Me Too movement, BLM, March for Our Lives. These movements respond to a wide range of traumatic issues, including but not limited to sexual assault, harassment, systematic racism, race-related violence, and gun violence, respectively. Many of these modern movements are conceived online. An article is shared through social platforms. The article goes viral, meaning it is subsequently transmitted to more people and platforms, before finally developing from a largely digital or virtual phenomenon into a physical one, manifesting in a variety of ways, including protests, marches, riots, civil disobedience, merchandise, and more. So the question is, what function does the public exhibition of trauma or accounts of trauma serve? And why has it become so central to movements concerned with trauma? And lastly, how does Tolkien, an author of the 20th century, evince anything about this zeitgeist of the 21st century? A disclaimer before I begin: I'm keenly aware of Tolkien's attitude to allegory. I will not be committing the sin known as biographical fallacy. Nonetheless, I would like to at least consider the influence of Tolkien's life upon his fictional work, or note it, and how it might have informed certain literary and editorial decisions concerning the representation of trauma. However, I will do so guided by Tolkien's own view that an author cannot, of course, remain wholly unaffected by his experience, but the ways in which a story germ uses the soil of experience are extremely complex, and attempts to define the process are at best guesses from evidence that is inadequate and ambiguous. Acknowledging this inadequacy, I will attempt to bolster the argument with close readings of his works. So, Tolkien saw his fair share of traumatic experience. At the budding age of 3, he went on what was supposed to be a long family visit to England with his mother and brother. His father, Arthur Tolkien, was supposed to join them later, but sadly died before he could from rheumatic fever, prolonging the visit to an indefinite stay. Later in his childhood, Tolkien would also lose his mother, Mabel, to ill health, acute diabetes in this case. Tolkien did receive an elite education and made fast friends with a few schoolfellows. Indeed, They would go on to name themselves the TCBS, the Tea Club Barovian Society, Tolkien's first fellowship, if you like. Not too much later, however, the First World War happened, and as Tolkien writes, by 1918, all but one of my close friends were dead. In summary, by the age of 28, Tolkien had lost both parents and all but one of his childhood friends. Later in life, Tolkien's closest filial relation, the late legendary Christopher Tolkien, fought in World War II. Christopher survived the war, but Tolkien's home front perspective taught him that to be caught in youth by 1914 was no less hideous an experience than to be involved in 1939 and the following years. Tolkien presents The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit as translated personal histories within a fictional manuscript known as the Red Book of Westmarch. This is our first example of personal accounts. Tolkien has made a deliberate decision. Tolkien has deemed it essential to the audience's reception and comprehension of his novels that they are presented as personal accounts. It was, in origin, Bilbo's private diary. Frodo brought it back to the Shire, and during SR 1420-21, he nearly filled its pages with his account of the war. Tolkien was nothing if not deliberate about his work, a little too deliberating for the tastes of some, like his poor patient publishers or Oxford University, who were awaiting more critical publications. Even good friends like C.S. Lewis described Tolkien as brilliant but dilatory. So in the land of Middle-earth, we have a series of personal accounts. Actually, I'll stay there for a moment. Bilbo's, Frodo's, Sam's, and Isildur's, nested within Frodo and Sam's account. All of these histories are situated in the midst and around the fringes of war, even Bilbo's, which included the Battle of Five Armies. Indeed, Tolkien informed the reader in The Hobbit that the army of the orcs is led by Bolg, who is seeking to avenge his father, who perished in the War of the Dwarves and Orcs, the Great Goblin, who perished in The Hobbit. The battle, therefore, is arguably a continuation of that war. The fragment of Isildur's account of the finding of the One Ring follows the siege of Barad-dûr and the conclusion of the War of the Last Alliance. In the 21st century, we have a similar profusion online of personal histories concerning a variety of traumatic issues, including, but not limited to, war and war zones. Modern society recognized the value in these accounts, and so the movements have grown in popularity, size, reach, and influence. So let us look at the reception of personal accounts in Middle-earth. How are these personal histories treated in Middle-earth by comparison? A direct comparison is somewhat confused by the greater mechanical limitation on the transmission of information in Middle-earth. Nevertheless, the original Red Book's importance was deemed great enough that multiple copies were made, including the Thane's Book in Minas Tirith, a copy made at the request of King Elessar, which received much annotation and many corrections, especially of names, words, and quotations in the Elvish languages. A significant concept is emerging here. Personal histories are important and valuable despite mistakes or inconsistencies, and are not to be discarded or deemed unimportant based on error, like Isildur claiming the ring, or even deceit, Bilbo's original account of the finding of the ring. How are personal accounts utilized in Middle-earth? Indeed, it is through Isildur's account, depicted in this wonderful facsimile on the left, that Gandalf learns how to unmask Bilbo's ring's true nature. This, despite Isildur being an undoubtedly unreliable narrator, because like Bilbo, whose unreliability is the very reason Gandalf undergoes this inquiry that leads him to Isildur's account, they are unreliable because they are both under the sway of the ring. The implication then is that Bilbo's false testimony encourages Gandalf to suspect the danger posed by Bilbo's magic ring. The value in the account rests within its unreliability. That is its truth. We can surmise that it was likely this anomalous behavior, as Gandalf observes, that deceit was contrary to Bilbo's habit. That led Gandalf to extract the promise from Bilbo to leave the ring behind, as evinced by Gandalf's exclamatory imperative instruction: "Do as you promised, give it up." Gandalf admits that it was exactly what Bilbo said and did that filled him with fear, with a fear. "I have spent most of the year since then in finding out the truth." The combination of uncharacteristic deceit, irritability, and paranoia led directly to Gandalf learning the truth. It is the deception in Bilbo's personal account that leads Gandalf to truth then. If Gandalf had dismissed the whole of the account for the lie, or sycophantically believed Bilbo entirely, he may have been too late to the truth, and the Nazgul might have retrieved the ring. Again, the value in this account is its imperfection. Identifying trauma in the text. Sorry about that, I missed that slide. Some housekeeping here. As with the disclaimers, we'll be primarily relying on a literary definition of trauma, the unwitting reenactment of an event that one cannot simply leave behind. This is lifted from Carruth's Unclaimed Experience. Nevertheless, this definition is not mutually exclusive from a clinical understanding, and Tolkien's depiction of trauma captures well the general features of PTSD and its associated symptoms. An anxiety disorder caused by very stressful events. Symptoms include reliving the traumatic event through nightmares and flashbacks, and the individual may experience feelings of isolation, irritability, and guilt. They may also have problems sleeping, such as insomnia, and find concentrating difficult. It's important to note that PTSD was not clinically recognized until 1980 in the DSM-3. So Tolkien was not representing a known medical condition. Contemporary attempts to describe conditions associated with trauma were a work in progress, many of which would be abandoned or developed continuously over the course of the century. Shell shock and combat stress reaction are examples that kind of fell by the wayside. Tolkien's representation of psychological trauma seems to be more redolent of a modern understanding of PTSD. However, as we will see, Tolkien transposes the notion of psychological trauma in innovative literary ways beyond the mode of the psychological. This eerily anachronistic representation of trauma suggests that Tolkien had personal experience of trauma, either his own or people he observed at length, because he certainly wasn't depicting a contemporary medical case of a trauma disorder. So we move to psychological trauma, and our first study is Frodo. He is the obvious candidate for a close reading of trauma in Tolkien's work. He is once found lying on his bed, clutching a white gem that hung on a chain about his neck, and he seemed half in a dream. Note the similar tactile relationship Frodo has with both jewel and ring, where with the ring, Frodo's hand would inexorably creep to his breast, clutching, and then slowly, as the will-recovered mastery, be withdrawn, which in itself is a repetitive reenactment. After the ring's destruction, Frodo echoes this habit with Arwen's gift, a white jewel on a chain that he often would finger. Frodo's often described as seeing scenes only he can see. See pages 988 and 1025 in Return of the King. These scenes are suggestive of flashbacks, as well as waking nightmares, page 1024. Frodo experiences great isolation from all his old acquaintances. Frodo dropped quietly out of all the doings of the Shire. Ultimately, his return to the Shire is like Bilbo's at the end of The Hobbit. Only exaggerated. It is not a return at all, as he tries to explain to Sam en route to the Grey Havens. I have been hurt too deeply, Sam. I tried to save the Shire, and it has been saved, but not for me. It must often be so. Someone has to give them up, lose them, so that others may keep them. The evidence deepens. On anniversaries of his most traumatic experiences, Frodo suffers a combination of a reenactment and a flashback, wherein he is both reliving old pains and visualizing something outside the physical realm. His gaze is far off, and he is physically unwell, turning pale. Gandalf checks he's okay, but he clearly cannot simply leave behind the past as it intrudes upon his life. He does not desire or invite the intrusion, therefore it is certainly an unwitting experience. Furthermore, he failed his quest by giving in to the ring, and despite knowing its evil nature, is traumatized by surviving its destruction. It is gone forever, he said, and now all is dark and empty. Frodo, as we will see later with Bilbo, Gandalf, Glorfindel, indeed the land itself, experiences a lasting transformation, a typical hallmark of PTSD. There is no real going back, though I may come to the Shire. It will not seem the same, for I shall not be the same. Lastly, like many people suffering from PTSD, Frodo suffers from both nightmares and guilt, which likely play a part in such transformations. We can say this for certain with Frodo, for Tolkien is kind enough to tell us exactly that it was not only nightmare memories of past horrors that afflicted him, but also unreasoning self-reproach. Which brings us to Bilbo. Following his adventure, Bilbo, like Frodo, becomes isolated. Consequently, he had no close friends. Where he had once been regarded as a very well-to-do hobbit and people considered them very respectable, Bilbo is later regarded as mad Baggins and cracked by his neighbours and acquaintances. These altered states of social situation lead us naturally to understand that Bilbo, like Frodo, undergoes a transformation. On the surface, it seems less excruciating, sure, but also less debilitating. He merely becomes known as somewhat eccentric, a little queer, but well-educated at least, and defended by certain well-regarded local personalities like the Gaffer Gamgee. A deeper transformation is hinted at very early, however, as far back as the narrative of The Hobbit, Bilbo's deceitful account of the finding of the ring, of course. Later, Gandalf glimpses greater depths to the alteration in Bilbo's irritability, pride, and possessiveness about the ring, qualities that we shall note later that Tolkien comments upon explicitly. The transformation is given its full denouement, however, in Rivendell to Frodo, who sees Bilbo as a little wrinkled creature with a hungry face and bony, groping hands. Throughout the text, Bilbo shows that, despite his great achievement at leaving the ring physically behind, he cannot entirely leave it in the past. From the middle of the text at Rivendell to the end. Indeed, Frodo reveals his concern about Bilbo's nostalgia towards the ring by openly asking Gandalf whether there was permanent harm done to Bilbo. Gandalf, though optimistic, cannot be sure. Tolkien generously evinces the truth. Without healing, yes, there is lasting harm. Bilbo bore still the mark of the ring that needed to be finally erased, a trace of pride and personal possessiveness. So in Arda, trauma can even be perceived in the permanent transformations it causes in the natural world. In this study, I name this technique terrestrial trauma. Examples include the Death Down. Huorns battled orcs after the Battle of the Hornburg. The orcs whom they had slain were buried there. The Death Down, it was afterwards called, and no grass would grow there. The burial mound of Glorfindel, depicted left, although this is an imagining where Glorfindel revisits the site of his death, is subtly different in that it rather eulogizes a loss than laments one. Nevertheless, Glorfindel's death causes terrestrial trauma. The past intrudes upon the present, manifesting as a mound of stones beside the pass, and a green turf came there, and yellow flowers bloomed upon it amid the barrenness of stone until the world was changed. The place Meriadoc calls Bonfire Glade is another example, where the hobbits came and cut down hundreds of trees and made a great bonfire in the forest. There is still a wide bare space not far inside where the bonfire was made. This despite Merry sharing the story as from long ago. Hence, we see that Tolkien's representation of trauma extends beyond the anthropocentric psychological concern into the natural, the terrestrial. Indeed, Arda's natural world is itself a full cast of feeling characters who are awakening to consciousness of themselves. The old forest was hostile to two-legged creatures because of the memory of many injuries. Even a cursory fan of Tolkien's work would instantly think of Old Man Willow and Fangorn as examples of this cast. This perspective, wherein nature is comprised of and conceived as living characters, unveils the dead marshes and particularly Daggerlad and the Morannon to show the sublime depth of Tolkien's terrestrial trauma. Here, nothing lived, not even the leprous growths that feed on rottenness. The gasping pools were choked with ash and crawling muds, sickly white and grey, as if the mountains had vomited the filth of their entrails upon the lands about. High mounds of crushed and powdered rock, great cones of earth, fire-blasted and poison-stained, stood like an obscene graveyard in endless rows, slowly revealed in the reluctant light. Not satisfied with depicting trauma merely psychologically and terrestrially, Tolkien even depicts it narratively. Past events intrude onto the present scene, sometimes even on a granular, linguistic, lexical level. thus creating a liminality wherein the past infiltrates and superimposes itself onto the present. In many ways, The Lord of the Rings is unwittingly reenacting an event it cannot leave behind, the Silmarillion. I like to imagine this observation would have amused Tolkien, who once confessed to his publisher, Sir Stanley Unwin, that the Silmarillion has bubbled up, infiltrated, and has captured the Lord of the Rings, so that has become simply its continuation and completion, requiring the Silmarillion to be fully intelligible. Tolkien is stating that there is a quality of interdependence, of thematic continuity, and this paper holds trauma to be that central thematic thread, a thread that cannot be fully viewed in tapestry without looking at the narrative traumatic continuity between the texts, the intertextual trauma. One example of narrative trauma can be observed in the connection between Frodo, Sauron, and Beren. As Gollum wrests from Frodo the ring, a finger still thrust within its circle, we are also seeing a reenactment of Sauron's traumatic loss when he had the ring wrested from him. Isildur cut the ring from his hand with the hilt shard of his father's sword. Furthermore, this itself is a reenactment of an original trauma to be found in the Silmarillion, when Beren has the Silmaril, another great jewel, wrested from him by Karkaroth. As with Sauron and Frodo, Beren's hand is mutilated, for Karkaroth takes the hand within his jaws and he bit it off at the wrist. Beren, just as Frodo, was wounded with tooth and long burden, and changed, was permanently transformed as suffering was graven in his face. This is not the first time that permanent suffering would be the consequence of holding a Silmaril in one's hand. When Morgoth first stole the Silmarils, of which Beren liberates one, his hands were burned black by the touch of those hallowed jewels, and black they remained ever after. Nor was he ever free from the pain of the burning and the anger of the pain. This trauma intrudes intertextually upon the narrative of Isildur, who tries to claim the great jewel of his enemy, Sauron, the One Ring. When I first took it, my hand was scorched, so that I doubt if ever again I shall be free of the pain of it. The echoed lexis is striking. Hear it again. Nor was he ever free from the pain of the burning. I doubt if ever again I shall be free of the pain of it. Our next narrative trauma involves Gandalf and Glorfindel. Gandalf is resurrected and sent back, just like Glorfindel.
Jordan?
Gandalf's battle? Yes?
Sorry, just to drop in, you've only got 3 more minutes. I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Oh no, okay. I'm not going to make it. So yes, what we see is that the site of their battle is exceptionally similar. Both are borne away by Gwaihir the Windlord. Both sacrificed their lives and came back reincarnated. And both of them are permanently transformed. Both of them have their powers greatly enhanced. This leads us to Caruth's next important claim, that trauma is always the story of a wound that cries out, that attempts to address us and tell us of a reality not otherwise available, one that was experienced too soon and is not available to consciousness unless it imposes itself again, repeatedly in nightmares of the survivor. So in Frodo's waking dreams, reenacted suffering, in Bilbo's transformations, in all of these examples, we witness the stories of wounds that cry out, talking trauma. Bilbo felt better at once. He might live on for years, quite happily, just stop as he was when he parted with it, for he gave it up of his own accord. An important point. So here we see that recovery is not completed yet. It entails departure to a place. 1 second, sorry. It entails departure to a place of healing, but it can only be done once the past is left behind. Both achieve this through sharing personal accounts of trauma, as we see in the appendice in the final chapter. This proves to be a consistent theme in Tolkien's work. The Red Book passes from Bilbo to Frodo to Sam and then to Elanor. And so we come through Tolkien to another of Carruth's important insights, that history, like trauma, is never simply one's own. It is precisely the way we are implicated in each other's trauma. So for trauma to be consigned to the past, it must be allowed to become history. One way to achieve that sense of closure, Tolkien's text suggests, is to record personal accounts of trauma and share them with witnesses who, by the act of witnessing and responding, break the apostrophe, the address to the dead, of the survivor. Thus, the boundary between the traumatic, intrusive past and present is reasserted. So both Bilbo and Frodo have helped with this apostrophe. Then they record their personal account, share it, and finally move on to a place of healing. Okay, so certain traumatic experiences show themselves to generate great potential pain for and degradation for survivors to pursue legally or socially in the real world. Consequently, social movements have realized the power of this method, the restorative potency of sharing a personal account of trauma and being witnessed and responded to supportively, reducing the sense of isolation as felt by Frodo at the end. Tolkien's depictions of trauma, psychological, terrestrial, and narratorial, talk to our 21st century concerns, from sexual assault to police violence to human trafficking, even to climate change. Just because an account is disrupted, deceitful, or inaccurate does not diminish its value. The conclusion: trauma is inherent to our world, which is to say, to Middle-earth. Tolkien certainly thought so, if his mythology's Genesis story, the Ainulindale, is anything to go by. The sound of mourning was woven into the themes of the world before it began. But past trauma can become historical, past, rather than intruding into the present. Tolkien's narrative trauma hints at the true worst-case scenario. Trauma reenacted in a cycle, intruding eternally into the present. However, the Red Book is Tolkien's articulation of a solution. It is the first platform in Middle-earth where people's trauma is communicated, witnessed, and respected without sycophancy and without cynicism. Shared history can rise in the place of unshared trauma. What is required, therefore, is compassionate communication. The sharing of personal accounts of trauma with sympathetic witnesses who are not compelled to believe every word, but only to respond with kindness and pity. Tolkien may very well have laid the story germ in the soil of our collective experience that has led to this modern response to unshared trauma from his position as the father of fantasy. The hoped for end here is to break the survivor's prosopopeia, the apostrophe, the addressing of the dead, and reassert the prominence of the present over the past, thus reducing their sense of isolation, self-reproach, and disconnection from the present world. Finally, survivors can then recover, represented in the text as sailing into the West, until all wounds and weariness are healed. In real life, as is hinted by the many departures in the text, healing means ultimately and truly moving on, leaving the past behind and living in the present, with an eye towards the future, where one might see the grey rain curtain turned all to silver glass and rolled back, and he beheld white shores, and beyond them a far green country under a swift sunrise. That's the end.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Jordan. And do not worry, these papers, I saw in the comment, people are asking, these papers are being recorded. They are going to be uploaded onto YouTube. They will be available after the seminar. Okay, so Jordan, what really stuck with me about that was how diverse the trauma seems to have affected Middle-earth, especially, I loved your point about the terrestrial trauma, especially in relation to the actual geography itself as well. Right, okay, on to the questions. So, there's a question about the manuscript of Isildur. So, wonderful talk. The manuscript by Isildur was beautiful. Do you know who the author of the facsimile is?
Off the top of my head, no. Like, as I made the whole paper, you know, you're kind of pulling art from a lot of different sources, and my focus wasn't artistic, so I just wanted to give people something to look at. It is a really beautiful version. There is a citation. I tried to flash it to you just here. You can go and find it for yourself on the slide and trace it back to the original. sometimes the authors aren't really clear, which is kind of unfortunate with some of these pictures.
Well, but I think that perhaps answers the second question about where you can get the facsimile as well. It might need a little bit of digging on the internet to see if it is possible. Okay, well, Jordan, there are a range of questions actually in the Q&A. Could I ask you maybe to have a go at typing your answers to those, please, just so we can allow for the next speaker to step up to the stage. But once again, thank you very much. Fascinating paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, right, we are on to our penultimate paper, the final paper for today's seminar. The paper itself is entitled The Board Games of J.R.R. Tolkien, and it's been presented by David Means, who first discovered The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings in his high school library in the early 70s and was immediately hooked. He has reread the trilogy at least once a year since then, and has also read much of the History of Middle-earth series by Christopher Tolkien. David presented a paper at Middle Moot 2018 covering the history of board games based on Tolkien's works and showed several rare Tolkien-inspired games from his personal collection. David also owns possibly the world's largest collection of Scottish-themed board games and is a member of the Kansas City Board Game Designers Group. So, David, over to you. Welcome.
Thank you. Is the microphone working here? Can you hear it?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I should also mention that I'm a member of the Tolkien Society of Kansas City, the Smile of the Withy Windle. So I wanted to get that out there. I, for some reason, left that out of my bio. Anyway, with the paper. Over the years, the fandom of J.R.R. Tolkien's works has divided and redivided itself into countless little subsets of the original, each with its own particular focus. The particular subset of fandom I'm focused on is collecting and playing tabletop games inspired by his works. Now, I use the term tabletop games as being more inclusive than the term board games. Board games use, of course, a board to track players' progress. Tabletop games include not only board games, but also card games, dice games, war games, and even RPGs, or role-playing games. While my main focus will be games of the current century, I need to mention a few games from the last century as they were precursors to some of today's games. The very first authorized, licensed, Tolkien-inspired board game that was published appears to have been Conquest of the Ring, produced by Hobbit Toys and Games in 1970. From that date until now is 51 years. That half century can be divided into two distinct eras, the pre-movies era and the post-movies era. Since Peter Jackson's live-action version of The Fellowship of the Ring premiered in 2001, our two gaming eras correspond nicely with the change in centuries. First, the big picture. As of this month, I count a total of 317 Tolkien-inspired tabletop games and expansions that have been released in the last 51 years. By expansion, I mean games nowadays will have an expansion. It'll be like additional cards, a different set of dice, more tiles, something to add onto the board or whatever that expands the game, adds additional things to do, additional characters, and just takes it further than the base game. From 1970, the year of the first Tolkien game, through the year 2000, that's a 30-year span, there were 33 Tolkien-inspired tabletop games released, or an average of one game about every 11 months. Now, in the 20 years since then, there have been 89 different Tolkien-inspired games released, or an average of one every 2.5 months, which is a significant increase. Those 89 games have collectively 195 expansions, which brings the total to the 317 I mentioned. Or looking at this another way, those 317 Tolkien game items in existence, roughly 10% of them were published in the 20th century before the movies came out, and in the 20 years since then, the other 90% were published. First, I need to turn the clock back a bit so as to give a little background for the context. In 1995, Klaus Tuber designed The Settlers of Catan, now called just Catan, which was the first German game to catch on outside Europe and really took off in the US. Catan won a string of awards around the world, and the Washington Post newspaper referred to it as the game of our time. Now, the popularity of Catan and other designer board games from Europe sparked a revival in board game design in the US, and much of it was focused on games with intergenerational, or you might say family, appeal. This surge of interest in board games started just before the surge of popularity in the works of J.R.R. Tolkien, caused by the release of Peter Jackson's films. Since both board games and the works of Tolkien appeal to people with active imaginations, it was inevitable that these two streams of fandom would cross. For the past decade, I've been a member of BoardGameGeek.com, or BGG for short, the world's largest online community of board, card, and video game enthusiasts. BGG also hosts an enormous database of games, over 120,000 known board games and expansions from around the world, and growing daily. Much of the details about the games in this presentation was gleaned from BGG, as were the slides of the games themselves. Now, an early tabletop game that was inspired by Lord of the Rings was Dungeons and Dragons. D&D was a joint creation of Gary Gygax, Dave Arneson, Rob Kuntz, and Jeff Perrin, who were all members of a medieval miniatures wargaming club in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin in the early 1970s. Gygax published the first version of Dungeons & Dragons in 1974 through a small company he had set up called Tactical Studies Rules, or TSR. While the setting of D&D was influenced by mythology, history, and contemporary fantasy novels, the importance of Tolkien as an influence on D&D is undeniable. The early version of the game included creatures such as hobbits, human-sized elves, half-elves, dwarves, orcs, half-orcs, imps, balrogs, rangers, and the like, making the inspiration obvious. Although we long played it down, Gygax eventually acknowledged that Tolkien's work had a strong impact on the creation of the game. D&D gathered popularity quickly, especially once college students discovered it. The game's popularity had little to do with it being a whole new genre of game, and much more to do with it being a way for the average person to escape their mundane life and become a hero in an imaginary land. Having played the original D&D heavily during my college years in the late 1970s, my personal opinion is that the game was developed by a group of Tolkien fans to allow them to go adventuring in Middle-earth. In the run-up to Rankin Bass's release of The Hobbit as an animated TV movie in 1977, and Ralph Bakshi's animated theatrical version of Lord of the Rings in 1978, several new Tolkien-inspired games were released in the US. Mostly war games, because no one seemed to think that the public was interested in any sort of game with family appeal, that both kids and adults would enjoy playing together. This was probably due to two factors. First, board games were considered as almost exclusively for children and were designed and marketed that way. And second, this was the very beginning of the Star Wars period of merchandising, when relatively few movie tie-ins were produced. Now, the flood of merchandise tied to a big movie release is considered normal, but back then it was hardly done at all. In 1977, Strategic Publications International, SPI, who, along with Avalon Hill, were for decades two of the world's largest wargame publishers, produced a game called War of the Ring. This seminal product combined two asymmetrical games in one package. The campaign game is a standard 2- or 3-person wargame of the period, using a fold-out map with a hex grid, cardboard chips for units, and 6-sided dice for battle. The character game uses card play to recreate the journey of the Fellowship. The two games can be played separately or together. The campaign game is strongly slanted in favor of the Sauron player, due to the overwhelming number of forces on his side. The character game is strongly slanted in favor of the Fellowship player, as he will have cards that allow him to avoid the Searching Nazgul, penetrate Mordor, and destroy the ring. If played together, the games do a reasonable job of recreating the quest of the Ringbearer. Because of the dual nature of this early War of the Ring, having both a campaign and a character mode, I believe it was the inspiration for several other similar games in later years. Now, the first officially licensed Tolkien-inspired RPG, or role-playing game, was known as MERP, Middle-earth Role-Playing, and was first produced in 1982 by Iron Crown Enterprises, or ICE. According to some interpretations, ICE's Middle-earth Role-Playing was the second best-selling fantasy RPG after TSR's Dungeons & Dragons. Dr. Rainer Knizia, a former professor of mathematics, is a prolific board game designer with over 600 titles to his credit. In the year 2000, Dr. Knizia's Lord of the Rings was released by Hasbro and was an immediate success. It was atypical in that it was a cooperative game, which is unusual for the time. A cooperative game is one in which the players are not competing against each other, but are working together to defeat the game. Cooperative games have been around for a number of years, but were not the major force that they have since become. I believe Knizia's Lord of the Rings broke the ice and showed how fun a thematic co-op game could be. In Knizia's game, the object, of course, is to destroy the ring, but the players must also survive the corrupting influence of Sauron. Of all the Lord of the Rings inspired games developed, only a handful have managed to include that vital element of the tale. The players must work together, using their wits, magical item cards, and individual special abilities to overcome bad die rolls and negative events. Some events will move a hobbit closer to Sauron, while other events move Sauron closer to the hobbits. It's a race between completing the quest and avoiding being corrupted. The players win or lose together, depending on whether the ring is destroyed or the ring bearer is overcome by Sauron. Knizia's game was a watershed in the history of Tolkien-inspired games. It was extremely popular. It was the last one produced in the 20th century, and it was the last one before the release of Peter Jackson's live-action version of The Fellowship of the Ring. Now we'll look at some of the games of the 21st century. When Jackson's first movie premiered, toy stores were flooded with Lord of the Rings themed games, good, bad, and indifferent, which then flew off the shelves into the eager hands of legions of new fans. The not so good games eventually got weeded out, and the ones that remained were generally the better designed games or ones that had more player appeal. Due to the sheer number of post-movie games, I won't be able to go into much detail about them, and will only touch on several representatives from different types of games, or we might say games with different mechanics. The mechanic of a game is what you do to play the game. Rolling dice, collecting sets of cards, moving pawns around, and so forth. One of the most popular standard two-player war games is War of the Ring by Ares Games. In War of the Ring, one player takes control of the Free Peoples, the other player controls the Shadow Armies. Initially, the Free People nations are reluctant to take arms against Sauron, so they must either be attacked by Sauron or persuaded by Gandalf or other companions before they start to fight properly. This is represented by the political track, which shows whether a nation is ready for battle or not. The game can be won by a military victory if one side conquers a certain number of the other side's cities and strongholds, which is the object of the Shadow Armies player. But the true hope of the Free Peoples lies with the quest of the Ringbearer. The Free Peoples player must balance the need to protect the Ringbearer from harm, in contrast to the attempt to raise a proper defense against the armies of the Shadow, so that they do not overrun Middle-earth before the Ringbearer completes his quest. This version of War of the Ring owes much of its inspiration to the original SPI version from a quarter century earlier, with some elements of the Lord of the Rings Risk game blended in. This is one of the handful of games that actually track the corruption level of the Ringbearer. Next is a push your luck game. With each roll of the dice in The Lord of the Rings Journey to Mordor, players try to move their hobbits as quickly as possible to Mount Doom. Published by Fantasy Flight, it uses much of the same artwork as Knizia's Lord of the Rings cooperative from the year 2000. Push your luck is a type of game, usually played with dice, where each player accumulates points with good rolls, but could lose all his points with a single bad roll. The trick is knowing when to stop and save the points you currently have. The Lord of the Rings, the card game, is a cooperative adventure game in which the players attempt to complete a scenario, each with 3 heroes of their choice and a deck of allies, events, and attachments to support them. Each round, players send their heroes and allies to quest or to fight with the enemies that engage them. However, as their heroes and allies exhaust themselves after questing, the players' options are typically insufficient to deal with all the challenges at once. Therefore, players need to determine whether it's more urgent to quest and make progress in the scenario while the enemy forces gain power, or to take down enemies while making no progress. The Lord of the Rings, the card game, is an LCG, a living card game, meaning that expansions are released regularly. In this case, this game releases one expansion every month, and currently there are over 130 of them. The expansions will eventually combine to form the campaign mode so that you can play all the quests that deal with the trilogy together in one marathon campaign. The Middle-earth strategy battle game from Games Workshop is a tabletop miniatures game, war game, for 2 or more players that allows you to recreate the various battles from The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit using hand-painted plastic miniatures. Games Workshop is best known for their Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40,000 games, which, similar to the Napoleonics gaming genre, also employ large numbers of small figurines to represent combatants and utilize rulers and tape measures to control movement. They have brought this expertise to bear on their version of the major battles of the Third Age. HeroClix, Lord of the Rings, is a miniatures skirmish game played on a grid, in other words, no rulers needed. Most of the details for each miniature are, as you can see, printed directly on the miniature's base. As the characters take damage, the stats on the base can be rotated, as you can see the little sliding rotate underneath the base, typically weakening their characteristics to reflect wounds and or fatigue. Trivia games. There are 3 Tolkien-inspired trivia games. 2 of them are versions of Trivial Pursuit, one using a DVD and focused on the movies, and the other on the books, which is strictly card game. There is also the Lord of the Rings trivia game. This game can be played on 2 levels. The first level is as a simple trivia game. But in the deeper level, each player or team of players takes on the role of Frodo Baggins and his quest. Players answer questions to earn resources. Then, as they travel through 14 areas of Middle-earth, they must spend those resources to keep moving. There are 1,200 questions, all based on the original books and prepared by a team of Tolkien experts. Multiple choice answers can make the game easier for less experienced Middle-earthers. The winner of the game is the first player or team to reach and successfully face the challenges at Mount Doom. The Lord of the Rings, the Adventure deck game, is a curiosity as...
David?
Yes?
Hi, sorry. Are you aware that you're not sharing your PowerPoint with us?
No. Sorry.
Sorry, it's just when you said "as you can see," and at that point we just wondered. So no, you haven't shared your screen.
I'm so sorry here. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Share screen. Forgot to hit that. Okay, are you seeing that now?
Yeah, we can see that. Is it possible to make the pictures a full screen at all?
Yes, hang on just a second. Well, that should have done it. There we go. Is that it?
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought it was going on. Okay, anyway, this is a solitaire game that takes from, this is Lord of the Rings, the Adventure deck game, is a solitaire game, takes from 5 to 15 minutes to play. In the game, the player is Frodo, whose goal is to reach Mount Doom and save Middle-earth. He has to hurry as Sauron is gaining power, so the journey cannot last more than 25 days. In his journey, Frodo will encounter friends who help him, from Aragorn to Legolas, but he'll also encounter enemies like trolls and the Nazgul that threaten Frodo and make his mission harder. Crack of Doom is an abstract, very abstract, depiction of the saga of the Ring Bearer for 2 players. Each player is their own fellowship. Players race to see who is the first to destroy the One Ring. The game is played on a track 72 spaces long. Designated spaces on the track represent the Shire, Moria, Mordor, Mount Doom, and other Middle-earth locations. Participants play foe and hardship cards on their opponents to hinder their progress, and use aid cards to defeat such cards played against themselves. To win the game, a player must reach the last space on the game track and make a successful die roll to destroy the One Ring. Now, a different kind of abstract print and play game is 5 Armies by Warp Spawn Games. A board and card game for 2 players, it depicts the battle between the Free Peoples and the Goblin folk for control of Smaug's treasure at the end of The Hobbit. The game is played on a chessboard or any other 8x8 grid. Miniatures or counters are used to represent the combat units. Warbands of dwarves, elves, men, and eagles for the Free Peoples, and trolls, orcs, goblins, and wargs for the Goblin folk. Each player starts with a set force of 16 units. A custom deck of cards is central to the play of the game. The players draw a hand of cards from this shared deck. Card play determines when units may move, attack, or defend. You win if you kill off 10 or more of your opponent's units. Hobbit Tales from the Green Dragon Inn is a storytelling game for 2 to 5 players. Each player is a hobbit telling tales in front of a mug of beer at their favorite tavern in the Shire. During the game, players take turns as the narrator and improvise a story using a hand of illustrated cards. The other players try to twist the tale, playing hazards and fearsome monsters. The best narrator will overcome these twists and bring their tale to a satisfying conclusion. Lord of the Rings: Journeys in Middle-earth. The final entry in my presentation is a fully cooperative, app-supported tabletop game for 1 to 5 players, employing standard board segments arranged in different formations for every game. Each individual game of Journeys in Middle-earth is a single adventure in a larger campaign that leads you across the storied hills and dales of Middle-earth, and similar to the original Dungeons & Dragons. You can play as a mixture of classic characters, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, or Bilbo, or as 2 new characters, a female ranger or elvish bard, as you gradually level up and can tackle tougher opponents. Complex rules and a steep learning curve may seem daunting, but the experience is said to be very immersive and well worth the effort. So I trust I have enlightened you about a subset of Tolkien fandom that you might not have been aware of. In the previous century, it was possible to actually own and or have played all of the Tolkien-inspired games that existed. Since the movies have come out, it might still be possible, but it would be very difficult to do. Many fans of the Legendarium have found a part of it that intrigues them and have developed games around that bit and have shared it with others of a similar mind. I hope my descriptions of a small sampling of the Tolkien-inspired tabletop games available has whet your curiosity and will send you on your own quest to track down and play some of them. The sheer depth of Tolkien's universe allows for a wide range of settings and situations for game designers, and as more of the good professor's mythos enters popular culture, I expect to see more games being released in the future. I'm looking forward to playing them, and I hope you are too.
Okay, David, thank you for that history of the variety of different games in relation to Tolkien's texts. Now, we have a range of questions as well. So the first one says, "Hi, David, great presentation. Which is your favorite Tolkien-inspired tabletop game and why?"
That's pretty easy. It would be Reiner Knizia's Lord of the Rings game. I was going to see if I could get back to it and show the slide for that, mostly because it's here we are, and let's see if I can get it up. Yeah, mostly because it plays more than 4 players. There are so few board games anywhere that's always 2 to 4 players. This one actually will play 5. You play the 5 hobbits: Merry, Pippin, Sam, Frodo, and Freddie Bolger, who is the Pete Best of the Hobbit group there. For those who know that, that's dating myself. Anyway, it's a cooperative game where everybody is working together. You are not playing against the other players. You are playing against the game itself, and everybody has to really bust their butt to beat the game. It can be tough when you're first learning it.
Okay, super, thank you. And obviously we had that moment with the slides as well. Now, we didn't get to see all the fantastic images that you had on your PowerPoint, your presentation. So could you just take a second to go from start to finish and just briefly pause on each one, just so the audience can see the pictures that you had?
Okay, sure enough. Let me go back to, here we go. And start up. So this one was Conquest of the Ring, which came out in 1970. It's a very simplistic game, but hey, it was the very first as far as I can tell. Here's a picture of Catan, which is a huge game right now. These are the symbols for BoardGameGeek.com. It's all one word if you want to go there. It's free to join. You don't have to join to search the database. But if you want to ask questions or make comments about any of the games, yeah, you do need to join, but it's free, so no big deal. I've been a member for like 12 years or so. Here's the original boxed set of Dungeons and Dragons, which came with 3 volumes. I showed the poster for the TV version of The Hobbit. Rankin Bass managed to tell that story in 78 minutes. It took Peter Jackson, 12 hours. Here's the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings poster. This is the major war game, War of the Ring. This is the one that is the duel. You can see illustrated along the sides of the picture there, the various cards that were used to play the character game. And then of course there's a standard map and dice for the war game. Here's an ad for the Middle Earth role playing, which was the first licensed official Tolkien inspired game. This is Reiner Knizia, the designer of Lord of the Rings. This is the War of the Ring, the kind of the updated version of the previous one I just showed. It also includes some elements of the Lord of the Rings Risk game, because you use little miniatures there, as you can see. The red ones are the Sauron players, and the light blue ones are the Free Peoples. This is the Lord of the Rings Journey to Mordor cover. Here in my little set, this is how big it actually is. Oop, I guess it's reversed here on the camera. Anyway, it is a small game. It is not very large at all, and easily carried around in a pocket if you want. Here's the dice that are inside it, and that thing behind it there is the check sheet for as you move along. This is the back of the Lord of the Rings, the card game, or excuse me, this is the box cover for the Lord of the Rings card game. This is the main battle manual for Middle Earth strategy battle game from Games Workshop. These are the Hero Clicks figurines for a different game. You can see the little base at the bottom rotates, and you can see the symbols, symbology, and it shows each one of there's Boromir and Aragorn there at the back. And as they take damage or get hurt, the little bottom of the base rotates and shows new levels of their stats. This is the cover for the Lord of the Rings trivia game. This is the solitaire game, adventure dice game, adventure deck game, the solitaire game. And this is the super abstract Crack of Doom. I don't know if you could get any more abstract than this for Lord of the Rings game. This is the gosh, I have forgotten the name now. 5 Armies. This is 5 Armies by Warpspawn, and it looks like it's a print and play game. So you basically print off the little pictures as stickers, and you put them on poker chips, and you grab your handy chessboard or checkerboard, and off you go with it. This is the cover for The Hobbit Tales, which is very popular right now. And this is the box for Lord of the Rings Journeys in Middle Earth, which has the app. This is also a cooperative game, and it uses an app either on your phone or laptop to help make decisions. And it's supposed to be very immersive. I have not had a chance to play it myself. And that's it.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much as well. So at least, we've had a chance to see all those delightful covers as well. Now, we are on to our final paper of our seminar. The paper itself is titled Tolkien's Grave as a Site of Memory. Mina Lukic is a teaching assistant at the Faculty of Philosophy of the University of Pristina in Kozovska Mitrovica. She obtained her BA and MA degree in art history at the University of Belgrade, where she is a PhD student specializing in musology, heritage, and cultural memory studies, researching the modes of remembering Tolkien. Dejan Vukalic is a research assistant at the Mathematical Institute of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts. He obtained his BA in English Language and Literature at the University of Kragujevac and his MA in Art History at the University of Belgrade. Currently a PhD student, he specializes in heritage and cultural memory studies with particular interest in mechanisms of cultural forgetting and Serbian dynastic heritage. So I am going to share my screen.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be part of this event. Today my colleague Mina and I will talk about Tolkien's grave from the perspective of memory studies, our common field of interest. The objective is to present Tolkien's grave as a multi-layered site of memory, but first let me introduce you with some of the key concepts and terms we're going to be using. The concept site of memory, or lieu de mémoire, was first introduced by French historian Pierre Nora. It denotes any significant entity, whether material or non-material in nature, which by dint of human will or the work of time has become a symbolic element of the memorial heritage of any community. It does not only refer to public monuments and places that embody cultural memory and the sense of historical continuity in strictly spatial terms, but it likewise relates to mnemonic practices such as festivals, holidays, anniversaries, etc. Nora pays special attention to sanctuaries, mausoleums, graveyards, and cemetery, denoting these sites of memory as the boundary stones of another age, or as he puts it, illusions of eternity. In this regard, his position is close to Michel Foucault's concept of heterotopias, or other places, other in relation to the usual cultural spaces. Cemetery is a highly heterotopic place, since for the individual, it begins with this strange inversion of time, a shift from the loss of life to the quasi-eternity, bringing back the presence of the beloved. Since the dawn of time, as we know, graves have been the oldest form of remembering. However, in Europe, it was not until the 14th century that a greater concern over the choice of the burial place came to the fore, whereas paying melancholic visits to the graves of the beloved ones, in a way common to us today, would have to wait till the age of Romanticism. For the history of attitudes to death and dying, of particular importance is the work of the renowned French medievalist Philippe Ariès. In his essay sur l'histoire de la mort en Occident, du Moyen Âge à nos jours, or in English translation, Western Attitudes Toward Death from the Middle Ages to the Present, he argued extensively on death rites, highlighting especially the role of epitaphs on tombstones. From the 17th century onwards, says Ariès, commemorative inscriptions have become such an important element in funeral culture to the extent that they often surpassed the very monument in importance, arousing strong impressions in visitors. Most of them are brief and formal, usually containing a record of the name, age, and title, but also quotes, verses, and credos, especially when we speak about those pertaining to famous authors. Now let's take a look at some of the examples. Here we have epitaph of Spike Milligan, which takes on a comical note consistent with his personality. After all, he was a famous comedian. It reads, "I told you I was ill." On the other hand, Shakespeare did not want to be disturbed, hence his epitaph, composed as a quatrain, contains a warning. "Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones." The third example is the epitaph of famous American writer H.P. Lovecraft. Fans of this author opted for a line from one of his personal letters, "I'm Providence," referring to his beloved hometown where he spent his most prolific and carefree periods. Finally, epitaph number 4 is a verse by famous Serbian poet Branko Miljković, and it reads, "Ubi me prejaka reč," killed by a word too strong. This epitaph perhaps best summarizes his tragic life. During the preparation of this presentation, we had hard times finding the examples of writers' epitaphs that they chose themselves, as is the case with Tolkien. He wanted the names of his fictional characters, Beren and Luthien, to be added to his and Edith's names on their joint grave at Wolvercote Cemetery in Oxford. So far, we found no similar examples where the author identifies with his literary character in his epitaph. In this light, Tolkien's grave seems to be rare, if not unique, at least to our knowledge. Tolkien's wife, Edith, died on the 29th of November 1971. 7 months after her sudden passing, in a letter to their son, Christopher, Tolkien writes that he decided to sort out the inscription on the grave, expressing his wish to have Luthien carved beneath Edith's name and years of birth and death. That addition was very important to him as, I quote, "It says for me more than a multitude of words, for she was and knew she was my Luthien." He goes on to explain that his intention was not a sentimental fancy or in any way comparable to pet names, but it was an homage to Edith as the inspiration for one of the fundamental stories in the Silmarillion. The event of Edith dancing for him in a small woodland glade filled with hemlocks at Roos in Yorkshire was a memory he cherished for the rest of his life, a memory so strong that he immortalized it through his writings and finally through the inscriptions on their joint grave. I presume that the tale of Beren and Luthien is fairly well known to the audience, but let us summarize it briefly. It tells of the love between a mortal Beren and an immortal elf maiden Luthien and the obstacles they face in order to be together, of course. The first version of this story was written in 1917, the same year Edith danced for Tolkien in Roos, which was an inspiration for the encounter of Beren and Luthien. He falls in love with her when he sees her dancing in a hemlock glade. Thingol, Luthien's father, did not want to give her hand in marriage to a mortal man and set a seemingly impossible task on Beren: to bring him a Silmaril from the Iron Crown of Morgoth. The quest turned out to be successful beyond all odds, and it led to the first marriage between a man and an elf, but also to Beren's death. Unable to deal with the death of her beloved, Luthien also died, but both of them were eventually reunited and granted another life as mortals. The story in a way reflects all the troubles of their youth and obstacles Tolkien and Edith faced to be together. But first and foremost, it is a reference to their youthful and undying love. As Tom Shippey noted, this tale remained deeply personal for Tolkien throughout his life, leading to his final wish to commemorate it in stone. A striking identification indeed. Its importance is confirmed and emphasized by Christopher Tolkien, too, in his preface for the book Beren and Luthien, published exactly 100 years after the tale was first conceived. Thinking that it was to be the last of his father's writings that he edited and published, he said that it was chosen in memoriam because of the tale's deeply rooted presence in Tolkien's life. Bearing in mind everything already stated, we can interpret Tolkien's grave on several levels. Its most basic function is to keep the memory of the deceased alive and provide place for remembering for those close to his family, friends, colleagues, perhaps students. Secondly, we can observe it within the Christian context, represented by the sign of the cross above Edith's name. Another layer of meaning, and the one most extensively analyzed so far, involves Tolkien's personal imagination, that is, his intention to once again affirm the connection between his marriage and the story of Beren and Luthien. Last but not least, we can perceive it as a distinctive pilgrimage site, which does not only imply individual private acts of remembrance, but also organized commemorative acts, such as the ceremony of Enialie, the final stage of Oxenmoot. You're about to hear more about that from Mina.
Thank you. In order to analyze the contemporary reception of the grave and its importance in terms of remembering Tolkien today, I will present some of the results of a survey I conducted in January this year, which targeted participants who have visited Tolkien-related places in the UK. 500 responses were gathered in January, and among them, 315 participants had visited Tolkien's grave, which is 63%. A part of the survey was specifically designed for the respondents who visited the grave in order to discover what that experience meant for them. They were asked 5 questions related to their visit, which reveal their impressions and attitudes towards the location, the grave itself, and the inscriptions on it. The participants were asked to assess how important to them was visiting Tolkien's grave in comparison to other Tolkien-related locations in the UK. And as you can see from the chart, for the majority of them, visiting Tolkien's grave was extremely important. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the least important and 5 the most important, almost half of the respondents said that it was the most important location to visit. Additional 35% said that it was very important, which goes to show that 85% of people who visited the grave see it as an especially significant site of memory. The participants were also asked to pick a favorite location among the ones they visited and explain why they chose it as their favorite. 125 respondents said that their favorite was Tolkien's grave, which is almost 40% of the people who visited. Among the reasons given as to why the grave is their favorite, the participants most frequently said that it was a very emotional, meaningful, and moving experience for them to be able to pay respect to their beloved daughter at his grave. They usually pointed out that the place was peaceful, quiet, private, and thought-provoking, and that was where they felt the most connected and closest to Tolkien. A number of them said that they felt humbled and liked that the grave was simple but well cared for. "15 participants mentioned the names of Beren and Luthien as the reason they loved the place. Some of them knew about their presence on the gravestone prior to the visit, and some were surprised by the inscriptions, but all of them found them deeply meaningful and moving. Nine participants said that visiting the grave was a pilgrimage-like endeavor for them, further emphasizing the special status of the site as the main spot where people paid their respects and honored the memory of their favorite author. As one of them said, to visit both him and Edith at once was a great honor, an experience given further weight by the thousands of like-minded pilgrims who had sang, wept, and contemplated at that exact spot for so many years. The participants were also asked to describe their motivation for visiting the grave. and the most common answer was to pay respects. Many descriptions of the circumstances of the visit are telling of the emotional impact and significance of the visit for the fans, some of them wanting to do it for years and perceiving it as a quest or pilgrimage, seeing the grave as the best place to express their gratitude and appreciation of Tolkien. Some also picked symbolic dates for their visit, such as Bilbo and Frodo's birthday, and some said that they sang or read something from Tolkien's works on the grave. It is interesting that some people mentioned the desire to see the names Beren and Luthien as their motivation. For some participants, it was a long overdue dream come true, like for these two participants from Poland and Mexico. The second answer is, at least for me, especially lovely for the choice of the objects left on the grave, some leaves from Moseley Bog and Sarehole Mill. The location and the grave itself were most commonly labeled beautiful and peaceful, and the visiting experience moving and emotional. The grave was described by most participants as simple, ordinary, humble, modest, unpretentious, unassuming, understated, appropriate, respectful, private, quiet, peaceful, calm, and serene. These are the terms that appear in half of all the answers. The second most common way of describing the grave included words such as lovely, beautiful, nice, gorgeous, magical, perfect, impressive. Significant number of participants noted that the grave was well kept and cared for, as well as often visited. 48 respondents liked the flowers, notes, and other tokens of appreciation people left on the grave as an expression of their love, gratitude, and respect. Several answers even compared it with the shrine and said it had a sacred character due to the things left on it. On the other hand, some people disliked the practice of leaving things at the grave and found it inappropriate. For some people, the grave was easy to find, but some complained that it was difficult, and a number of people said that the signposts leading to the grave were very helpful. Some used the terms touching, emotional, and moving to describe the grave, and only 10 participants found it simpler and smaller than expected. Most participants actually liked its simplicity and found it appropriate in accordance with Tolkien's own beliefs and values. Some visitors said that they loved the names Beren and Luthien on the gravestone and even were moved to tears by them. As David Tracy from Canada put it, the whole magic of it rested upon seeing such a humble tombstone and knowing it meant so much more. The next question posed further investigated participants' opinions about the names of Beren and Luthien being on the gravestone. The most frequent terms used were touching, moving, emotional, poignant, followed by various ways of saying that the inscriptions are symbolic of Tolkien and Edith's relationship, an expression of their love, a message of love and respect, a nice homage parallel to their love story, which inspired the story of Beren and Luthien, who also had to overcome many obstacles in order to be together. In the similar vein, many respondents said that it shows how profoundly Tolkien related to his writings and emphasizes the connection between his life and work, being a lovely testimony of his love for both Edith and his sub-creation. Many described it as beautiful, lovely, romantic, and sweet, and said that they loved it. A significant number of participants said that it was appropriate and fitting, and 10% of participants stressed that it was appropriate and meaningful since it was his own choice. Some found it to be a nice personal touch, as well as poetic, inspiring, perfect, fantastic, while some pointed out that it makes the story of Beren and Luthien even more beautiful, powerful, significant, and real. A small number of people found it surprising or had no opinions or feelings about it. These are some of the most indicative answers to illustrate all previously said. They show that for many visitors, the inscriptions represent an addition which provides an insight into how deeply personal the story of Beren and Luthien was for Tolkien and sheds a new light on its importance within the legendarium. Many participants obviously loved the connection between Tolkien's private life and his work embodied in stone. As some of them pointed out, going back to Shippy's remark, it is a striking identification, the ultimate fantasy homage, and a brave decision, but seen by most fans as appropriate, profound, and beautiful. Also, speaking of broader culture or writers' epitaphs, such an identification is rare, if not unique, as Dan already mentioned. Finally, when talking about Tolkien's grave as a site of memory, there is a ceremony which represents an important part of commemorating Tolkien at this location, Enialie. The word itself means remembrance or memory in Quenya, and it is used for the concluding part of Oxenmoot, the Tolkien Society annual event held every September on the weekend closest to Bilbo and Frodo's birthday. On Sunday morning, the attendees of Oxenmoot take a coach trip to Wolvercote Cemetery, where the ceremony consists of the chair reading something from Tolkien's works, wreath laying, and singing of Nomaria. In the survey, 61 participants mentioned the event. A number of them described it as moving and overwhelming, and as many who already attended the event know, it is a very emotional occasion, and it usually involves crying. For some people, it is the only way of experiencing the site, and if compared to private visits to the grave, it provides a significantly different experience, collective, ceremonial, and ritualistic in nature. In addition to numerous individual, private ways of honoring the professor at his grave, the ceremony of Enialie, as a shared act of remembrance organized by the society, adds new layers of meaning to the overall reception of the site. Of course, there are many modes of remembering Tolkien and his works, and the grave is only one place where his memory is kept alive, but perhaps the one where people frequently feel the closest to him. This sense of connection is further enhanced by Tolkien's own decision to commemorate not only his wife and himself at their final resting place, but also his sub-creation by adding the names Beren and Luthien as an epitaph. For many people, it may seem insignificant, but not for those who know that those names mean so much more. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Okay, brilliant. And with us now, we have our two speakers as well that I would like to bring forward and introduce and pose some questions to. So without okay, so as that was playing, if you have any questions for Mina and Dayan, could you please pop that into the question and answer box, please? Let's make sure you're using that as well. Thank you both for rounding off our seminar as well. It was a fantastic talk, and I think a little quite well placed as well, thinking about the idea of remembrance, especially at the end of our seminar as well. So it really reflects some of the themes for today's. Can I ask, while some questions are coming in, what made you want to specifically look at Tolkien's grave? Like, why talk specifically about that landmark?
Okay, hi, thank you, Will. Thank you everyone for the comments. So, as probably some of you may know already, my PhD is investigating Tolkien-related cultural memory, and one part of it is obviously the sites of memory, which are related to Tolkien, and the grave is one of the most important places. And what was especially interesting to me and Dan from like a couple years ago, when we started thinking about it, it was the identification with Beren and Luthien and those inscriptions on the grave, because we couldn't find any similar example of such an author and character's identification. And yeah, then we started talking about doing a paper, and it took us a while so to decide to present it. And well, because part of my research is related to investigating how people who visited Tolkien-related places in the UK or in New Zealand. I've done several surveys, and then I decided to incorporate a special part about the grave and use it for this purpose.
Yeah, basically our hypothesis is that this epitaph extends the significance of Tolkien's grave as a site of memory, endowing it with new layers of meanings. Practically, it functions as a monument within a monument. And because of this bond, relation between memory and his personal imagination. The way how he connected real persons with fictional characters.
Yeah, in a way, commemorating his own life and both of them, and as well as his work.
Okay. Amazing, thank you. And we have the questions are starting to come in from our audience now as well. So you mentioned that people leave a range of objects at the grave, but what are the most common objects people leave at the gravesite?
Okay, so there was one question related to that, but I didn't present any results for this presentation. People most usually leave flowers or notes, and there are sometimes other objects like some figurines or Lego figures or similar, well, things related to Legendarium. And this is maybe an interesting anecdote. There were two answers. I'm not sure they are about the same thing, but they may be. So one person from Brazil said that she or he, I don't remember, left a figurine of Gollum on the grave. And then the other answer from the USA said that when he or she visited, saw a figurine of Gollum on the grave and found it a bit weird. So that was an interesting thing. So yeah, there are different things, but I think most common ones are flowers or notes, or like poems or short notes with, words of gratitude or something like that.
Okay, super, thank you. Okay, another question asks, I know the letter about the Luthien yeah, I know the letter about the Luthien inscription. Where is it documented that the Beren inscription was Tolkien's decision as well?
Because he wrote it in a letter to his son Christopher. He explicitly expressed his wish how he wanted his grave to be arranged, with the additional inscription beneath Edith's name and then beneath his own name.
Yeah,
Okay.
we haven't actually found specific confirmation of Beren being beneath his name. Yeah, well,
Okay.
but I don't know. We haven't found such a document, but we can assume that that was also his wish. It would be a bit weird just to put Luthien beneath Edith's name and not add Beren beneath his name, I guess. So
yeah, we haven't delved deeply enough into this issue, but
just think that he did it in his lifetime and probably did both things. It would be weird if he did just one, I guess.
Yeah, be a bit like fragmented. You want to have it connected. So, but well, yet again, I'd like to thank the both of you for rounding off our summer with a excellent paper. Thank you both. And that is it. We have come to the end of the first seminar for 2021. And just before I summarize one or two points from today, I'd like to invite back Sean Gunner, the chair of the Tolkien Society, just to say one or two final words before we depart.
Thank you, everyone. It's now getting dark here in the UK. I just want to say a couple of words before we leave. So the first one is thank you all for coming. We've had hundreds of people with us here today, people here on Zoom, people watching us on Facebook, on YouTube. I know that it's been an event that many people have enjoyed. Secondly, I want to thank all the presenters for coming on and talking to us all today. We've had we're into at 6 hours worth of content now, which is absolutely fantastic. And the final thing I wanted to say is a big thank you to Will for organising this. We couldn't have done it without him. So I'm going to hand you back to Will, but not before just saying that if you haven't had a chance to donate, if you're not a member of the society at the moment, please do think about joining. You don't need me to tell you again. There's probably plenty of comments in the chat telling you why you should join the society if you're not currently a member. But please do consider it and do consider giving us a donation. I'm going to hand you back to Will, who's going to summarise and give you a little bit of news about what's coming up next. So thank you all very much.
Super. Thank you very much, Sean. Personally, I'd like to thank all of the speakers as well for their efforts for today, where there's been, as is always with technology, one or two hiccups, but we've been able to overcome it. And thank you, everyone, for just carrying on. I'd like to thank Sean and Daniel as well for their support behind the scenes with this, the Tolkien Society Committee as well. I'd like to thank all of you as well for attending, for sharing questions, sharing further insights into these topics as well. The theme for today's seminar was 21st century receptions of Tolkien, and I think that focus on the word reception is quite important. We've come a long way just in 20 years. There are new publications, there are new fandoms that are sprouting up, or or existing fandoms are expanding constantly, and we can think about how new philosophical works and ways of viewing existence can actually be applied to Tolkien as well. So constantly, Tolkien is being seen afresh within the 21st century. He is not yet stale. And we have a new book as well coming out, which has been pushed back to September this year, The Nature of Middle-earth. But all of this helps us kind of think that not only these works consistently close to and intimate to us. We might be reading his book, or we might feel a connection to the characters. There are other ways of seeing Tolkien as alien and other and foreign in a way to our understanding of the world, and it can help us kind of consider our own place as well, especially in the time that we are facing at the moment. But what brings it all together is our joint reception, this joint sense of memory and collective memory, to steal a phrase from earlier. So the final point from me is to share some very exciting news. So as we have said a few times, and anyone who has seen the Tolkien Society website or the seminar page will have noticed that constantly we use the phrase seminar number 1. And this is because we have multiple seminars. The second I'm advertising here right now. So our second seminar for 2021 is going to be Tolkien and Diversity. It is going to be held online on the 4th and hopefully on the 5th of July as well. So we're hoping we get a armada of papers through that just completely reevaluate and help us to reconsider our understanding of Tolkien. Now, a complete call for papers will very shortly be on the Tolkien Society website, so please look out for that. But in the meantime, just to get your creative juices flowing, here are a couple of ideas maybe to consider if you would like to present at our next seminar. So papers could consider representations within Tolkien's work. So it could be race, gender, sexuality, disability, class, religion, age. It doesn't stop there. It could be Tolkien's approach to colonialism or post-colonialism as well. Further adaptations of Tolkien's work. Over the last year, we've had a range of papers look at adaptations of Tolkien's work, but kind of picking up on something that Mary said right at the start. What about looking at a broader and more diverse range of adaptations of Tolkien's work? Diversity and representation within Tolkien academia and readership as well. So how is diversity represented there? The idea of identity and alterity in Tolkien's works as well. So there's just a couple of ideas just to inspire and get you motivated as well for our next seminar. However, we have come to the end of today. I'd like to just say thank you once again to everyone who has attended, all of our speakers, everyone who has supported this seminar. Thank you. If you're in the morning, I hope you have a good day. If you're in the evening, then I hope you have a good rest of your evening.